All right, go.
Welcome, everyone. Hello. Welcome to Phil's Comedy Production 2010, Die Laughing. I'm Jim Lewis. I'm the managing director for Phil's Comedy, and I'm co-hosting with Bob Alberti, who you'll see in a few hours. He's doing the back of house stuff right now. First, I would like to thank Sonia and others who have donated a good amount of money between our streams from last night to today. So thank you guys for your support. During our shift, Bob and I, if we have a host challenge. If we raise $200, we will record a rap version of a 70s or 80s song that is not a rap song. At $400, we will let the audience help pick the song that we will perform a rap to. And if we raise $1,000, we will record a music video for the rap song on there. Also, we have a matching $100 grant right now going on. So every dollar you donate is worth $2, and also towards the challenge. Our first act today is Sparkles and Shirley's Day Out. Welcome them.
Do you need help?
Yes. Yes. Wait.
What?
Is it today?
Yes, it is today.
It's today.
Today is today.
Oh. Go! I gotta get ready. Go!
Fine.
I'm so excited!
Well, it's about time you woke up, Spotter.
Yeah. It's gonna be a while. Really, always a while. What is this like? I never really understand that. Right? One day it's going on about the king of the dragon. Next day,
Bring down!
Ready?
I'm ready!
Almost there.
I'm coming!
The jester has landed.
Sparkles!
Good morning, Shirley.
Is it time for coffee?
I mean, I already had mine.
What? You had coffee without me.
I've been up for 6 hours.
You had coffee without me.
Yes.
Ah,
What?
I was so excited. I got up specifically to have coffee with you. What kind of roommate are you?
The kind that wakes up early.
What?
You think I got this fantastic beard by sleeping in?
Yes! No!
That one.
Maybe!
Well, today's the day.
Yes!
Should we show everyone around?
Are they here?
Right there.
Wait. There!
Sure. There.
There?
No.
The spider is always here.
I know. That's not who we're talking about right now.
There!
There, over there. That one.
Bob spiking the lens.
Alright, let's show them around. Hi, everybody! Welcome to our home!
This is Puppet Cribs. I'm Sparkles.
I'm Shirley!
This is the Spotter.
Hi, I'm Spotter.
We are so excited to actually have people! It's been so long.
It's been a while.
It's been ages. Millennium even. Right?
No.
No?
Seems like it, but no.
Oh,
Ages, yes.
yes! Alright, so, we have a table.
Hey, Shirley,
Yeah.
you're on camera, so can I fix your hat?
You're always fixing my hat.
Well, if you could stop screwing it up so much.
I wanted to wear it to bed.
I know, but
Okay, yes.
Did you notice something about the way I'm dressed?
Those aren't your robes.
They are for today.
You're the king now?
King for a day.
Wait,
King for
I didn't think that's how the monarchy worked.
It is.
There's a whole line of succession. You aren't until at least 48th in line.
Well,
I've checked the hierarchy. Like, technically, yes, you do have royal lineage, but it's like on your great-grandmother's side 17 times removed.
you know, they always ask if you could fill the king's shoes. So I got the shoes and the robes and everything else.
Everything?
Maybe. Bob, eyes up here. Thank you. Bob. You're lucky I can't cast spells on my day off.
Yeah, king can't cast spells.
I don't know that I thought this through.
Oh, this is gonna make today so much more fun. All right, well, come on. You already saw my room. What else do you want to see? Oh, I'm gonna show you my cat. There's my cat. Bye. She doesn't like me very much. One day.
Shirley, it's okay. People love you.
Sparkle's dog likes us, though.
That's right. I think she's outside.
Are we starting there?
I mean, we don't have to.
Want to try and make food?
Let's try to make food.
Sparkles,
Yes.
I wanted to make you a pie.
Uh-oh.
I got the crust down,
That's a start.
but I couldn't get the filling out of the box.
Hit it harder. I'm not sure that's going to work.
This is why we have a spotter.
Spotter, can you make me a pie?
fine.
That's gonna take our whole time on Cribs. We still have a dog to see.
That's true. Do we want to go outside?
I do!
All right.
There, it's a pie.
Ooh,
Well done!
like magic.
Hey, you're not allowed to do magic today or I'll put you back in the cupboard.
I'll meet you outside in 1 moment. Shirley, are you all right?
I've encountered a problem.
We had safety locks installed to keep the children safe. Okay, okay, hang on. Bob's not allowed to go outside alone.
Thank you, Spotter.
You're welcome, Shirley. Hello, Freya.
Come on, Bobby. Come on, Bobby. Come on.
Oh, fresh air. Almost.
Yeah, good dog. Good dog. So this is our porch. It's puppet sized, which is kind of nice. Don't tell Sparkles that though.
What?
What?
Don't tell me what.
That it's perfectly reasonable sized.
Thank you. That's one of the reasons that we rented here.
Exactly.
Hello, Freya.
Yeah.
Freya, do you want to play fetch? Spotter. Yes. Can I have the tennis ball? Oh yes. Thank you. Freya. Freya. Fetch. Look, no, bring it back. Bring it. We'll work on it. That's exactly what I wanted her to do. Good dog. Yep, that's good. He's so smart. Thought of that myself.
So during the pandemic, I've been thinking about getting into gardening. I got the tools for it. We got this whole nice yard for it. And then I realized all of the tools fall right through my hands. They just slip right through. It's not like swords where they've got this guard on them that just sticks in your thumb. So now I've got to find new things to do with my time. I did! Because rocks are easy to throw. Ugh.
You're not easy to throw. You're freakishly strong. Impressively strong.
Come back here. I failed. I failed. Fetch.
We'll work on that.
Good girl. But we're thinking.
What else should we do on a day off?
If we're gonna have more days off, maybe we can have our days on here.
Here?
Here. Well, we have plenty of space. And we know plenty of people.
I mean, there's a gate. I hear that's an important part.
Yeah. We can just stand on the gate and let people in.
They give us money,
Yes.
and then I can afford my robe. I mean, I'm wearing these clothes by choice.
Yes. Get Sparkle's new robes.
Wizard's robes.
I think this is a great plan. We're not staying here because we have no other choice.
Right. Because this is a choice.
Yes. A
And
choice we wanted to make. A choice for puppet freedom.
puppets are people too.
Puppets are people too. Spotter.
What? Oh, puppets are people too.
Spotter is puppet too.
Spotter is puppet
Well, now, I
too.
wouldn't go that far.
Wait, why?
I'm not a puppet. I'm a spotter.
But you can feel one with the puppets, you know. You're part of us.
Am I?
You're part of us.
Am I?
Yes.
I just thought I was a spotter.
You've been here. every day with us
Thank you, Shirley.
for the last year and a half.
Well, that's true.
What did you
Stuck
think?
in a house with us.
I know.
I don't think you can come out of this at least not being somewhat puppet.
Like
Definitely changed me, that's for sure.
we're showing all of these people what we do with our time off.
Uh-huh. And I help you with your time off.
Look, this is your time off too, right?
Well, no, not really, because it's the same thing that I do on my time on.
That's a good point.
Sparkles, I feel like we've been making a mistake.
Do we need to have a spotter's day off now?
How about if we flip it around and I'll do things and you help me?
Oh, all right.
What do you want to do?
Well, I would like to play fetch with this dog. So if you could grab a stick
Freya!
or that ball that Freya has destroyed.
Come here. Right by.
Yeah. Ah. Ah.
Let's see.
Ah. 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 I don't think that stick's gonna work. How about this stick?
Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, this'll work. Freya. Freya.
I think she's kind of laser focused.
Freya.
Freya.
Fetch.
Good girl. Oh, such a good girl.
Well,
I mean, to be fair, it worked as well as the one I threw.
that's true.
It's okay. You're still part of our family.
Shirley, thank you.
Potter, what else do you want to do?
I don't know. I've never asked myself what I want to do. All I've been doing is just helping you. I'm
It's not just helping us, it's
being your friend.
right.
That's what I want to do. I just want to be your friend. Thank you for letting me be part of the puppet family.
Excuse me, Shirley.
Oh, you need dog or spotter now?
This is a terrifying hug.
It's okay. Let it happen.
Okay.
Okay, that's enough.
Okay.
I just realized
What?
we don't call you wizard.
Right.
We don't call me jester.
Right.
But we call you spotter.
This is true.
Is that your name?
It is not,
What's your name, Spotter?
Charlie.
Welcome to the family, Charlie.
Master has given Spotter a name.
Spotter is free. Spotter is free.
Spotter's free!
Spotter is free.
Uh-oh.
Spotter is free.
Uh-oh. Spotter can't work the gate.
That's probably for the best.
Yep. Spotter's not so free. But we're still in court.
We're family!
Still family.
We're family.
We're family! Hey, I'm hungry.
Do you want to go make that pie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go make pie.
Let's go make pie.
Pie, 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 pie.
Because all that iron that I'm pumping in my time off. Keep low, it's his fault.
Okay. Pie.
There's another box.
Where?
Right here.
Where?
Right here.
Right here?
Right here. I threw it on the ground.
Why?
I don't know.
Nothing makes pie. Shirley.
I was frustrated.
Your hat came off entirely.
I know.
This is why you need me around.
Maybe Freya could help. I think a dog could put the hat on us.
There we go. All better.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do I look good? What do you think, people of the world? Do I look good? Yeah, I think I look pretty. I look so pretty. Don't just pour it in there.
No,
No, don't just pour it in there.
that's not how it works.
No. I'd be so sad. We can't just lick it out of there.
Well, no, of course not. We bake it.
What?
Yeah, you bake pie.
No, I'm not allowed to touch the oven. Have you seen these pans? They're
I have.
basically pure paper.
I know. I will bake this.
No, we don't bake it. This is a fridge pie.
It's a fridge pie.
It's a fridge pie.
Well, then open the fridge.
Perfect. I thought we needed a bowl for something, but now I can't remember what.
No, I think that'll turn into a pie.
No, I think you have to put these in a bowl.
Oh,
There's a bowl on the table next to Sparkles.
Thank you, Charlie. I get used to that.
there.
Thank you, Charlie.
You're welcome.
I feel like that's a reference to something. Oh, I think we're supposed to tell him to cheer up.
Or say sorry.
No.
What?
We're supposed to tell you to cheer up.
Sorry for not cheering up.
Cheer up, Charlie.
Cheer up.
Good.
Is this cheering?
Why are we telling him to cheer up?
I don't know either. I thought I was cheery. You had welcomed
You
me
are
into-
cheery.
You welcomed me into the family earlier.
I just know that that's something you tell Charlie.
Cheer up, Charlie.
Yeah, you tell Charlie to cheer up. That's something you tell Charlie's.
How about cheer up, Shirley?
Am I not cheery?
You're always cheery.
I feel cheery.
For a moment, I thought we were going to have to cheer up Shirley, and the last time we had to do that, it was 12 hours of show duty.
That's it. That's why we have to cheer up Charlie.
Because of 12 hours of show tune?
No,
Sounds about right.
because it was a show tune. Cheer up, Charlie. Now we need to do the laundry.
Oh, right. Yeah.
No,
I'm not sure.
I can't find my pants, so I think we do have to do the laundry.
Probably.
This is it. It makes so much sense now. You're the best, Charlie.
Thanks, Shirley. You're the best.
Sparkles, get in here. I'm not letting go until you're in here.
I'm just going to take my
Oh, come on. Please hurry up.
just stretch and duck under low shelves. All right. I'm in here.
Okay.
There we are. All right.
I
So long in quarantine will do things to your brain.
don't feel like we showed you much of our house. This has probably been the worst episode of Cribs yet.
I don't know. We had a cat and a dog. That's got to give us extra points, right?
Yeah,
And we made pie.
Ooh.
we're pretty cool. Now, if only the king and queen had come out of the basement.
Well, I don't want to go down there.
No. Ah! Ah!
What?
I think someone's here. We should go hide.
We should hide. All right.
Thanks, everybody! We're gonna lose now!
Have fun.
All right. And thank you to Shirley, Sparkles, Freya, Charlie, and the camera person. So thank you all for your wonderful show. We hope the king and queen will get out of the basement at some point. That is our first show of the day. So thank you guys for that. We are Fearless Comedy. If you donate if you can. Next up, we're going to have a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with our next show. So on to commercial.
For a $10 donation, you can pick a social media appropriate feeling or event. The Fearless Comedy Productions page will start a message with your topic and show off some of our best gifts, and you can join in on the fun. For a $5 donation, you can pick a Fearless member that you are already connected to on social media. They'll make a post saying something nice about you. For a $10 donation, the Fearless member of your choice will take a moment to do some self-care. That may be taking a nap, having a snack, or getting some exercise. Whatever they feel they need, they may or may not post about it. We're leaving that up to them. If they raise $300 during their host shift, Kirsten and James will watch the Twilight Saga and post their feelings as they do so. If we hit $1,500 during their shift, Kirsten will get a Team Jacob or Team Edward tattoo in a design and style of her choice. The highest single donation during their shift will get to pick Jacob or Edward. During his host shift, if we raise $300, Fur's daughters will shave his head. We'll post a video of the process on Fearless social media. Kaz is inspired to return to healthy habits and get outside. For every $100 raised during Kaz's shift, he'll add 10,000 steps for the week, up to 70,000 total. During Jim and Bob's shift, if they raise $200, they'll record a rap version of a 70s or 80s song. At $400, they'll let the audience help pick the song. And at $1,000, they'll record a music video. Chris is starting a new character drawing. For every $5 raised during Chris's hosting shift, he'll add another element to that drawing. We'll post the final result on Fearless social media. If we raise $500 during Duck's hosting shift, he will shave his beard into a monkey tail beard. For every $10 raised during David's hosting shift, he'll add a push-up. At the end of his shift, he'll record himself doing that total number of push-ups with a harmonica in his mouth. For every $50 donated during Adrian's hosting shift, she will add a sticker to her face for the remainder of her shift. During Jason's hosting shift, if anyone donates $20, they can pick a topic, and Jason will write a poem on that topic. He'll record videos for each poem that we'll post after Die Laughing. For every dollar donated during Mike's hosting shift, he'll add a Lego brick to a spot on his floor. Once his shift ends, he'll record a video of himself doing a Lego walk across that spot, which we'll post on Fearless social media. For every $10 donated during Angela's hosting shift, she'll add another unicorn item to her video. Help Angela get swarmed by all of her unicorn stuff before her host shift ends. During Tim's shift, if you donate at least $10 and provide your address in the comment, Tim will write a personalized sea shanty verse on a postcard and mail it to you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Die Laughing Halftime Show. That was our commercial for Fearless Comedy. If you can donate, please do, but we fully understand in this current hectic time we're in if you can't donate money at this time. Also, we do have our silent auction going on right now. There's a lot of fun items in there, some handcrafted items by members of Fearless, along with some other opportunities. You can either follow the link that will be in the chat, or you can go to dielaughingmarathon.com, and then next to donate on one of the tabs, the menu is silent auction. You know that. Next up, we have a nice relaxing show. So kick back, relax, and enjoy the ASRM Comedy Hour.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing today? So my name is Tom ST, and I'm one of the co-producers of the ASMR Comedy Hour. We've got a great show for you coming up. So without further ado, let me go ahead and introduce our first performer. He hails from the Wisconsin area, and give a really warm welcome to Fur Sturts.
Hello, thank you very much, Tom, for that wonderful introduction. But please don't clap too loudly. We're not trying to startle anybody here. Nice, soft rubs against the microphone is how That's right. Folks, I am Fur Sturts, and I'm one of your hosts for ASMR Comedy Hour. I'd like to start off this segment by promoting a new Disney-themed ASMR podcast for you called That Darn Mouse, where we look at the live-action comedy films that Disney put out in the 1970s. I'm very, very excited to talk about the first one in this episode, the 1971 American comedy film, The $1 Million Duck. In The $1 Million Duck, scientist Albert Dooley, played by Dean Jones, well known for his roles in That Darn Cat and pretty much every single other Walt Disney 1970s comedy live action movies. He actually sold his soul to Walt Disney for his success, and therefore had to be in every single slapstick Disney comedy that came out in the 60s and 70s. Very sad end when Walt Disney did finally claim his soul for his own and now has him trapped forever, wandering the halls of Disneyland for all eternity. But scientist Albert Dooley, played by Dean Jones, has been struggling to pay the bills. His wife, Katie, played by Sandy Duncan, gets a recipe for applesauce wrong and then gives it to her husband to take to work for lunch, hoping it will cut down on their budget. In a humorous chain reaction, the duck that Albert is testing steals the applesauce after Albert has thrown it away in the trash, and then wanders into a radiation lab and becomes irradiated. The duck, I mean, not Albert. Albert is ordered to get rid of the duck, so he figures he can give it to his son, Jimmy, played by character actor Lee Montgomery, who has been wanting a pet, only to discover that it now lays eggs with solid gold yolks. In a Pavlovian manner, the duck, named Charlie, lays an egg when prompted by the barking of a dog. At first, the only one who knows of Charlie's golden yolks are Albert, Katie, Jimmy, and Albert's friend, Fred. But as they sell the yolks of gold, they gain the attention of a suspicious neighbor, a government bureaucrat from the U.S. Treasury Department named Mr. Hooper, played by American actor Joe Flynn, who played Captain Walling Binghamton in the sitcom McHale's Navy, and he also appeared in TV shows such as Batman. Joe Flynn spies on the Dooleys in a haphazard manner, often suffering a mishap, such as falling off a tree branch after being yelled at by Mrs. Hooper to leave the neighbors alone. It's quite funny and very slapstickish. However, Hooper does see a golden yolk laid firsthand, with Fred and Albert celebrating their newfound riches. Hooper warns his boss, Rutledge, played by James Gregory, about the economic upheaval. Although Rutledge doesn't believe Hooper at first, a series of nationwide phone calls among politicians spread rumors, culminating in Rutledge getting a phone call from then President Richard Nixon, ordering him to capture the duck. I assume that the phone call was very angry, shouting, and had a lot to do with communism and calling the Albert Dooley family names. Albert becomes greedy and no longer cares for his son, which saddens Jimmy. The Treasury Department officials with Mr. Hooper soon arrive at the house and order the family to turn over the duck. Jimmy, watching from upstairs, climbs out the window with Charlie and then rides off with a couple of teenage boys and their hot rod as the government officials try to seize the duck. Jimmy is then suspended on a ladder between two parking garages, and Albert attempts to convince his son to grab his hand before the ladder falls. Jimmy tells his dad to go away, believing he only wants to save the duck, but then when the ladder begins to break, he grows fearful and realizes his dad is there to help. Right before the ladder falls, Albert saves Jimmy. Immediately afterwards, Albert is arrested for owning gold as a private citizen. The family ends up in court. And the judge breaks an egg into a glass after Mr. Hooper unsuccessfully, and then Albert successfully barks at the duck to prompt the laying of the egg, which surprisingly turns out to be an ordinary egg yolk as the effects of radiation wears off, which is exactly how radiation works. The judge dismisses the charges as there's no proof of the duck laying golden eggs, and Albert tells the family that the golden duck was nice while it lasted, but at least they can keep the duck for their pet. Now realizing that his family is more important than wealth, the judge remarks to Jimmy, if that duck ever lays another golden egg, bury it quick. The $1 Million Duck was one of three films that movies. Take two. The $1 Million Duck was one of three movies that film critic Gene Siskel walked out on during his professional career. Roger Ebert described the film as one of the most profoundly stupid movies I've ever seen. Scott Weinberg of DVD Talk criticized the depiction of Duncan's character, stating, Sandy Duncan is asked to play a housewife who is easily as stupid as a stone. Throughout the entire flick, she's about 2 steps up from being committed to a mental hospital. And this stuff is played for laughs. He called $1 Million Duck easily one of Disney Studios' very worst live-action comedies ever. Revisionist critics have been less harsh on the film, understanding its targeted appeal was to children and getting into the spirit of the essential silliness of the premise of an extremely valuable irradiated duck. Despite poor reviews for the film, the comedic acting was appreciated at the time of its release, with both Sandy Duncan and Dean Jones being nominated for Golden Globes for their performance. The film also marked the motion picture debut of Tony Roberts, who received outstanding reviews for his performance. Of course, Tony Roberts is known for most notably Annie Hall. Finally, on Rotten Tomatoes, this movie has an approval rating of 17%. On Metacritic, the film has a weighted average score of 45 out of 100 based on 4 critics, indicating mixed or average reviews. And this has been a preview of That Darn Mouse, a look into the 1970s comedy films of Walt Disney Productions. Thank you for listening. Folks, we have a wonderful show for you today. We have a lot of fantastic comics, both that are members of Fearless Comedy Productions, as well as special guests that we've brought on for this next 80 minutes of performances. You're about to see some wild and crazy things, but nothing's going to get above shouting level. We're not here to do that. No, we're here to help you drift off to sleep. We're here to help you relax. We're here to help you recover from vilification tennis after last night. Think of this as your self-care following Vil tennis. I know we need it all. And especially some of those of us that are performing in this show today need a little bit of self-care after last night as well. So I am going to bring out our first comic today. Everybody, I'm very, very thrilled to bring out your first comic. Super professional life coach, James Fairbeard.
This is also going to be a recording. We are now recording the ASMR instructional video set for people who have quit their jobs to become professional writers. Side 1 of that video cassette, because it's the kind you can flip over, begins now. This is the beginning of your day. Your alarm clock is going off, playing the very gentle waves. You can almost hear the sunlight on the beach as your eyes flutter open to greet the warm morning light. As you turn over and try to ignore it, it grows steadily louder. Finally, you give in, reach for your phone, swear at it, and hit snooze. Your alarm is now snoozing, as you too wish you could be. You bury your face into your pillows, eventually culminating in a silent scream of frustration as your interrupted dream drifts slowly out of your grasp. You awaken fully. It is now time to plan your day. Today is the first day of your professional writing career. You have quit your day jobs. No longer will you be serving coffee. No longer will you be subject to the pressures and demands of those who are above you and beside you. Now you are only subject to the intense frustrations and stress from yourself. Today you will find out what it is that you are going to write. You have had many plans, but you have also decided to write down a few words that no longer make sense to you as you flip through your journal of thoughts. These small fragments are meaningless. Perhaps they will mean something again in the near future, but for now, we set them aside. Today, you can hit all of your goals. Yesterday was just a test run. Granted, today is not the first day that you have left your job. That was last week. But today is the first day where you really dig in and begin your professional writing career. Begin by taking the sheets gently from yourself in frustration and flinging them off the end of your bed. You will have the opportunity to make your bed again. You won't, but you will have the opportunity. And the exercise of exerting this frustration is good for your circulation and for your psyche. As you get out of bed, you stub your toe on the chair that you left there with today's clothing and items. This reminds you to look for your slippers. As you dig under yesterday's clothing, you eventually uncover them. It is now time to put your slippers on. First, wriggling the toes of your left foot. Next, wriggling the toes of your right foot. And recalling with some discomfort stories of people in other places who have found large and unfriendly insects or other bugs in the toes of their shoes and slippers. You retrieve your foot from your slipper. You give it a gentle tap on the ground. If anything falls out of it, you do not notice. And you decide that if anything was able to hang on in there, it probably deserves to stay. You slide your foot in slowly, giving anything or anyone enough time to leave. You are now wearing both slippers, and you are out of bed. It is now time to brush your teeth. You have gone into the bathroom. You are still bleary from last night's drinking. The mirror as a result, is a little blurry, but you decide that this is your best self, and you wonder if perhaps the photographs of yourself that you dislike are just a little too in focus. You reach down and grab your toothbrush, putting onto it a thick coil of toothpaste. You run it under gentle cold water, and you put it into your mouth, discovering that that was not toothpaste, but the foot cream that was prescribed to you. You have decided to brush your teeth with it anyway, and you begin. You are now gently brushing your teeth, thinking about the day that you are about to face. Lean down and spit. You rinse out the bowl of the sink with hot water. The rest of the foot cream disappears down the drain, as all bad memories should. You place your toothbrush back in the holder. You return to your room and you put on your clothing. You move the chair so that you will not stub your toe on it. And you sit down at your open laptop. To keep you company, you start a favorite TV show so that you will have something to focus on while you write. Perhaps it will inspire you.
Specific one and beyond. Also, it really helps if your student speaks of a Thunderdome in a disparaging manner, as in our little playlet.
Now that you have company, you begin to stare at the blank page in front of you. Heart-pounding panic sets in. Your limbs feel both leaden and also charged with electricity. You begin to sweat. You type out the first few words 12 times before you decide that what you really need is an urgent trip to the bathroom. You have gone into the bathroom and you are sitting on the toilet, shitting loudly. It is at that point that you realize there is no paper. In an uncomfortable half squat, half waddle, you dig in the distant cabinet, cursing yourself for putting the paper so far away. You have replaced the roll, cleaned yourself appropriately, and are now getting into the shower because of how bad it was. As the water washes over you, you discover that you are a wellspring of ideas. That first sentence wasn't the right place to start. Where you really need to start is in the middle, and then delete everything that came before it. You think about worlds and characters that have never occurred to you before. You are ready to put them down to paper. After you dry yourself off, you swing by the kitchen to make yourself a snack. You prepare cheese and crackers, the epitome of your culinary talent. You also grab a drink, choosing something non-alcoholic first, but then mixing whiskey into it in order to encourage what you call brains flow. You have returned with your snack and your drink to your keyboard. The blank page confronts you. you no longer remember what it was that you wanted to write down. Today was supposed to be your writing day, but it can still be a productive day. You look at your shopping list on your phone, you look at your appointments, and you decide that you will come back to this again tomorrow. You will instead go shopping, make lunch, have a nap, masturbate, and remain confident in the fact that you are a professional writer. Thank you. End of side one.
Now let's rub our hands together for James, everybody. For a super professional life coach, James Fairbeard. Let's hear it for him one last time. Wasn't that really something that was very special and something we've all experienced this last year? Everything from needing to take a shower to shirking our responsibilities by instead choosing to rub one out instead of writing. So thank you, James, for that. Your next ASMR comic today also hails from the lovely city of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, where he also recently was voted the third funniest comic in the entire city. Everybody, please welcome to the stage, Jack Ross.
Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for mentioning that I was voted third best comedian in the Chippewa Valley. I'll have everyone know that was out of 3. So not too impressive. Before I begin, I'd like to talk about that movie $1 Million Duck. I can't help but be reminded of another 70s Disney movie I saw called Gus, about a mule that kicks field goals for a college football team. What a time. What a time to make movies in the 70s. I liked Gus. Anyway, I've decided I'll use this time to just present a visual collage of a day in the life of myself, Jack Ross. Now, you might be wondering, who is Jack Ross? Well, let me tell you a little about myself. My name's Jack Ross. I'm a Leo. And you may not have guessed this by looking at me, but I grew up on the streets. But that's because I was adopted by a highway. Yeah, and he was strict too. Now, I'm not going to do an impression of his voice on account of it being too gravelly. That was gravel. But he'd always say to me, Jack, it's my way. And that's all he'd say. I recently shaved my face. That's something about me. And people tend to notice every time I shave my face. But it's not because I have distinguishable facial hair, but every time I go near someone, the blood from my neck gushes onto their clothes. That was the sound of gushing blood. All right, I mentioned my dad earlier. I have a pretty masculine dad. This is a picture of my dad. Now, I mentioned before he's a pretty masculine guy. How masculine is he? He drives a forklift. To work, actually. He works as a CPA, but he drives a forklift to his job. All right. And that's the sound of his forklift as he pulls into work. Here's my morning routine. Every morning, I wake up and my alarm goes off. Very long alarm. And I pour myself a delicious, decadent cup of coffee. That hits the spot. And I also fry myself 2 delicious eggs. Yum. And then I open the windows and I say hello to the day. Beautiful birds, they greet me. Let's talk about my commute. Now I'm not, this is more the walk to my car. You see, every time I walk to my car, I pass this fortune-telling machine, and I can't help but put a quarter in every time. And interestingly enough, I get the same fortune every time. I will be struck by a moving train. Oddly specific, don't you think? But I think nothing of it, and I walk to my car. It's a nice car, and interestingly enough, it doesn't run on gas. It runs on beautiful, clean burning coal, and it has a crank in the back. And I start it, and I go to work. Boy, I hope these sound effects can be heard. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of dead air. Okay, and now I'm at work, and I go to my cubicle. It's a nice cubicle. I can't really complain, except it is right next to the copy machine. Loudly making copies. Data. I love data. And what do I do at work? Simple. I send 1 email a day, and then I play backgammon for 8 hours straight. I can't help it. I love rolling them bones. Don't forget to blow on them for luck. And then after work, after a busy 8-hour day of playing backgammon, I run my errands. I go to Walgreens. And at Walgreens, I get myself a green tea self-heating facial mask. So now I don't have to stick my head in the microwave. Good stuff. Good stuff. And also, I do a lot of online shopping. Right now, I'm in the market for a new set of turntables. I like to shop around. I want to get the best value on turntables, so I always make sure that I visit the online turntable database. You know the one. The Wiki. Oh yeah. And then I go on my nightly stroll, and I think about deep thoughts. And well, that's my day. I hope you enjoyed that. Wait a minute. Did you hear that? Oh, no. No, the fortune teller was right. No. The end.
Wow, that was powerful. Rest in peace, Jack Ross. I'm so glad that your one performance here with Fearless during Die Laughing is going to be well remembered, especially for that wiki joke. Absolutely incredible. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Your next comic today, I'm very, very thrilled to bring up next. Everybody, please welcome to the stage, Katie Utke.
Hello, everybody. I hope you are all having a magical, magical day so far. My name is Katie Utke, but for this exercise, my name is Jester Glimmergarnet, and I will be your guide through this process of helping you deeply and calmly relax. Now, find a comfortable position, either sitting in a comfy chair or laying down on the bed, or sprawled out in the middle of a public park at 11 p.m. before the cops come to kick you out, wherever you feel the most comfortable. That's right. Now, close your eyes and imagine a happier place than the trash fire the world is right now. Maybe it's a warm patch of sand on a beach, or maybe in the middle of a garden surrounded by various wondrous flowers. Or maybe it's a certain magic school for magic that you just wish the garbage author would lose the rights to. Any happy place is fine. Now breathe in and breathe out. And breathe in and breathe out. That's good. You're doing so well. Now breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. For the next step of this process, we're going to hold the breath in before exhaling. Now breathe in, hold it, keep holding it, just about to pass out, and breathe out. Now breathe in again, hold it, telling Satan to make space for you in hell, and breathe out. That's right, my lovelies. You're doing so, so good. Just keep focusing on your breath and relax. Keep breathing as the bings of prosperity fill your ears and enter your brain space. Bing! 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 And relax. Just focus on your breath and my voice. That's right, you're doing so amazingly well. Now it is time to focus on individual parts of the body, starting with the tippy top of your head. Just pull all of your focus to the very, very top of your head. Release any muscle tension within your skull, lest it suffocate your brain. Then slowly move down the forehead, past your receding hairline to your eye sockets. Feel the muscles within your eye sockets and release them. Now pull your focus and your attention to your ears. Feel the muscles around your ears and release. Now move your focus once again, but this time to your nose. As you relax the nose, you might feel some snot beginning to drip. That's fine. Just let it happen. It doesn't matter if it covers your shirt or gets on your lips. Speaking of lips, it's time to bring focus to your mouth and your jaw. Feel the tension in your jaw and in those baby bones we call teeth, and release. Now bring that focus from your lips through your neck all the way down to your shoulders. You aren't Atlas. You don't need to carry the weight of the world. Just feel the tension in those muscles and release. Feel your focus drift from the shoulders to your arms, past your elbows, past your wrists, to every single one of your fingers. Focus on your fingers as the bings of prosperity fill your ear holes once more. Bing! 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 Excellent. Now pull the focus from your fingers back up through your arms and shoulders and down now through your chest and into your belly. Feel all the food you have eaten today continue their digestion process. We're going to focus on the tummy while doing another couple of breaths. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in one more time and breathe out. Wonderful. It is now time to take focus from your belly and bring it to your bladder and sex organs. Feel all the muscles all around your bladder and sex organs. Feel the tension and release. Now pull your focus from your bladder to your asshole. That's right. We're going to bring some relaxation right to your asshole. Now clench that sphincter and release. Clench hard and release. Clench like you're trying to squeeze a walnut and release. If you shit yourself, that's fine. It's a perfectly normal part of the process. Remember that it's a problem for future you and pull your focus to your thighs. Feel the muscle tension in your thighs and release. Now feel that focus move from your thighs to your knees and then down to your shins. Feel the tension and release. Very, very good, my darlings. That focus on your shins should move past your ankles and into your feet. Feel the tension in your feet and release. Pull that focus all the way into your toes. Focus intently on your toes as the bings of prosperity enter your brain for the last time. Bing! 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 Now expand your focus to cover your entire body, your imperfect, stinky, mortal body. We're going to focus on our breaths One more time. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. You can open your eyes now. Thank you for joining me on this journey of relaxation today. I hope it made this miserable little life a tiny bit more tolerable. Thank you.
Wow, what a marvelous performance from Katie Utke, aka Chester Glimmer Garnet. Fantastic opportunity for all of us to just take a minute and relax our assholes. Our next performer, I'm very excited to have them here. Everybody, please welcome to the stage, Kaz Lauren.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kaz Lauren, and I am the Tea Whisperer. Now, you may be wondering, is the tea whisper the same thing as spilling the tea? No, not quite, but we'll get into that later. Today, I'm going to show you how to brew blooming tea. And you might be wondering, what the fuck is blooming tea? Well, I'm going to show you. But you will require a few things. One, you need a tea kettle. Two, you need a decorative tea kettle. Three, you need an insulated teacup. Of course, we need water. And lastly, you need an Amazon subscription so that you can order your tea and receive it in the same day, like I have. So let's open this. These boxes can be a little tricky. Flowering teas. Let's pour our water and get that boiling. I like my water to be very hot, like me. While that's boiling, let's start to unpack what's in our cylinder. It says here, flowering tea is the most elegant and artful innovation in loose leaf tea. Tea blooms, artisans painstakingly combine freshly picked green tea leaves from the highest elevations of gardens together with edible flowers, resulting in exquisite designs and flavors for you won't find anywhere else. Again, this is why you need an Amazon subscription. I won't bore you with all the reading because this is difficult to open. One that we can bloom. Soothing star, enchanting beauty, fireplace bloom, listening. We're not doing this one. Love's not eternal. Floral passion. Floral passion. I'm starting to think that I might have got gypped here. Golden Oasis. I was worried for a second. Sunset love. Again, overrated. Rising spring. That sounds appropriate. You see how difficult that thing was to open? I bent the top. As we're waiting for our water to boil, we place our tea bloom into our decorative tea kettle. It might take a little finagling to get it centered, but eventually we do. It looks like a little turd. Since everyone's talking about shit and stuff, I don't find shit so relaxing, but I didn't want to be kept out of the joke. I have 2 teacups here. I'm not quite sure why, because it's just me, my dogs, and me, but I thought it looked more pretty with 2 teacups. And maybe it made me feel less lonely about love. As we wait for our water to boil, let's talk about some tea that I want to spill. I hope you're not asleep. The first 4 acts did seem a little tiring, and I hope this tea will put a little pep in your step. Do you hear that? Do you hear it? It's the water heating up. In no time, we'll be enjoying our beautiful blooming tea. This tea, they say 212. That's exactly what I have. 3 to 4 inches. Okay. 5 to 10 minutes, I don't know. But this should be fine. We're getting there. Water's getting close. But I want you to start to relax. Start to bring yourself to a place for yourself to receive the tea that you're about to drink. Think about it. Kind of sounds like the rain you've been getting. I don't want to complain because rain is better than snow, but come on. This is what happens when you do something for the first time and you have no idea what you're doing. You will. So as I wait for the water to boil, you'll have to listen to me. We're getting very close. Let's prepare our tea kettle. We're going to slowly pour the water into our decorative tea kettle. And as the heat interacts with the tea kettle and the bowl, we'll see something amazing. something is supposed to happen. Let's see. Well, this was brewing tea with your whispering tea master. Unfortunately, my measurements were all off. So, looks like you're going to have to get your own Amazon subscription, order your own set of blooming tea, and boil the water. Make sure you follow the instructions. I'll be drinking this in a little bit, but it was nice teasing you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Wow. Let's hear it for Cass, Lauren, everybody. Absolutely fantastic. And you know, all that tea reminds me of something that Granddad Stirs always used to say to me. He used to say, if you live in a glass house, you should probably wear more clothes because nobody wants to see that. I don't know what that means. Your next comic today is none other than the wonderful Kyle Decker.
Hello, everyone. It's time for Kyle's story hour. I'm going to read you a nice story. I didn't have time to properly screen the children's book I'm picking, so I just picked one with a dinosaur on the cover because every kid loves a good dinosaur. Shall we get going? All right, give me one moment. All right. This book is called All My Friends Are Dead by Avery Monson and Jory John. All my friends are dead. Oh, it's a dinosaur. Well, wait. I guess this one's still alive. That doesn't make does the author know what extinction means? All my friends are dead. That's a dodo bird. They were overhunted because they couldn't fly, and they were very dumb. Most of my friends are dead. Oh, that's a sad commentary on the mortality of life. That's really sad. What? Oh, now all my friends are dead. How, is this a children's book? Oh, this is terrible. You know, I'm going to continue. All of my friends are in tables. I was never friends with that guy. This author seems to be insinuating that even when trees are cut down, they retain some kind of sentience, even when they're IKEA furniture. That's interesting. Dang it. All my friends are hoaxes, says the actual living Yeti. Huh. I sort of resent that. That man's going to drown. He doesn't even have a snorkel. That's terrible. All my friends are undead. Do you get that joke? It's because he's a zombie. All my friends are bread. This author really is on a roll. All right, we'll continue. I have 3,284 friends. I've never met any of them face to face. Boy, this author sure didn't foresee this pandemic where we'd all be indoors talking to each other on computers. How rude of him. Oh, well. All my friends are Phil. Thanks, Doug. The only ship we need is a friendship. Huh, Phil? Friendship. I think Doug is going to murder Phil. I think that's going to happen. All my friends are obsolete. You know, there's nothing like a good mixtape. Takes a lot of work. You got to find some old equipment. It's not obsolete, it's retro, which is cool.
My only friend has recently gone missing. I think this is a trope because every comedian in the world has always commented how you lose a sock when you do laundry. And I think that's a commentary on this, but just buy more socks, dude. It's not that hard. Hi there, little fella. Will you be my friend? Oh, look at that little squirrel with a fluffy tail. He's so cute. I'd rather not. Carlos told me you got mono. This is my worst day. I was not aware that trees were susceptible to human diseases, let alone ones that are typically spread through, mouths, which, well, I guess this tree has, but, this author's really not done a good job of world building. It's sad. Authors should think about these things more. All my friends expired on Tuesday. I don't even think the author's trying anymore. It's, it's a sell by date, not an expired date, live a little, drink that 2-day-old milk, find out what happens. All my friends have scurvy. Yar. Try to lemon their scurvy, Pete. You should try that sometime. 18th century British people figured that out. That can't be that hard. All my friends are terrifying. That's just clown slander. This clown's just sad. Look at him. He just wants someone to chuckle with. He's not terrifying. I've already made 2 children cry today. How, tall, skinny glasses clown? You look like you're nice and fun. You're not. I like clowns. They're pretty great. All my friends are so last season. I don't understand this joke. It's barely a joke, but that's a handbag. All my friends are dummies. Huh? Oh, it's a ventriloquist joke. I see. You could at least give your ventriloquist dummy a beard to match you. Everything else matches. That's just not even trying. Look, at least you have a friend. Oh, that's way more than a friend. What are you doing? Oh God, I'm glad I didn't keep going. I thought this was a children's book. All my friends are puddles. Well, I guess good on you for still being mostly formed snowman. That's pretty good. All my friends are Kentucky Fried. Your friends are delicious. Well, that's just mean. Like, hey, they're tank top dude. Don't taunt someone with the death of their friends. That's not cool. Chicken's yummy though. Please stop buying my friends if you're just going to slowly kill them. Ha ha. It's a brown thumb joke. Ha ha ha. People kill plants all the time. All my friends are followers. Oh, is this the anti-mask section of the story? Once again, I apologize for not screening this book. Where are we going? Oh, because they're followers. I think this book pulled the wool over my eyes. None of my friends will speak to me. I think they speak to him. I think you don't do the speaking. Unless you're insinuating a world where all of a mime's friends are other mimes. That seems like a world that's just strange. How do you order coffee? All my friends will be dead within 24 hours. Well, I guess this guy knows how time flies. All right, I'm sorry. This job makes me feel alive, I guess, Find something you love to do and you'll never work a day in your life. It also insinuates that someone pays death. I wonder who that is and what does he get paid in? It's a lot to think about. That's an existential dread question. You ever asked me? Howdy. Oh no, don't you leave that old man alone. He won his Deadpool with his army buddies. Should let him spend that money. Bad death. Bad. No. Sometimes I feel alone. Some days are long and hard, but when I look out into the world, I'm struck by the impossible beauty of it all. Those billions of magnificent accidents that led us to we are today, that led us to paper planes and nautilus shells, the tiny crooked smiles of children. When I think about all the small perfections of the world, I have faith that my time will come. I have faith that someday a warm light will flood over me and I will find peace. Once again, this is a children's book, and it's asking children to contemplate their own mortality and think of the beautiful things in life while also murdering cute tree people. It's quite a book. Yeah. I am still not your friend. Well, that's just rude, you know. But once again, he's not dead. He's just an end table. Also, I have to comment on the interior design. Who puts an end table with a space and another end table? There's not even a rocking chair or something there. This person is a psychopath in their home decoration. That's all we have today for Kyle's story time. Thank you for joining me. It's been ASMR Comedy Hour. My name's Kyle. Tune in for the next story time. And hopefully the next one won't be so gosh darn depressing. Have a good day.
The answer's Ratatouille. Let's give it up. Sorry. Let's give it up for Kyle Decker, everybody. Wow. That was really something, wasn't it? You know, I have seen a talking mime before. It was the worst mime I've ever seen. And really reminds me a lot of that book. It's really wonderful. You know, I'm very excited because the last bit I did was so wildly popular that I've had a few people ask me to do another episode of that darn mouse. And so I'm here to share that with you now. Yes, this episode is going to be about the Shaggy DA, which again features Disney Stolen Soul cast member Dean Jones as a district attorney that turns into a dog when he gets a hold of a cursed ring. And in this sequel, he is married to Betty, and they have a son named Brian, and they're a very happy family. Hey, can this wait? Sorry, everybody. It's Borat voice, my wife, doing some work while I'm trying to do this show. Can this wait? We're in the middle of it.
In the living room where we live 90% of the time in our small apartment. I cannot put off cleaning the apartment any longer, and I have to pick up these toys.
Okay, fine, whatever. Go ahead. Just go. All right. Anyways, in the Shaggy DA. You know, I understand that we live in a 500 square foot apartment, but you know, it doesn't help that 100 of those square feet are actually filled up with harps. I think if we could maybe get rid of some of those harps, this wouldn't be a problem.
Every era of music requires a separate harp. You can't use them interchangeably.
Fine, but do you need, like, what are you doing? Are you covering like all like 5,000 years of music with all these harps? Why do you need so many? You knew that this was coming up for weeks, and you couldn't maybe have picked tomorrow or something? I don't know.
You couldn't have picked up earlier yourself, maybe? You have hands too. You can also pick up baby toys off the floor.
I'm gonna get back to my thing now, okay? Anyways, so the really song again, goddamn, you know, I've been looking forward to this whole bit for the past, I don't know, 3 months since, well, actually since the last year since Die Laughing got canceled. God, it can't wait just 1 more hours. Do you have to just softly jangle these keys in front of the microphone?
Yeah. It's part of my routine. I don't shake these keys. Nothing can get done today.
In front of the microphone is your cleaning routine.
Do not make fun of my ADHD, please.
I don't suppose you could have like gone to like your mom's or something during this time, so maybe we could have just done this thing now and then talked about this afterwards, so that we're not doing this right on the Zoom screen here. It's kind of embarrassing for me.
It's not my fault that you have decided to intrude upon the afternoon by recording in the middle of the comments.
That's the point of the common space, isn't it? Just to kind of be there where anybody can do anything. You know, I'd really like to have a multi-thousand, not all of us can have a multi-thousand-dollar setup at our house like James, okay? We're not all just swimming in it where we can do ASMR bits from our massive studio. I mean, did you see the place that James was recording from? It was huge. I don't even know what he does for work. And somehow he managed to have that much space in his studio. My God, I'm just saying it would be nice to have that studio space, but we don't. So I don't know, maybe cut me some slack here, damn it.
Makes more money. Maybe you could have some nice things.
Damn it, woman, I'm trying here. And one of these days, Alice, one of the, I'm just gonna blow, I have to blow some bubbles into the microphone to just relax. This is,
Bubbles are not an experience.
well, now you're making me look like a fool in front of everybody, Michaela. This is why we can't go out with our friends. The pandemic is the worst thing that's ever happened to this relationship. Because at least when we were out with people, we could pretend like we weren't trying to go after each other all the time inside this very enclosed space.
I have no choice but to just consistently shake this ring for sound effect under the
Hold on, I need a drink. Let me grab it.
Hey! Now you're stealing my beers?
Unbelievable. You know what? My birth mother was right. How dare you? Ladies and gentlemen, whew, I need 5 minutes. Well, hopefully 10 minutes. So, everybody, please give it up for your next comic. Everybody. Got my intro notes here. Give it up for St. Paul's favorite gay space alien, Tom S.T.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Here, bear with me one moment. Oh God, I sound like I'm on the phone at my day job. I do apologize for that. There we go. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. Some of you might have been here when I previewed this piece at Fearless Lab, which was 2 years ago. And what's funny about that is that it was actually the last in-person performance I was in before everything went to hell. Now, it was first performed in the basement of Honey. Sad to see that venue go. But then I had to put it on hold for about 2 years. So I am very excited to get to present it with you here today. So before we begin, I'm going to go ahead and do a little mood setting. So excuse me one moment. And if you hear a dog in the background, that's okay. We're just going to roll with it. All right. All right. I'll be right back. All right, let's go ahead and get those back on. Now, go ahead and brace yourself, friends, because it's about to get weird. Greetings, delicious humans. I mean, ladies and gentlemen. Although, wait. I have heard that saying ladies and gentlemen is insensitive to those who lie outside the gender binary, so I shall have to come up with a suitable substitute. Very well, it shall have to do. Greetings, my distinguished friends. Although, how distinguished can you be if you're watching a show from the comfort of your own home? Why, I would venture a guess that some of you slovenly humans aren't even wearing those, what do you call them? They are such restricting garments. I cannot imagine how anyone would stand to wear them at all. Let me consult my notes here. Yes. Yes. Pants. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Well, yes, I would venture a guess that some of you humans are watching this very show, sans pants. Now, these are indeed strange times we live in, my dear friends, but really, for my very first try at, what do you call this? Oh, excuse me. Oh. Yes, this observational comedy. I really would have expected I was really hoping that my first audience would have a bit more decorum. You pathetic humans, lovely friends, are quite lucky that I can see you. Or can I? Oh, relax, my succulent-looking friends. That was merely a joke. I cannot actually see you, and so I shall continue on with the assumption that you are conducting yourself with the utmost gentility. With pants. Now, where was I here? Oh, I do apologize for this, my distinguished friends. Even though I have been studying the human art of observational comedy for perhaps longer than some of you have been alive, as I mentioned previously, this is my first attempt in front of an audience. So I do hope you will forgive me if I perhaps stumble in my words or consult my script here. But I did wonder about one thing when I began this endeavor. Why do you humans call it, what is that phrase? What is it? Yes, stand-up comedy. I wonder if one of you would be able to tell me. What? I see. They can hear me, but they cannot respond at all. Oh. Well then. Nope. Scrap that. Scrap that. Scrap that. Yes, here we go. Here's some material that will work nicely, I think. Now, excuse me. Now, I do hope you lovely humans do not mind that I have brought this bowl of water with me. You see, I have now lived through yet another winter in this God-forsaken climate. And I must say, I am quite impressed with your human resilience to dryness. How do you do it, I must ask? I know very little of human physiology, so I imagine that you are all amphibious beings that excrete mucus through your permeable skin to keep you moist and pliable. What's that? Oh, I see. Well, so that explains the wide variety of lotions, greases, balms, and other moisturizing products you humans have available. You know, but I cannot help but make a humorous observation that if you could self-moisturize like amphibians, you would have no need for any of these greasy things. I apologize. That was probably insensitive to those of you who no doubt are suffering from cracked, bleeding knuckles and peeling, chapped lips that have scabbed over from months of the bitter, biting wind and frigid air as you are all trapped inside from the cold. What's that? Oh, yes, I'm sure it is quite painful. But isn't there a certain ironic humor to it all? that you have all of these products, all of these things, all of these chemicals made to prevent dryness, yet your humans are so disgustingly dry. Oh, all right. I jest. And I am deeply sorry that you humans did not evolve properly to withstand this terrible dryness. Now, oh, let me see. Oh, is there anything else that I can tell this bunch of drooling imbeciles that are probably watching the show without pants? Well, I do believe it is time to wrap up my act. So, for my closing remarks, you know, I must say you humans are very lucky that I am trapped in this bowl of water and that you are safely ensconced behind your screens, as all of this has made me quite hungry. But it seems, oh, our wonderful host has brought me something to snack on. So, if you don't mind. Ah! Shh! Ah! Thank you very much. That was very satisfying. Now, my pathetic humans, distinguished friends, you have truly been a lovely audience, and so I am so pleased that I was able to perform for you today, even if you were not, in fact, wearing pants.
Wow, that was fantastic. Let's hear it one last time for St. Paul's favorite gay space alien Cthulhu horror, Tom St. Everybody, let's rub your hand tentacles together for Tom. That was fantastic. Wow. I have been Firsters, and it has been my absolute, once again, special thank you to Fearless Comedy Productions. Special thank you to James Fairbeard, Jack Ross, Katie Utke, Cass Lauren, Kyle Decker, Michaela Stirs, and Tom St.
Everybody come on to wave.
Yeah, everybody get in here. Borat voice, my wife. Borat voice, my wife. Borat voice, my wife.
It's okay.
Michaela, come on.
They're
All
watching
right.
from a delay
Thank you very
in the
much.
bedroom.
Thank
Yeah,
you
thank
very,
you,
very much.
everybody.
To the
Have a
ASMR
wonderful
Comedy Hour, which was really the ASMR Comedy Hour and a half. So there you go. That's the kind of value that we provide at Fearless Comedy Productions. So that was terrific. We had the Tentacle Tipped Tom St. and ASMR Comedy Hour. And thank you very much to everyone. We're going to get ready to go to commercial, and you guys should hang around because we have great fun coming up here with Common Meter Karaoke with Corey Anderson. So hang on, go to commercial.
To share stories.
To bring a little bit of magic into people's lives.
I run tech because I love to paint the scenes in sound and light.
To entertain and connect.
Because when I don't, I start getting a little weird. Okay, weirder.
Because I have an addiction to entertaining others and fueling their emotions, especially joy.
Laughter is a powerful drug and everyone needs it.
To push boundaries and to amuse myself.
I write because it's something that I have always found great comfort in, and I will never forget the first time someone laughed because of something that I wrote.
To escape daily life and maybe help other people find an escape too.
To move someone emotionally.
To be a part of something bigger than myself.
To bring joy to others.
To support all of my wonderful friends.
I perform because there is a voice inside me, and I have to let it out.
To herd cats. Or actors.
To provide opportunities for others.
I like to make people laugh, sometimes on purpose.
To help people forget about their worries.
To explore and share the millions of comedy ideas rattling around in my noggin.
So many opportunities, like getting to write my own show and produce it.
To give life to the pictures in my head.
To give people a chance to escape and make them laugh.
Because I believe that creativity can change someone's mood, someone's day, can even change the world. I am fearless.
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 Welcome back, everybody, to Die Laughing, our halftime show. This COVID abbreviated episode of Die Laughing. We've just listened to the ASMR Comedy Hour, listened to and watched it. And coming up next is Common Meter Karaoke. Just want to let you know where we're at on the donations. Jim and I have received enough donations that we will be recording a rap version of a 70s song of our choice. But if we can hit $400 in this hour, we will offer you guys a selection of 70 songs, and you can decide which one of them you want us to turn into a modern rap song. And if we hit $1,000 of donations this hour, that would be a stretch. But if we do, we will create an original rap song, and we will and we will record a video of an original rap song for you. So get that money coming in here. We're at about $200 at this point, a little bit over that. So come on in with some more donations. Looks like we're almost ready. So without further ado, here is Corey Anderson and Common Meter Karaoke.
Hello, I am Corey Anderson, and welcome to Common Meter Karaoke. Common Meter Karaoke is, you may have heard how certain songs, you can sing to the tune of other songs, like you can sing any Emily Dickinson poem to the Gilligan's Island theme. That's because they use the same sort of poetic meter, referred to as common meter. There are a whole bunch of songs that do that, so I have gathered some of those songs, as well as some songs that will fit common meter if you hit it with a hammer enough and some bits fly off. But I have gathered some of those, and I am going to randomly pull from these little bins here to get a lyrics to a song and the melody to a song, and then I will have to make it work and somehow combine those two things into a functional song. So let me get my audio connected here. All right, so let's see what the first will be. First song of today is The lyrics are from the Muppet Show theme song. And I'll be doing that to the tune of, and if I ever pull the same song, because some of these are in both bins, I will do something else instead. I'll be doing the Muppet Show theme song to the tune of Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. So I have all of my lyrics here. Pull that one out. And get that in there. All right. Here we go. There we go. All right. It's time to play the music. It's time to light the lights. It's time to meet the Muppets on the Muppet Show tonight. It's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up right. It's time to raise the curtain on the Muppet Show tonight. Muppet Show, Muppet Show, Muppet Show. Why do we always come here? I guess we'll never know. It's like a kind of torture to have to watch the show. To introduce our guest star, that's what I'm here to do. So it really makes me happy to introduce to you Mr. Steve Martin. Started. Why don't you get things started? It's time to get things started on the most sensational, inspirational, celebrational, Muppetational show. This is what we call the Muppet Show. This is what we call the Muppet Show. I'm out of lyrics. Time to play the music. It's time to light the lights. It's time to meet the Muppets on the Muppet Show tonight. It's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up right. It's time to raise the curtain on the Muppet Show tonight. Why do we always come here? I guess we'll never know. It's like a kind of torture to have to watch the show. That's what I'm here to do. So it really makes me happy to introduce to you Juliet Prowse. Play the music, it's time to light the light. It's time to meet the Muppets on the Muppet Show tonight. It's time to put on makeup, it's time to dress up right. It's time to raise the curtain on the Muppet Show tonight. Why do we always come here? I guess we'll never know. It's like a kind of torture to have to watch the show. It's time to celebrational Muppet Show. Alright, hopefully my next songs will actually have some more lyrics. I got through that like 3 times on that one. So let's see what our next song will be. Alright, I have the lyrics. Let's see what tune that's... that was the same song. I'll let the lyrics be a surprise on this one. Okay. This will be to the tune of Radiohead's Creep. And we'll see how this these lyrics work on this one. Oh, I should probably pull the lyrics, so I know what I'm doing. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules and so do I. Full commitment's what I'm thinking of. Wouldn't get this from any other guy. Just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. I'm never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We both know the game, and we're gonna play it. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Oh, never gonna. Oh, that's the end of that. I cut some of these down for time. I forgot where that one ended. I was ready to go on that part though. All right. So that was Never Gonna Give You Up to the tune of Creep. Let's see what is next on the docket. All right. Lyrics to Folsom Prison Blues. To the tune of the Gilligan's Island theme song. All right. Oh, and I need my lyrics. Coming, it's rolling round the bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on, but that train keeps rolling on down to San Antone, on down to San Antone. When I was a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever play with guns. But I shot a man in Reno, just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. But there's rich folks eating in a fancy car. They're probably drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Lead me from this prison. If that railroad train was mine, I bet I'd move it on a little further down the line. Far from Folsom Prison, that's where I want to stay, and I bet that lonesome whistle will blow my blues away. When those folks eating in a fancy dining car, they're probably drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Ahead and coming, I know I can't be free. Those people keep a-moving, and that's what tortures me. All right, that was Folsom Prison Blues to the tune of the Gilligan's Island theme, or the Ballad of Gilligan's Isle. Next up, we have the lyrics to the House of the Rising Sun to the tune of David Bowie's The Man Who Sold the World. All right. There we are. All right. Let's see how this one goes. I'm not as sure on how this one will. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. I grabbed the lyrics to The Man Who Sold the World and the tune of The Man Who Sold the World. That would be really easy. That would be too easy. There we go. House of the Rising Sun. There's a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. My mother was a tailor. She sewed my new blue jeans. My father was a gambling man down in New Orleans. Now the only thing a gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk, and the only time to be satisfied when he's all drunk. Oh, mother, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, I got one foot on the platform, the other foot on the train. I'm going back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain. There is a house in New Orleans called the Rising Sun. It's been the ruin of many a poor boy. All right. Sometimes verses and choruses don't line up, but we're making it work. All right. So that was House of the Rising Sun to the tune of The Man Who Sold the World. Next up, we have good. We have the lyrics to the Animaniacs theme song. And there we go, our first song to pop up on both sides. This will be the Animaniacs theme to the tune of Folsom Prison Blues. I know there's the rebooted Animaniacs, so I grabbed the classic lyrics for what that's worth. It's time for Animaniacs, we're zany to the max. So just sit back, relax. We're Animaniacs, you'll laugh till you collapse. Come join the Warner Brothers and the Warner Sister Dot. Just for fun we run around the Warner movie lot. They lock us in the tower whenever we get caught. But we break loose and vamoose, and now you know the plot. We're Animaniacs, not as cute and yakko yaks. Pinky and the Brain who want to rule the universe. Good feathers flock together, Slappy whacks him with her purse. Buttons chases Mindy while Rita sings a verse. Writers flip, we have no script. Why bother to rehearse? Alright, that was Animaniacs theme to the tune of Folsom Prison Blues. Also, just for fun, I originally intended this to be a show where I'd challenge a bunch of people to, on the spot, do this sort of thing without having any idea what the songs are. So I had a custom trophy made that says at the bottom, Common Meter Karaoke Champion. This whole thing was a bad idea, but you were the best at it. So, you know, maybe next year, when we can actually do this all in person again, I will have it with contestants, and you could win that trophy, but I get to keep it for this year, so. Next up, we have the lyrics to God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen. This will be an interesting pairing. All right, I'll just let you hear this one. When the music starts. I mean, both songs are kind of about a virgin, right? God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day to save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Tidings of comfort and joy. Yeah, comfort and joy. Tidings of comfort and joy. In Bethlehem, in Israel, the blessed babe was born and laid in a manger. Upon this blessed morn, through which his mother Mary did nothing take in scorn. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy, from God our heavenly Father. A blessed angel came unto certain shepherds. Yeah, brought tidings of the same, how that in Bethlehem was born the Son of God by name. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. So bring that one to your next Christmas gathering this year. God rest ye merry gentlemen, to the tune of Madonna's Like a Virgin. All right, next up we have the lyrics to the Arrogant Worms' song TV Weather Guy. Here's another one that we have heard part of before. Now we're going to hear the other half of that. A previous song, and you will recognize that one for sure. Let me pull these lyrics out. All right. My father was a lawyer, mom's at university. My brother and my sister, they both have their PhD. My grandpa was a pilot, shooting Nazis from the sky. But I am the most famous, I'm a TV weather guy. Smiles at the camera and tells a little joke. Thinks a meteorologist knows what falls from the sky, but he's got a steady income as a TV weather guy. Said that I'm not qualified to be on the TV. Don't know Celsius from Fahrenheit, so I just say degrees. Just read the temperatures and make up a bunch of lies, and ends up being right more than the guy on Channel 5. Smiles at the camera and tells a little joke. He always says it's sunny if the telestrator's broke. Thinks clouds are made of cotton that have blown up to the sky. He's got a steady income, as a TV weather guy. On Saturdays I must be out of bed by 5 a.m. Put on a ton of makeup and stare at the camera lens, greeting all the viewers with a hi hip hello, cause that's the day I have to host a kiddie cartoon show. Alright, that was the Arrogant Worms' TV weather guy to the tune of Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. Alright, we got time for at least one more song. I don't know if it'll be more than that, so let's... All right, so we have the Ballad of Gilligan's Isle to the tune of The Offspring's Pretty Fly for a White Guy. to sit right back and you'll hear a tale about a fateful trip that started from this tropic port aboard this tiny ship. The mate was a mighty sailing man, the skipper brave and sure. 5 passengers set sail that day for a 3-hour tour. The weather started getting rough, the tiny ship was tossed. If not for the courage of the fearless crew, the minnow would be lost, the minnow would be lost. Ship sent ground on shore of this uncharted desert isle with Gilligan, the skipper too, a millionaire and his wife. Here on Gilligan's Isle. There we go, that's the part. The tale of our castaways, they're here a long, long time. They'll have to make the best of things, it's an uphill climb. The first mate and his skipper too will do their very best to make the others comfortable in the tropic island nest. No phone, no lights, no motor car, not a single luxury. Like Robinson Crusoe, it's as primitive as can be. So join us here each week, my friends. You'll sure to get a smile from 7 stranded castaways. Oh, hey, here on Gilligan's Isle. All right. I believe that is probably about the time I have here. It looks like I don't know if I can cram in one more song, so that may have to be it for this year, but hopefully, come back next year. So thank you all for joining me on this. This was silly and fun to do, and I hope to share it with others in a future Die Laughing. Thank you to Fearless and Die Laughing. And yeah, please keep watching the rest of Die Laughing Halftime, the rest of today, and there's a bunch more tomorrow. Check out the silent auction. Check out all of the things, and any help you can give us is appreciated. If you're not able to financially donate, tell someone else about this going on. So that would be awesome, and let's people like me do stuff like this. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Corey. Boy, that was a lot of fun, and that was Common Meter Karaoke. Really appreciate it. Also, Corey is really, really good at this hosting stuff. So when he mentions stuff like the live auction and donating, those are all things that we really hope you will step up and do. Our last donation amount, not to put pressure on you guys, but our last donation amount was $50, and our largest donation so far has been $1,500. Those are a couple goals you can try to break right now. Send us $51. Send us $1,501. We're easy. So we'd love to pick up some donations from you on behalf of Corey's wonderful Common Meter Karaoke. And I really enjoyed that. So coming up next, we have a crew of jokers with James Fairbairn and Joke Pretty. But first, we're going to have this commercial.
Hi, my name is Tim Wick, and I'm the Artistic Director of Fearless Comedy Productions. Thank you so much for taking some time out of your weekend to watch part of Die Laughing Halftime. I hope you're enjoying what we're producing, and I hope it's giving you a smile, and I hope that you choose to support Fearless in the coming year. This last year has been a tough one for a lot of theater companies, including ours, and we're really excited to get back on stage in front of audiences. Fearless has been working for years to help give artists an opportunity to create new works and to try new things on stages around the Twin Cities. But rather than just tell you about those stages, let's go take a look at some of the stages we performed at in the last several years. Come on.
The Phoenix Theater, the Historic Mounds Theater in St. Paul, Strike Theater, the Bryant Lake Bowl Theater, and even from inside our own houses.
And that's not even all. We've performed in all sorts of other venues that I either couldn't get to because they're too far away or just didn't go to because I'm lazy. For instance, we performed at the Heartwood Conference Center here in rural Wisconsin. And right in the middle of the Mississippi River. We've performed on the Jonathan Paddleford in cooperation with the Mississippi Park Connection for the last 4 years. We have a lot of great ideas coming up, and we really need your support. With your help, we use that money to create shows like Fearless 5, where we have 5 different writers and 5 different directors create a show with a common theme. This year's theme was space, and we produced it online. All 5 shows were written to be performed online. It was a really great show, and you can still see that if you go to our Facebook page. It's still there. I am super proud of what everybody at Fearless does. And I am super excited for a company that works so hard to give emerging artists the opportunity to explore comedy in all of its many facets. Yes, we're going to be back on stage this year, and I couldn't be happier. But you know what? We've learned how to produce things online now, and we're not going to give that up. We're still going to be producing things online for people who maybe can't get out to see something on a stage or don't feel comfortable yet. I know how that is, but what we need is your support. Coming up later this year, we plan to be back on stage to produce The Bungalow Loft at the Historic Mounds Theater. We'll have a new installment of Fearless 5 on stage at the Historic Mounds Theater in February, and we have plans to produce Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing at the Historic Mounds in the spring. There's so much coming up, but we need your help to make it all happen. So do what you can. And if you can't do anything, I hope you just take some time to enjoy what we're doing online, because you know what? Making people laugh is what Fearless is all about. And if we can do that, that's enough.
Here we are. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, that was an important announcement. That tells you about like what we're trying to accomplish here with Fearless Comedy Productions. We have done a lot of things over the years that we're really proud of. We have sponsored new productions for the Minnesota Renaissance, or not Minnesota Renaissance Festival, Minnesota Fringe Festival. We have put on multiple years worth of Fearless 5, which is a 5 performance production at the Mounds Theater. We've produced all sorts of original new comedy around town. I've even gotten to write and produce a play for Fearless Comedy Productions. So this organization means a lot to me. It means a lot to all of our members, and it would mean a lot to us if you would donate. We have a new item in the silent auction. Bryn Berryhill has offered to do custom contour drawing and coloring to taste for the winner of the new item in the silent auction. So thank you very much, Bryn. All right, looks like we're getting ready. We've got Joke Party coming up with James Fairbairn and a crew of miscreants. So thank you guys very much for attending the show. And we look forward to hearing from Joke Party with James Fairbairn.
Good afternoon and welcome, joke fans. My name is James. My co-host is Kyle Decker. Between the two of us, we have a long and torrid history of amassing some of the world's worst jokes. We consider ourselves to be experts in the field, and we're here tonight to not only share that expertise with you, but to crown the next ruler of Joke Party. Our contestants this evening are Tom, Jim, and Fur. Welcome to all of you. I hope that you are prepared for the character assassination that we have created for you. That's right, it's an intervention, but of a weird kind. The dollar amounts raised tonight will be put toward Fearless Comedy's fundraiser instead of given to the winners. As a consolation prize, we will be giving them what can only be described as the crappiest of mugs.
So, contestants, thumbs up if you are ready with your buzzers. Excellent. So that the audience at home is familiar with how your buzzer sounds. Tom, you'll need to adjust your sound settings so that we can hear it. And that's why we do this. While we are waiting on them, Jim. Perfect. And Fur. Excellent. Tom, make sure that your noise suppression is low.
Is low.
And
Okay.
try again.
Let's see how this sounds.
Perfect.
Excellent.
All right. So we are now ready to begin this atrocity. Welcome to Jokepardy Round 1. We are going to start the board with Tom, first in order. Our categories are setting a bar, which is jokes in which the bar is the setting. Hat or nails, dad jokes. Who's there? Knock knock jokes. We will provide the answer to the person who is at the door. You will tell us who it is that is knocking. Playing chicken. We will describe who is crossing the road, but you will tell us what their description is. X marks the spot. All pirate jokes. And tip of the Hedberg. These are Mitch Hedberg quotes. We will provide you the punchline, and as with all of these, you will provide us the setup. Please remember to phrase your answer in the form of a setup. Tom, where would you like to begin?
Let's go with X marks the spot for $2.
The punchline is an arm and a leg. Jim, I heard you first.
What did that cannon cost you?
Judge?
It's what did that shit cost you? But this is close enough.
That is
Pirates
close
buy
enough.
Lots of things. I will give it to you.
Excellent. Perfect. So the $2 category, or the $2 in this category, is done. Jim, you have control of the board.
I'll take X marks the spot for $4.
And audience at home, you may notice that these are shockingly low amounts. Hundreds of dollars less than Jeopardy would allow. However, we're not Jeopardy and we don't have their budget. $4. Your punchline is eye to eye. Tom.
How do pirates see each other?
I'm gonna buzz no on that.
Any others? Jim? Fur? No? Kyle, please give us the correct answer.
The correct answer, what is a pirate's favorite form of communication? Eye to eye.
There we go. Now, there were no correct answers, but we did get an incorrect answer. I'm going to ask Jim to continue.
We'll try X marks the spot for $6.
$6 coming up. Nothing. It just waved. I heard Fur.
What did the Jolly Roger say to the pirate ship?
Wrong.
Incorrect. I heard Jim first.
What did the flag say to the ocean?
Also incorrect.
Tom, you're up next.
What did the ocean say to the shore?
That is correct. It just waved.
Excellent, excellent. All right. Tom, you have control.
Let's go with who's there for $2.
Who's there for $2? Your punchline is, Lena a little closer, I'll tell you a joke. I heard Fur.
Who is Lena?
That is correct.
Correct.
Don't think too hard on spoilers.
No. Really don't. We know these jokes or wrote them, so don't think hard at all.
There wasn't much
Right.
brain power put behind most of these jokes.
We share a brain, but it's not even our brain, and it's in a jar somewhere. So
It's not brain, it's just cauliflower.
that'd be normal. Yeah. So I believe Fur, you have control of the board.
Yes, I'll take Tip of the Hedberg for $2.
Tip of the Hedberg for $2. The end of your quote is temporarily stairs. Sorry for the convenience. Jim.
An escalator can never break. It can only become stairs. You only see a sign saying escalator.
There we go.
Correct.
Thank you. All right. So, Jim, you presently have control of the board.
Let's try tip of the Hedberg for $4.
Tip of the Hedberg, $4. If you want to eat 2,000 of something. Jim.
I like rice because it's a good snack.
That is correct.
All right.
All right, I'll take tip of the Hedberg for $6.
Tip of the Hedberg for $6. Or a really cool opotamus. Jim.
No, I'm sorry. That was me having it in
Thinking.
my hand by accident.
Ah.
I don't remember that one.
That's why it's the $8 one.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
Is that a hippopotamus or is it really a hippopotamus or
line judge?
Really cool opotamus. That is correct.
Excellent,
Is a hippopotamus a hippopotamus or just a really cool opotamus? I'll give it. That is
Okay.
close enough.
All right. Hang on just a second here. We will return to the panel. And Jim, since you were given that one, what is your next square?
I just saw tip of the Hedberg and I know the answer to that one, so I'll go for that one.
All right. Jim.
I used to do drugs.
Correct.
I still do, but I used to too.
And tip of the Hedberg for 10.
Tip of the Hedberg for 10. Because that would be too long. Jim, I heard you first.
I haven't slept for 3 days.
Line
Incorrect.
judge? Incorrect. Fur, I heard you next.
I think it was I haven't slept for 20 years.
Also incorrect.
Wow.
Tom?
I haven't trimmed the hedges in 3 years. Just making
The
shit
correct
up.
answer, I'm being very
Mix it up.
pedantic, but I haven't slept for 10 days because
There
it
we
would
go.
be too long.
All right. So, Tip of the Hedberg is closed out completely. Our last correct response
Was from Jim.
had
Was
Jim
from
in
Jim.
control. However, Jim, I am going to move to Fur because you did answer incorrectly.
Okay. I'll take Paternalis for $2.
Paternel, for $2. Hello, hungry. I'm Dad. I heard Fur first.
I'm hungry.
That is correct.
That is absolutely correct.
Paternalis for $4.
$4.
I'm
Tom,
sorry. What is brown and sticky?
That is correct.
that is correct. Tom, you've stolen control.
Yes, I did. Patternales for $6.
$6 coming up when it is full grown.
Oh crap.
Correct. No,
It
joking.
wasn't yet. Oh jeez.
Damn it. Oh, come on.
When it is full grown. Did I hear you buzz in, Fur?
Yeah, when is a puppy not a puppy? That's not right.
No, it is not.
That's time. Oh,
And we are okay,
Okay.
Tom?
When does a pun become a dad joke?
Not quite. There's another punchline. It is, when do you know if a joke is a dad joke?
There we are.
Well, that's kind of close.
It is close, but Kyle is also our line judge.
That's fair.
I'm gonna be that guy.
I don't know if that's fair, but it's true. Acceptable.
That's
Okay. All right. We did get an incorrect response from Tom. Control has moved to Jim.
Yeah, one left on Paternalis, I believe.
That'd be 10 then, right? We'll go on that one. You might wake it up. You might wake it up. At the buzzer, go ahead, Jim.
Be careful where you take a nap.
Is unfortunately incorrect.
It is very funny, but incorrect.
The
The correct answer, go ahead.
is, why should you never fold a sleeping bag?
You might wake it up. Excellent. All right. That incorrect answer moves Control to Fur.
Okay. I will take setting a bar for $2.
Setting a bar for $2. Why the long face? Tom.
A horse walks into a bar and the bartender says,
That is correct.
Excellent. Tom?
I'll take setting a bar for $4.
Sorry, we don't serve fur. Go ahead.
A sandwich walks into a bar and the bartender says,
That is correct.
Excellent.
Are
Fur.
we waiting for the host to finish reading the question before
You
we
don't
buzz in? Or
have
no?
to.
All right.
I definitely appreciate it, but you don't have to.
okay. I'll take setting a bar for $6.
$6? Are you positive? Jim.
A blood cell walks into a bar and offers or orders a drink.
That's incorrect.
Incorrect. Tom.
A wire walks into a bar and the bartender says,
That is incorrect.
Funny, but incorrect. Fur.
An atom walks into a bar and the bartender says, are you
Line
positive?
judge?
I'm going to give it to you. It's an electron walks into the bar, but that's close enough.
There we are. Okay. Fur,
I'll take-
you have control.
Setting a bar, $8.
He orders a beer and a mop. Tom.
a skeleton walks into a bar.
That is correct.
That is correct. Excellent. Tom?
I'll go with setting a bar for 10. Is that left?
I believe so.
All right.
Is the bar tender here? Fur.
A bartender walks into a bar and asks,
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
That is incorrect.
A termite walks into a bar and says,
Excellently done.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
And asks, is the bar tender here?
I gotcha.
All right.
I've never heard that one.
I will take who's there for $4.
Who's there for $4? This is our lightning round. So named because we are about to tell the three of you a string of light bulb jokes. Kyle will be the one reading the jokes, and I will let you know if that is correct. We will give you the punchline. You will tell us who is changing the light bulb. This is the classic, how many blanks does it take to change a light bulb setup? You don't have to do the whole thing. You just have to tell us who fits in that blank. Okay?
And are we buzzing in?
You will be buzzing in. All three of you can buzz in for any of these.
Okay.
All right. First question. 2. One to stand on the chair, changing the light bulb, and one to say, for Christ's sake, McDonald, cross your legs.
Tom.
How many Scotsmen?
Is correct.
Correct.
Number 2. 2, but they got to be really tiny.
How many teenagers does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I'm going to say no on that.
Jim.
Flies.
It's incorrect.
Incorrect.
The correct answer is nymphomaniacs.
The correct answer is nymphomaniacs.
Woof indeed.
Next one.
If it were flies, the punchline would be only 2, but how did they get in there?
Next up, 2. 1 to fill the bathtub with clocks and 1 to turn into a giraffe.
Tom.
How many Dolly artists does it, or Dolly and artist does it take to change a light bulb, or performance artists?
I think we can give them that one.
I believe we can.
It is surrealist, but you went more specific, and I can't penalize you for being more specific.
Well, I don't want to.
Well, I could.
Yeah, I don't
You
want
have been.
But in this case, we are not.
All right.
Thank you.
There we have 2 remaining. All right. The light bulb has to want to change.
Jim.
How many psychiatrists?
I'll give them that one. It's therapist, psychiatrist, both acceptable.
Mine was going to be a lot darker.
All right.
Approaching the end of round 1.
You bet.
We have time for this last lightning bulb or lightning round.
1. We are very efficient and prefer situational humor.
Jim.
How many Germans?
That is correct.
Correct. Fun fact, the structure of the German language makes a lot of wordplay meaningless, and therefore situational comedy is preferred by the people of Germany.
All right.
All right. That is the close to round 1.
I have a score update for everyone.
Okay.
We have Tom in the lead with $38. Jim
Excellent.
right behind them with $30, and
Ooh.
Fur in third place with $14.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm coming.
Well, I wish I could say that round 2 is going to be your opportunity to catch up. However, different from Jeopardy, again, we have almost no budget, and therefore, instead of being doubled, your totals are halved. I will bring the board up for you. And I believe our last correct answer was from.
It was from.
Was it from?
It would have been from Jim because he
From
said
Jim, yeah.
Germans.
Okay. For a moment, I thought Tom, because they had selected the category. Jim, we have passing the bar, all lawyer jokes. We have unforgettable. These are elephant jokes. Cornucopia, a selection of animal jokes. X marks the spot. These are quotations from Groucho Marx specifically, similar to Tip of the Hedberg. We will provide you the end of the quote. You will provide us with the beginning. Another round. These are bar jokes. And father of 2. These are more dad jokes.
We have to stay on brand. I mean,
Yeah.
That's fair. I'll take father of 2 for $2.
Father of 2 for $2. Because they love horsey rides. Because they love horsey rides. Fur.
Why do cowboys ride horses?
Is incorrect.
Incorrect. Tom or Jim?
I got nothing.
The correct answer is, why do backpacks go on your back?
Because they love horsey rides.
That's truly terrible.
It's the worst.
So that was our $2 father of 2.
No, that was 1, wasn't it?
No, that was $2.
$2.
Mm-hmm.
We
Remember,
can do one though. Let's go with
let's
one.
do
next.
one. By its bark. Jim.
How can you tell if a tree is a dogwood?
That is correct.
That is correct.
Let's try $3.
$3. To keep its feet warm. To keep its feet warm.
I think.
Any guesses?
Buzz, buzz.
Time is up.
The correct answer is, why should you store your tape measure in your socks?
To keep
to keep
its feet warm.
$4?
There were no guesses that round. $4. They all have phones.
This is my favorite joke of all time.
This one.
Tom.
Why are puns so funny?
Is incorrect.
Yeah. I was thinking homophones, phones.
That's a very
You put
funny
way,
setup.
Way more brain power into that joke than we
Yes.
ever did.
Yes, this is not a smart joke. Okay. Time is up.
The correct answer is, why are there so many Johnsons in the phone book?
Jesus.
Because
Oh my
they all
God.
have phones.
All right, $5.
$5 coming up. They performed unspeakable acts. Tim.
Why was the mime imprisoned in the box?
Line judge says.
I think that's close enough. We'll get it. I don't. Yeah, we'll give it to him. The true setup is mimes kidnap my friend. They performed unspeakable acts, but you were on the right path with mimes. I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
I want to try that Phonocopeia for $1, please.
Phonocopeia for $1. Giraffe snot. Tom.
What's green and hangs from trees?
Excellently done.
This is correct.
Tom.
I will take X marks the spot for $4.
X marks the spot for $4. It's too dark to read. Tom.
Outside of a book, a dog is man's best friend. Inside a dog.
It's too dark to read. Perfect. Excellent.
Excellent.
Actually, fun story. During the Halloween blizzard of '91, my folks dressed up as the two of the Marx Brothers, and they dressed baby me up as Margaret Dumont, and there are pictures.
I think I speak for everyone when we say we would love to see that. All right.
Also
make it
nerd
happen.
in the best way possible.
I come for it, honestly. Let's go with X marks the spot for $5.
Oh, boy.
$5 coming up. But in your case, I'll make an exception. Fur.
I never forget a face, but in your
Correct.
case, I'll make an exception. We'll take X marks the spot for $2.
But this wasn't it.
We always
Tom.
say do your best.
It's incorrect.
Yeah, I didn't think that was right.
Any other guesses?
Oh, come on, work.
Yeah.
Fur.
I've had a perfectly wonderful evening, but this wasn't it.
Yep, I'll give it to you. I've had a nice evening, but this wasn't it.
There we
So,
go. Fur, you have
Uh,
control.
X marks the spot for $3.
Send up a larger room.
Oh, damn it.
Tim.
Hello, room service.
That is correct.
Correct.
Did we do $1 yet?
Yeah.
I believe we did.
That
I believe
was-
X marks the spot and
has
Father
been
of Two
clear.
are both.
And you
are
got
both
all
done.
but, well, I'm honestly truly impressed that younger millennial comedians just absolutely nailed Marx Brother jokes. Who says
we do
young?
four?
As
They're
older
they're classics for a reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I was in a production of Room Service a couple years ago, so
Very nice.
Is 4 still on the board?
4 from X marks the spot.
I took 4.
Yeah,
That, that was the
okay.
first one they took.
X
Yes.
marks.
Got it.
Oh.
What's
All right.
happening?
Fur got that last one correct, so the board is Fur's.
What?
Where would you like to move, Fur?
What?
Didn't Jim get the last one about send up a larger room?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Pardon
that
me.
is correct. That's apologies. Yep.
Tim.
Let's go another round for 5, please.
Another round for 5. So the bartender gave it to her. Tom.
A woman walks into a bar and orders a double entendre.
That is correct.
There you are.
So happy someone got that joke.
As am I. That is a personal favorite.
That seems like one of the bluer ones in this.
Well, they all are.
All right. Let's go go with passing the bar for $2.
Passing the bar for $2. And then I'll have a beer and a lawyer for my alligator. Then I'll have a beer and a lawyer for my alligator. Tom.
An alligator wrangler walks into a bar? No.
Line judge?
That is incorrect.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Jim or Fur?
Pass.
Yeah, nothing.
I think I just like saying Jimifer.
The correct answer, a woman in a suit puts an alligator on the bar and asks, do you serve lawyers here? Sure do.
Then I'll have a beer and a lawyer for my alligator.
That's terrible.
Can't believe I didn't get that.
All right.
Leave.
Yeah.
Leave the board is mine.
Yes. Since Fur did not get that one, Tom.
Let's go with another round for $3.
Another round for $3. Have you been served? Jim.
A tennis player walks into a bar. The bartender asks.
Line judge?
I'll give it. It's a tennis ball, but that's
the joke is materially the same.
Yeah, yes,
All
it's
right.
materially the same.
All right. Jim.
Which number was that? Was that 3 or 4?
That was $3.
That was
okay,
$3.
let's try 4.
I'm looking for the man who shot my paw. Jim.
A 3-legged dog walks into a bar. He says.
That is correct.
Correct. The original joke does say saloon. However, this is close enough.
Let's try unforgettable for 5.
Unforgettable for 5. They only have one pair of trunks. I heard Fur first.
Why are elephants such terrible swimmers?
We'll give them that one, I think.
Okay. So the original setup is.
It's why can't 2 elephants go swimming?
Oh, that's not even close. Don't give me the points for that.
Okay, well,
We'll
you're
go
so
back
far
to the
behind Fur. It's a pity points.
I don't want your pity points.
Well, you got them
I
anyway.
will when we give you the scores. That's
It's for charity. Take the $5.
It's for charity.
For charity, indeed it
Literally
is.
Stop it.
For charity.
Well, then I'll go with unforgettable for 4.
Unforgettable for 4. Have you ever ironed one? I heard Fur.
Why are elephants so wrinkly?
That is correct.
Correct.
Unforgettable for 3.
A mouse on vacation. Tom.
What is gray, has 4 legs and a trunk?
Is correct.
Correct.
Unforgettable for 2. I keep
Unforgettable
wanting to
for 2.
keep wanting to sing when I say that. Okay.
You don't. Jim.
How do you get down from an elephant?
Correct.
That's correct.
You don't. You get down from a goose. Jim.
Let's go with Pharmacopoeia for 2. We've only done 1, right?
Correct. I believe that's correct.
All right. Do that.
Turns out they're born with them. Turns out they're born with them. Time is up.
The correct answer is I thought I spotted a leopard in the jungle.
Turns out they're born with them. All right.
Let's try 3.
Moving to 3. Their horns don't work.
Why do cows have bells?
It's correct.
Correct.
Let's go with let's see. Have we done passing the bar for $1?
We have not.
There's an easy way for us to check.
Okay.
Professional courtesy. Jim.
Why don't sharks eat lawyers?
It's correct.
Yes.
Also, I would like to take a quick moment to congratulate Rachel Sterling, friend of Fearless, and Renaissance Festival performer on having passed the bar recently and becoming a lawyer. We celebrate with you by telling these miserable jokes, which you will be intimately familiar with. All right.
All right. Do we still have a Faunacopia for 5, I think it was?
We can sure check.
We can check.
Funny farts.
What is invisible and smells like carrots?
Correct.
That's correct.
Let's see. Let's do passing the bar for 3. Do we have that left?
Passing the bar for 3. It is a lightning round. Kyle will read the punchlines to light bulb jokes. You will tell us who is changing the light bulb.
Okay. They'd rather keep us in the dark.
I heard fur first.
How many government officials does it take to change a light bulb?
Yeah, it's politicians or government officials.
Excellently done.
Yep.
Next.
Truth is out there.
None. It's a hardware problem.
Tom.
How many software engineers?
Programmers, software engineers, same thing. Excellent. The light bulb contains the seeds of its own revolution.
Tom.
How many Marxists?
That's correct.
Correct.
All right. Did you have a number in mind?
Tom.
How many psychics?
Incorrect.
The correct answer is accountants.
All right. And one more is none. They watch it being changed and explain to each other when the light bulb first appeared.
I heard Jim first.
Men?
Not quite.
Not quite. I heard Tom.
How many mansplainers does it take? MRAs?
I'm tempted to give it to him, but it's not what we wrote down, so I'm going to say no. That's also a very good... I may have to edit this joke after this because of Tom's answer.
Oh, so you're going to steal my joke, but you're not going to give me the points. I see how it is.
Correct. We're sending someone a mug.
Yeah, and I'm going to make sure it's me at this point.
Fer, do you have a guess for this one?
Creationists?
Also a very good setup. The answer is Marvel fans.
Oh,
And they explain when it first appeared in the comics. All right.
Oh, shit. I missed that.
I buzzed too early. We all got that one wrong.
That's all right.
So what happens now?
I believe it is going to be Tom's pick. For took the last wrong answer.
What's even on the board still?
That's right.
Currently,
almost. Let's see. There are still some
might have passing the bar 4 and 5. Might.
Okay. Let's take passing the bar for 4.
There's a fire across the street, and we didn't want you to think the operation failed. Tom.
A lawyer wakes up from an operation and he asks why the curtains are closed in his hospital room.
Is correct.
That is correct. Tom.
Father figure? Father of for 2?
And I believe we've closed out that category.
Then let's do passing the bar for 5.
Jersey got to pick first. Tom.
It's something like why when they were deciding who got all the doctors and who got all the lawyers, why did Jersey get all the doctors and no
Not
clue if that's
quite.
Sadly, no.
I think that's on the right track though, and I can't remember what it is either.
Any guesses? The correct answer is, why does Jersey have toxic waste dumps and Washington has all the lawyers?
because Jersey got to pick first.
Jersey got to pick first. All right.
I think there's at least one into the bar joke left, or passing the bar, or not another
round.
Yeah,
there might be.
Yeah, I think there's one left.
I think I still have the board.
I believe you do.
Let's go with another round. No, we did 5, I think, because that was double entendre.
Okay.
2?
We'll check and see.
All right.
Correct. I'll give you a beer, but don't start anything.
2 jumper cables walk into a bar, and the bartender says,
"Is correct."
Excellent. All right. We're pretty sure this is free software. Well, that's definite. But because this is free software, we're pretty sure that this round is done. We will now move on to Final Jeopardy.
And I'm going to give everyone their current totals going into the final round. We have Tom way out in the lead with $68, $1 away from being a really nice total.
67?
68. Okay. Yeah. We have Fur with 33 and Jim with 50. So honestly, if Fur just balls out with his bets, has a chance, and Jim, so honestly, Tom has to be very, very clever with their bet here to get the
real
win.
bad at betting, so you're in great shape.
Excellent.
Okay. So $68 for Tom, 33 for Fur, and 50 for Jim. And remind you, whatever your final total is, that will be donated to Fearless Comedy Productions on behalf of James and I.
And before we begin this final round, each of you is going to decide the amount that you would like to wager, and you will send me a message with that amount to lock in the total.
Do you want it on Zoom or just?
If it's easy to send it on Facebook, that's okay.
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 Yeah.
Do we get the name of the category first?
In this case, we will be providing you a bar joke.
Okay.
You'll be writing
for the audience at home. Our contestants are about to spend a few minutes during which Kyle and I will bullshit and do our best to distract them. They will spend those minutes trying to write a new and novel punchline to a joke that has been randomly assembled. So, let me make sure that I've gotten everything here.
I think I know how we can fill the time, James. I have a random category generator, and we can do pun battles.
This is pretty much what I was expecting. Okay, I do have all wagers. So, Final Jeopardy begins. All right, Kyle, what's our category?
Our pun category, while our contestants work on their jokes, is light fixtures.
Light fixtures.
Yeah, I don't think this category is a very bright idea.
I find it illuminating.
What are we going to do?
We'll probably bulb shit our way through it.
Can we switch to something else?
Is this going to be one of those things where you sock it to me?
I think we need to Pixar another topic.
Are you throwing shade? What's our next subject?
New word. I don't know who won there. Snails.
Snails. I know who mollusk about this.
I think we got assaulted with this topic.
You know, I have a lot of difficulty keeping the hose in my car when I fuel it. Maybe I need some kind of gas tripod.
I don't hunt for mushrooms. I stalk them.
Oh,
God damn it.
Oh.
I'm sorry, this topic is leaving me a little sluggish.
I feel like I'm a little shell-shocked, frankly.
New category, leaves.
Leads?
Leaves, L-E-A-F.
Leaves.
Yeah. Or
We may pull something out of thin air.
I think we're gonna fall hard on this topic. Or someone's gonna rake us over the coals.
Autumnal down some stairs?
Really?
Are you suggesting we need to branch out?
This is treason.
Ooh.
Okay.
Bone. I mean, I'm gonna rib you with every possible topic.
Oh.
But I can't quite put my finger on it.
You know, I don't think you're telling the truth.
You know
I think this is a fibula.
You know who my favorite Marvel villain is? The Red Skull.
Ooh, I hate tibia.
I think we need a break from this.
You know, I think that if we were to write these down in a professional referral service, we could phalanges list.
All right, how much time do they have left on their thing?
They have 7 minutes.
All right, the new topic is pizza.
The new topic is pizza.
Yeah.
Well, there's no topping that.
Oh, no, I'm out of ideas.
You know,
I like it when the dominoes fall into place.
Thing, it's an internal energy thing. It's part of your chi, see? I had a friend who loved pizza, but he was terrible at golf. He kept getting slices.
Yeah, you know the best part about your pizza jokes, your delivery.
Oh, I feel like I'm losing a boxing match.
All right, new topic: bicycles. I think I can Schwinn this one.
If you're not too tired.
Oh, don't get all huffy about it.
Oh.
Do you need to switch up gears?
Honestly, I feel like we should be telling this with a drink, but I can't handle bars.
Oh, boy, you look like you need some caffeine because you're too tired.
I already beat you to it.
Oh.
The pressure is mountain.
You know, good thing you ride your bikes with your legs because I'm not very arm strong.
You know, honestly, it's like you're crafting these jokes from nothing. Are these bespoke?
I know. A penny farthing for your thoughts?
That was truly awful.
New topic.
You're about to be unseated.
New topic is snow.
Snow?
I have an avalanche of these jokes.
What a precipitous occasion.
Don't flake out on me now, James.
You know, sometimes I feel like you're right out in front, and other times you sneak up on me. Are you feeling adrift?
I think this topic can just snowball out of control.
Is this not your fort?
I see what you're doing here.
Oh, yes.
New topic, citrus.
Citrus?
Yeah.
Orange, you gonna start?
I would, but my computer's a total lemon, and I think I'm getting some lag. I need to ask
you're
my
really
wife.
Crossing the line.
I need to ask my wife Persimmon to do this more.
That really grinds my gears.
I spend too much time outside. I get a real good tangerine.
That was a seedy joke.
I don't know.
You think you're clever, but you're not so sly.
Yeah, yeah, you got me there. New topic is giraffes.
Giraffes.
I think I spot the problem.
You know, I feel like a guillotine is being erected. They're going to gallop our heads off.
You know, when I'm looking for stock images of giraffes, I just check for Serengeti images.
Oh.
I know. Sorry, was that joke?
As God is my witness, he is broken in half.
I don't know. Was that joke too safari off topic?
Oh, all right. I give. Next topic. Oh.
The ocean.
The ocean. All right. Sure. Why not? I think it's going to be smooth sailing.
All these jokes are giving me an Atlantic.
Can you be more Pacific? You spell oceanic with 7 C's?
Yeah. I don't know if this topic is deep enough for all of us.
All right, well then just go get me some
spaghetti
fish
with
sticks.
Mariana.
Oh dang it! So close. No, I'm actually not a fan of it. I'm really submarinara.
All right. Do we want to check in with our contestants, or do they need?
Yes,
more
I think
time?
so.
I'm all good.
Jim?
Give me one moment.
Absolutely, we can do one more.
You have
category.
less than 2 minutes remaining.
All right. The last next fun category is corn. That's amazing.
Oh shucks.
I think I'm a
Wait,
husk
hold
of
on,
my
does this-
former self.
Dang it! I was gonna ask if this jacket makes me look husky.
I don't know. I mean,
are you just stalking me?
You're pretty good. You're pretty outstanding in your field.
You
you
know,
hear, you hear about the farmer?
I saw the sign that you made, and I think you may want to check the spacing. The kernel gets you every time.
You know when you're texting on your phone, you use those images. They're called elotes.
Oh,
I think I just creamed you.
All right, I give. Oh, no more. Is everybody done?
I'm good.
All right. Thank you.
I'd apologize to our audience, but we all know I have no shame.
Yeah, you knew what you signed up for.
That's completely correct. Yes. So again, the setup for this joke is a Category 4 tornado walks into a bar. A Category 4 tornado walks into a bar. We will start with the first in order. Tom, please give us your wager and also your punchline.
Okay, so I wagered $60, and my joke goes thusly, and asks for a cheese plate and a beer. The bartender says, "I'm not serving you. You've already left debris all over the place."
That's pretty decent.
Yeah.
That's a damn fine punchline. All right, Jim.
All right. I had sent it to you as a message and it's not opening properly. Give me one moment. I got to figure out what's wrong here.
Sure. I have it here if you would like me to read it for you.
I would accept that. Yes. Thank you.
This will not change our judgment in any way. A Category 4 tornado walks into a bar. He brings his wife and 2 kids. The first tornado blows her skirt up and out the building. Eventually, the kids get into the back room, knocking over the supplies from the kitchen. Rodents go running away. Foodstuffs spill across every surface. The wife picks up the tiny white grains, and they form smaller clouds around the vermin. The clouds form into little cages. The vermin can't escape. The children run out of the bathroom, blowing fecal matter all over the place. The tornado family, satisfied with their work, turn to leave. The bartender, furious at the chaos, shouts, "Hey, what do you call this mess?" The Category 4 turns around, nods, and declares, "The aristocrats."
Oh, that's pretty good.
The air rice took rats.
And what was the wager?
$50.
Okay.
50. Okay, and Fur.
I wagered $33. A Category 4 tornado walks into a bar. It throws around chairs, breaks pool cues, and causes a lot of general destruction. The patrons all scatter, and the bartender holds on for dear life. After a few minutes of this, things calm down. The bartender asks, terrified, "Hey, what the hell was that for?" "You think that was bad," says the Category 4. "Wait till my big brother gets here. He's from Oklahoma, and he's pissed."
So James, these are all technically jokes.
These do.
I think they
qualify
technically
some
all got
punchlines.
it correct. So here's what I'm, as a judge, willing to do. So our final scores, if we say they all created a joke worthy of scoring, our final scores would be Tom at 128 and the winner. So we'll be mugging Tom later. $100 for Jim and $66 for Fur. Here's what I propose, and I'm willing to do this. I will happily help if you want to split this in half in the total raise, which is right around almost exactly $300. James and I will each donate $150 to Fearless as a result of these folks' fine work.
Yes.
How's that sound for everyone in the audience?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's almost exactly $300. So we'll call it our if James is okay with that.
Yeah, we'll call it evens. Each of us will donate 150 on your behalf. So we are declaring Tom the winner, as they had the largest dollar amount and indeed wrote a punchline, which we found acceptable.
I agree. I am I'm with you there. It was actually really fun. I want to thank our contestants. I'm still completely impressed with all of them for nailing the headbird and Mark's
blown away.
But yeah, I was blown away. Yeah. I have an air of generosity.
Oh, stop twisting my words like that.
Just think what funnel it'll be.
Something.
Right.
Philip Seymour Hoffman was in that movie.
something. Cow
something. Steak and eggs and gravy.
There we go. All right. So I believe we are coming up on time, and it has been our pleasure to present to you this war crime against comedy. I'm very grateful to our three contestants and also to my co-host. We now turn control over to our hosts.
They turn us over to the Geneva conventions, but we're not conventional.
Hey, that was Joke Pretty. Thank you very much, guys. And we hope that you'll be Trebek next year. See, I know how this works. So thanks a lot. We are Die Laughing. We're about halfway through this weekend's Die Laughing halftime. We have up to $4,400 donated so far. Our highest donation is $1,500. Our last donation amount was $50. Maybe you can add to all of those numbers. So please donate. And then coming up, we're going to hear about how our challenges go. Jim and I have had a challenge that we will create a rap based on a 1970s song. We will turn it into a contemporary rap. And if you hit $400 during the next few minutes, we will offer a selection of songs which the audience can choose from that we will have to turn into a rap. So
for a $10 donation, you can pick a social media appropriate feeling or event. The Fearless Comedy Productions page will start a message with your topic and show off some of our best gifts, and you can join in on the fun. For a $5 donation, you can pick a Fearless member that you are already connected to on social media. They'll make a post saying something nice about you. For a $10 donation, the Fearless member of your choice will take a moment to do some self-care. That may be taking a nap, having a snack, or getting some exercise. Whatever they feel they need, they may or may not post about it. We're leaving that up to them. If they raise $300 during their host shift, Kirsten and James will watch the Twilight Saga and post their feelings as they do so. If we hit $1,500 during their shift, Kirsten will get a Team Jacob or Team Edward tattoo in a design and style of her choice. The highest single donation during their shift will get to pick Jacob or Edward. During his host shift, if we raise $300, Fur's daughters will shave his head. We'll post a video of the process on Fearless social media. Kaz is inspired to return to healthy habits and get outside. For every $100 raised during Kaz's shift, he'll add 10,000 steps for the week, up to 70,000 total. During Jim and Bob's shift, if they raise $200, they'll record a rap version of a 70s or 80s song. At $400, they'll let the audience help pick the song. And at $1,000, they'll record a music video. Chris is starting a new character drawing. For every $5 raised during Chris's hosting shift, he'll add another element to that drawing. We'll post the final result on Fearless social media. If we raise $500 during Duck's hosting shift, he will shave his beard into a monkey tail beard. For every $10 raised during David's hosting shift, he'll add a push-up. At the end of his shift, he'll record himself doing that total number of push-ups with a harmonica in his mouth. For every $50 donated during Adrian's hosting shift, she will add a sticker to her face for the remainder of her shift. During Jason's hosting shift, if anyone donates $20, they can pick a topic, and Jason will write a poem on that topic. He'll record videos for each poem that we'll post after Die Laughing. For every dollar donated during Mike's hosting shift, he'll add a Lego brick to a spot on his floor. Once his shift ends, he'll record a video of himself doing a Lego walk across that spot, which we'll post on Fearless social media. For every $10 donated during Angela's hosting shift, she'll add another unicorn item to her video. Help Angela get swarmed by all of her unicorn stuff before her host shift ends. During Tim's shift, if you donate at least $10 and provide your address in the comment, Tim will write a personalized sea shanty verse on a postcard and mail it to you.
Wonderful! Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Die Laughing's halftime show. And we're getting back and up and running. My name is Crusher Rodriguez. I'll be hosting for the next hour or so, introducing some wonderful folks. So, a couple things. Our hosting challenge, I will draw a bunch of stuff if you give us money, which is great. So, take advantage of that. Duck will shave his face, which is also great. A couple of things that I've been asked to point out about this upcoming show that you should all find helpful. There is a gunshot in this next show, so do watch out for that. Know that it exists. It's part of the show. Just be forewarned. Wonderful. So other than that, let's go ahead and introduce our new fun friends on the concept of irony with no reference to Socrates. It's all yours.
All right, and thank you very much for that intro. Here we go.
From the Journal of Daniel Oliver Gilman, Monday, August 26th, 2013.
I must strive to remain rational. For surely reason, and reason alone, is the faculty which divides us from the lower beasts of this earth who grunt and crawl about on all fours. It is the capacity that ennobles the human spirit above all others, if the human spirit is indeed a thing that can be ennobled. A supposition that I have of late been given copious cause to doubt. Yet still I find that I must trumpet the cause of reason, human reason above all else. if only because it was no brief time ago that I found myself bereft of its beneficence, reduced to a naked, howling, gibbering thing upon which I shudder to reflect. All of which are subjects I discussed at length with the psychiatric professionals at the Anoka Metro Regional Treatment Center. And over time, I grew to trust their judgment, if only because my own had grown so warped. Nevertheless, I could not share their confidence in my ability to once again navigate the sprawling world beyond the center's walls. As I rode the 805 to the Northtown Transit Center, studiously ignoring the loquacious fish-faced gentleman to my left, I mused upon the labyrinthine course of events that have brought me to this pass. In that time, not even an hour, I reaffirmed my resolution that whatever course the healing of my mental rift might take, I must not allow myself to reflect upon the sheaf of crumbling manuscript papers so dearly bought, which currently molders in a safety deposit box under my name in a US bank branch attached to a Byerly's supermarket. My parents, though ill-equipped to comprehend the limits of human reason to which I have been drawn, attempted to aid my psychic healing in their own minute way, and procured for me a puppy of the Bichon Frise breed. They are noble animals, the favored court dogs of medieval Europe, and one of their brethren appears even in the unicorn tapestries, perched upon an embroidered pillow, head tilted in a posture of canine curiosity. I confess that I have become enamored of the notion of this beast as a companion, one that might keep me anchored throughout my more esoteric studies. I have visions of myself poring over some antique text while he lies curled patiently at my feet, or of walking half crouched through the halls of some ancient nameless city, my faithful hound trotting at my heels. Befitting a creature of such solemn dignity, I have bestowed upon him the name of Brooder. I anticipate many long hours of profitable study together, far away from the parchment scroll in antique Latin that I know can bring me no manner of mental good.
From the Journal of Brooder, Monday, August 26th, 2013.
I am a puppy. Puppy, 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 puppy. Puppy has new master. Puppy has new name. New name now Brooder. Make note that puppy is now Brooder. When you hear Brooder, that now means puppy. Brooder is puppy, and puppy is Brooder. Puppy!
From the Journal of Daniel Oliver Gilman, Saturday, November 23rd, 2013.
It is with the greatest of regret that I must observe the frailty of my own resolve. Not even 6 weeks had passed, 6 nearly sleepless weeks, in which what sleep I did have was haunted by visions of alien vistas and vast cyclopean cities supported by hexagonal pillars. And soon exhaustion left me no recourse but to exhume those forbidden pages. If I could not escape my visions, I would seek to purge them through sheer and sleepless indulgence. Even now, after countless hours of tedious study, my hands tremble as they touch them. Pages from a centuries-old translation of the older still Necronomicon, compiled in the early 8th century by the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred. An excerpt long thought by scholars in the field to have been lost from a Latin translation made in 1228 by the Danish physician and antiquarian Olaus Wormius. As best as I am able to determine, they come from the original German printing in the 15th century. And what it cost me to obtain these parchments is a tale which I must not relate. Suffice it to say that I now sit with them laid out before me, alongside some scattered notes and textbooks from my days as a Catholic schoolboy, and my copy of Cassell's Latin dictionary in a fervid effort to unlock their hoary mysteries. What little I have been able to illuminate already fills me with a churning nausea, a dread, and a strange exhilaration that I can scarcely articulate. They tell of a fathomless terror that slumbers beneath the waves of the South Pacific, a terror that will one day rise. I long to look upon it with a kind of delirious sickness, to die in its name, to kill in its unspeakable name, to partake in its own unique holocaust of ecstasy and freedom. All this content is well known to any casual student of the text, but the truth that I have discovered trapped in its paper and ink prison is the where and the when. A longitude and a latitude and a date, by all that is holy and unholy, a date difficult to decipher as it hinges upon a peculiar alignment of the stars, but a date that is, I am now convinced, soon, perhaps within the year, that I should have discovered this text, discovered well sound of mind to decode it, yet sufficiently unsound that I might wish to. Oh, such an unlikely confluence of events speaks surely to some greater intellect at work, one divine, or dare I think on it, infernal. There is much in this matter that I fail to comprehend, but one inexorable fact above all that I cannot escape. Time. Time is of the uttermost importance, and time is the resource of which I have so precious little. And time is the resource of which this damnable beast is determined to rob me. I cannot focus upon the darkened scrawl for 2 minutes without this squalling infant, this puppy nipping at my toes. There is nothing in this world that I shall love so much as this creature loves to lick, to bite, to gnaw upon the soles of my feet. I bend down to chase him away. Yet just as I begin to once again immerse myself in my studies, he returns, thrusting his cold, wet nose between my digits. I cannot fathom what he finds so delightful in the smell, but he has exploited my careless habit of discarding used socks upon the carpet to squirrel them away I know not where. Twice I have had to interrupt my research to travel to the corner drugstore and purchase a new pack, and I am confident that I will have to travel again twice, thrice, 1,000 times more. I was told that the Bichon was a sensitive, intelligent breed, but surely there never walked upon the earth a thing so dull and doltish. I have lectured him with firm tone and irrefutable logic about the error of his ways, yet he persists, nipping and biting and whining pitifully when I forbid him from nipping and biting. The thought that my grand purpose could be derailed by a fiend whose goals are so pathetically myopic is an irony from which I derive no manner of amusement.
From the Journal of Bruder, Saturday, November 23rd, 2013.
Bruder loves Master, and Master loves Bruder. But Master is very, very stupid. Bruder tries to train Master, but Master does not listen. Master spends too much time looking at paper. Paper makes Master sad. Master needs to play. Play, play, play. Bruder bites Master to remind him, but Master is too stupid to understand. Master needs stronger lesson, so Bruder ate 2 whole socks. Master too stupid to understand lesson. Bruder in despair.
From the Journal of Daniel Oliver Gilman, Monday, February 17th, 2014.
I have found it. I, Daniel Oliver Gilman, graduate school dropout, have made the discovery missed by so many accredited and rigorous scholars before me. While they uncovered the what, it is I and I alone who has uncovered the when and the where. The when turned out to be surprisingly simple. Friday, February 28th, 2014. As for the where, approaching it is not easy, but I am fortunate to see an age wherein such feats are far from impossible. I have booked a flight from Minneapolis to Portland, from Portland to Tokyo, from Tokyo to Guam, from Guam to Truk, from Truk to Pompeii, 3 days, all told. In Pompeii, I may charter a ship to take me to the precise coordinates. And once there, I can speak the unspeakable words to raise the unspeakable thing beneath us. I shall be the key to unlock the door to a new and abhorrent world. And if that world sees fit then to melt that key, who am I to question its loathsome wisdom? It is with the greatest of regret that I realized I must bring this tattered remnant of a dog with me. My friends were too few and too disinterested, and my parents too enfeebled to accept the responsibility for his well-being. With tremendous reluctance, I filled out the paperwork declaring him a therapy dog. Though I chafed at the deception, he is far more likely to lead a human to require therapeutic healing than he is to provide it. Nevertheless, will I or won't I, he shall accompany me to my encounter with an intellect greater than either of ours.
From the Journal of Brooder, Monday, February 17th, 2014.
Poor Brooder. Brooder loves Master, even though Master is stupid and helpless. Brooder bites toes to remind him, but Master pushes him away. Brooder deserves better, but loves Master anyway. Master's so stupid that he loves paper. Loves paper more than Brooder. Paper doesn't bite him. Paper doesn't play. Brooder is better than paper. Master needs to play. Play, play, play. Paper makes Master sad. Brooder must rescue Master.
From the Journal of Daniel Oliver Gilman, Sunday, June 15th, 2014.
The events of the past several weeks are such that I can only grasp at the tattered remnants of sanity, clutching them about me as ruined finery. To record my recollections of them is surely a meaningless act. But as all acts have been rendered meaningless, I may yet find some comfort in this sad mechanic exercise. My itinerary was executed exactly as I have previously laid out. The infernal creature barked and yipped and whined without pause throughout every flight, and I derived a certain grim amusement from noting that other passengers in the cabin regarded him with as much loathing as I. I was seized by a spirit of anxiety for the duration of our sea voyage upon a two-masted schooner known as the Emma, and often paced the decks, murmuring to myself in wild-eyed distraction. The one pleasure that the trip afforded me was the realization that my traveling companion was as miserable as I have ever seen. The maritime spirit of his water spaniel ancestors clearly found in him no expression. He would totter clumsily about the decks, swaying and leaning in a Chaplin-esque waddle, often pausing to vomit, then would look at me with an expression of reproach before curling himself tightly against any bulkhead or sturdy surface that he could find. When I witnessed this, I would cackle without restraint. The sailors watched this with disgust. I do not blame them. They cannot know the very edge of madness to which this hound of hell has driven me. At last, at the very last, we arrived at the coordinates, and I ordered my shipmates to drop anchor. I pulled out the crumbling parchment, my hand shaking so badly that I nearly lost one of the precious, irreplaceable documents to the salty air, and began, in my best stentorian manner, to intone their contents. Almost immediately, the bright blue sky darkened, and black storm clouds sprung into the air as though from some intangible ether. One of the sailors, a second mate by the name of Johansson, uttered that he had never witnessed such a phenomenon in all his long years of seafaring. I ignored him, as I ignored the puppy who was for the first time on this pelagic journey fully animated, barking furiously, pattering about my feet, leaping and pressing his paws against my torso, then pressing his chest to the ground, lifting his haunches into the air, and sinking his teeth insistently into the toes of my boots. I thought, with a hysterical delight, that if a blood sacrifice should be required, this whinging whelp would be ideal for such a purpose. The clouds had now blocked out the sun, and though it was the middle of the day, there was darkness over all the earth. The sailors cried out in terror and dismay, and Bruder's yipping and yowling rose above theirs. My own voice rose and echoed with a force that has never held either before nor since. I rattled through the Latin with a fluency that far exceeded my own limited study, and I knew that I could not stop even if I wished to. And I did not wish to. In the darkness and dimness, the words leapt from the page and were burned into my retinae. When I close my eyes, I can still see their faint after-image before me, though I can no longer comprehend their meaning. I was panting, now approaching the climax of the ritual. Several of the sailors had dropped to their knees, pleading with me to stop. And I laughed. Even as I spoke, laughed that I found their pitiful whining now indistinguishable from that of the dumb beast which nipped at my heels. I whipped away page after page until there was only one left. And I felt the air come rushing out of my lungs, as though I had been struck. I held in my hand the final page, or its remnants, for it had, with careful diligence, been torn into strips. My eye glanced frantically over what remained. I attempted to mouth the few words I could discern, yet it seemed as though I had stumbled into an actor's nightmare, desperately improvising against a script that had been lost. I felt the dark spirit that had lent me its terrible animation evacuate my lungs, and I stood, a chubby, awkward fool clinging to a ruined parchment I could no longer read. Above us, the clouds began to part. I glanced down to see the idiotic beast looking up at me, panting, tail wagging, tongue lolling, newly revealed sunlight glancing off his wide, dark eyes, and I have never known in my heart a hatred so dark and terrible. I leaned down, scooped him up with one hand, and pitched him over the railing. He gave out a pitiful yelp before vanishing into the darkened, roiling waters below. Some of the sailors cried out in dismay and disapproval and wrestled me to the ground, and their foul, sweat-drenched limbs engulfing mine as my last memory before being claimed by a merciful fate. And here I sit, once more interred within the bowels of the Anoka Metro Regional Treatment Center, now confined to a straitjacket, arms pinned to my sides, my bare feet spread out before me. I have an itch upon my calf, and I cannot scratch it. I am dictating this narrative to a member of the staff, one with a particularly generous inclination. They fear that, given a writing implement, I would use it to carve out my own eyes. And they are right to fear. I have failed more profoundly than any mortal before me, fallen farther, if only because no other has dared to reach for such a height. All of my study and careful preparation stymied by a yipping mongrel, a crying cur whose intellect was no greater than that of the wall I now face. My one accomplishment, amidst all my lack of accomplishment, was sending that hideous brute to his watery demise. I think of the desperate panic that must have seized him as water flooded into his lungs, and I cackle with such hysterical delight that I may never cease. I must pause. The kindly staffer recording my thoughts informs me that the next stage of my therapy is about to begin, one they believe that I will find uniquely profitable. I admit I retain enough of a spirit of curiosity that I can almost forget that unreachable itch crawling up my calf. I shall throw myself upon their ministrations and calmly observe whatever new manner of healing they bring through that door.
From the Journal of Bruder, Sunday, June 15th, 2014.
Bruder had the best day ever. Master took Bruder swimming. First, Bruder hated Master. Bruder hated small dark rooms with too many people, then hated new rooms that kept rocking back and forth. Bruder threw up. Then Master took out papers and sky got dark and loud. Bruder yelled at Master. Bruder bit Master's feet. Bruder told Master that papers were bad. And Master listened. Sky got bright, and Master threw Bruder into the water. Bruder swam. Bruder was majestic. All observed Bruder's fine swimming and respected him. Then other men came. They swam well, but not as well as Bruder. They took Bruder out of water, but Bruder was generous and forgave them. Bruder has finally been reunited with Master. Bruder and Master have special room just for the two of them. Master has finally learned. Bruder bites Master's toes, and Master does not push him away anymore. Bruder can bite Master's toes all he wants. Bad papers are gone, and Master no longer stops Bruder when he wants to play. Play, play, play.
Play, play, play.
Bottled gold.
Spider tilted the bottle in his hand and appraised the sloshing of the whiskey inside.
Hardly. It's brown, maybe amber.
Caramel?
What the hell is caramel?
I forget how young you are sometimes.
Here.
She tilted back on the stool, steadying herself with one hand on the bar. The other fished a pouch out of her faded jeans, then flicked it open with an easy, practiced motion. She dropped it onto the wooden surface, pulled out a single gold flake, and held it alongside the bottle.
See, this is gold. That, not really golden at all.
It's a metaphor.
Oh, aren't you the poet?
I'm Irish, same difference.
Trade you.
Sorry. 3 for the bottle.
3? That's new.
That's scarcity. Your pet project is drinking my stock faster than I can distill it. And you know it takes time to age if you want it to...
He's not my pet. Or my project. He's not anything of mine, really.
With no power comes no responsibility.
Something like that.
They stared at each other for a moment. Then she pulled out another pair of flakes from the pouch and dropped them in front of him. Spider grinned, then thrust the bottle at her. After an expectant look, he groped beneath the bar and handed her a squat hexagonal glass. She began to pour.
I'm surprised that an Irish bartender is willing to tolerate his level of consumption.
Not for much longer. He has my sympathies, but...
You always were a softie.
But soft has its limits. The popsicle has another week. If he hasn't found a way to earn his keep by then, he's on his own.
Good luck with that. What was he back before the Great Dark? Some kind of writer?
A playwright.
Whatever that means.
Okay, so there used to be these things called...
Peter, like... I know what a play is. I may be young, but I do read books.
Of course you do.
I heard you held a reading for one of his plays. How did it go?
It went.
You are a poet.
He is not.
Oh, that bad?
Worse. He made jokes, but...
Not funny?
More that I'm the only person in his audience old enough to have any memory of what eminent domain was.
What's eminent?
Exactly. You didn't exactly resurrect Moliere. What? I can read books too.
So where is your Aristophanic lodger now?
He hasn't left the basement since.
Poor Popsicle.
You know he hates it when you call him that.
Serves him right. He keeps calling me Kristen.
Kristen. That explains it. I wondered who the hell he was talking about. He's been asking for you.
Really?
Really? Kristen, you're practically
Crystal! He's been asking for me?
every day. It's like you're his mother.
I don't know about that.
Why not? You're the one who brought him into this world.
She didn't respond, but raised the glass to her lips. She paused before imbibing the amber fluid and reflected. Crystal's brow furrowed.
I mean, why did you even try the light switch?
Superstition? Ritual? I don't know.
The warehouse was dark, and she was too polite to shine her flashlight into Willie's face, but there was enough of a peripheral beam for her to see him running his tongue along his lips absently.
But I'm telling you, for reals, I flicked the switch and the lights flickered on for like a second. I didn't imagine it.
That's impossible. In this region, the grid has been down for decades.
I know, right? That's why I said something. Because it was so weird. Am I getting that you want me to not have said something?
I want you to say true things.
I am. It was. True, I mean.
She surveyed him dubiously. He was young, younger than her, young enough that she'd express skepticism about having him join these scavenging expeditions, but he was ambitious and able-bodied, and she could find a use for both those attributes. He watched her as she scanned the darkened room. She scowled.
How is that even possible?
I don't know. I'm not smart like you. How is that possible?
Maybe those glass panels we found out front. If the power demands were low, and I mean consistently low, some kind of solar generator or battery could have continued storing a charge for all these years.
There. You see? I didn't imagine it.
Come on. What else did you find?
Here, a box.
A box?
A big box. I was going to open it myself, but I remembered what you said about not touching anything until you'd inspected it first.
No. You did the right thing.
It was a big box, like a coffin or a tanning bed or any number of other items that Willie probably wouldn't have been able to identify.
Let's open it up.
Are you sure?
It's another one of the rules of old world tech, Willie. You can stare at it all you like, but sooner or later you have to just turn the damn thing on. Go ahead.
He stared at her, then stared at it, then stared at her.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
She sighed, reached forward, lifted the lid of the box, and was nearly blinded. When the white spots cleared from her vision, she saw what had caused them, a row of fluorescent tubes lining the inside of the lid. So Willie had been right. Somehow this place was receiving power. And when the white spots had cleared more, she looked down at the middle-aged and dark-clothed man laid out inside the box, arms folded across his chest like a vampire. Part of her brain went into shock at this series of events. Another, more efficient part of her brain started making observations that his skin was lightly tinged with blue, that ice crystals had formed along the surfaces of that skin and his black-rimmed glasses. That part had come to the conclusion that, yes, of course, there was no conceivable way that this man could still be alive when his eyes snapped open and all parts of her brain shut down at once. Her neurological reboot didn't take long, but it was long enough for the man to sit bolt upright and start shrieking, "And the Fed! And the Fed!" Willie started backing away in alarm, hands raised, palms open, and that was enough to make her more annoyed than confused. She thrust her forearm against the man's chest and threw her weight behind it. She wasn't as strong as Willie, but she knew how to use what she had, and she successfully shoved the stranger back into a supine position. "Am I being detained?" he shouted.
"You're being restrained."
Somehow, that seemed to do it. What energy he had drained from him, and he sank back, pale and blue. "Are they gone?" he rasped.
"Is who gone?"
His lips parted, and she had to lean in order to hear his response. The words were practically air that floated from his throat to her ear. "The IRS." Crystal shook her head.
I still can't believe he had himself cryogenically frozen just to avoid an audit.
That's because you've never witnessed one.
Point. You know, word about him is spreading out there. The man out of time.
Oh, Jesus.
I know. They love to couch it in that kind of romance. Everyone wants to hear about him. They hang on every word. It's surreal. He's becoming a kind of celebrity.
Just don't tell him that. He's more than enough of a pain in my magnificent ebony posterior already.
You really don't like him, do you?
If I'm being totally honest, I think I envy him.
What? Seriously?
Have I ever told you about my first pub?
She had a sarcastic quip on the tip of her tongue, but her interest in the uncharacteristically forthcoming bartender caused her to bite down on it. She stared at him expectantly.
My first pub. It took me 2 years to push through the paperwork just to open the doors, and I lost it in half that thanks to the property taxes. The building just sat there, empty for 7 more. 7! I know I used to walk out there and stare at it sometimes just to torture myself, and all I could think was, if I walked in there and tried to sell someone a bottle of booze, they'd lock me up. How old are you, Crystal?
20.
20. They would have locked me up for selling to you just now. That's what the world was like then. That's the world he fell asleep in.
He stared out the window. The silence dragged on uncomfortably, but she wouldn't have made a sound if you stabbed her in the hand with a pair of hedge clippers.
That's the world he went to sleep in, and he woke up now. He missed it all. I'm a time traveler too, you know. Anyone my age is. We just had to do it the old-fashioned way. One day at a time. You can die in the same place that you were born, but live long enough and you'll still learn all about culture shock. He missed it all. All of it. The EMP bursts, the fear, the confusion, the blood running in the streets. And that one is not a metaphor. I remember hearing the gunfire. I remember it was storming, and at first I thought it might be thunder, and then I looked down to the water running past my khakis, and I saw that it was red. And then I looked up, and I saw why. And that's as much of that story as I'm ever going to share. He missed it. He curled up and went to sleep because he thought that an audit was the worst thing that could ever happen to him, and he woke up now. He woke up in the only time that I've ever been happy to be alive. I can say what I want and sell what I want and charge what I want. If anyone doesn't like it, I can show them the door, ask first.
That's all history now, Spider.
I've been thinking a lot about that.
About
History. Do you mind?
He gestured at the bottle. She thrust it at him without hesitation.
I mean, most people, I'm talking 99.99 repeating forever % of people, have lived and do live and will live their lives without ever altering the world around them in any meaningful way. But then you have these flashpoints and a handful of people who end up living in a place and time where they can change the world forever. James Madison, Isaac Newton, Augustine of Hippo. And I think we're in another one now. I mean, think about it. No government, no military, just whoever happens to be left. And it's up to us now. What do we make? Do we try something new? Or do we just start the whole mess over again? Maybe we have to. Maybe that choice is an illusion. Maybe there's something inside us, something that we can't help that keeps making us try to control each other. And whoever's the best at doing that wins.
Do you really believe that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about that, but I do believe that we, you and I and everyone who's left, we're in a flashpoint right now. And whatever we decide right now here in our lives is going to affect the lives of everyone who comes after us.
This time, the silence lasted long enough that Crystal couldn't bring herself to break it. She slid to her feet, shouldered her worn rucksack, and started toward the staircase in the back.
Going to check on the popsicle?
I figure I owe him that much.
Owe him?
Not much more than that, mind you. but that much.
For what?
For waking him up.
You forgot the bottle.
Keep it.
I can't. You've already paid for it.
So have you.
She watched him try to figure out how to respond, then began to climb down the staircase. His laughter hit her when she'd gotten about halfway. Her nose adjusted before her eyes did, and the stench of stale whiskey and sweat made her wish it hadn't. The light you can see resolved into the shape of a candle flame, its aura glancing off metal, and she made out a single word: Remington. Above it were two small panes of rectangular glass. Behind those, a pair of sunken, bloodshot eyes. Her sleeper, still clad in the same dark clothing she'd woken him in, was hunched over the typewriter like a bloated arthropod. She cleared her throat.
Spider's really okay with you having open flame around all his inventory?
His head jerked toward her. Kristen?
Crystal. How's it going, Popsicle?
No, yeah, my name is Penner. Penner Theologus Pot, and I'm a writer. Yeah, at least I used to be.
So what are you now?
Me? Now? I'm damned.
Damned?
By God, literally, I'm damned by God. I'm goddamned. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying you're goddamned.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He damned me right in the face.
I don't disagree.
Oh, that's nice. That's some funny stuff right there. Maybe you should be the comedy writer.
Maybe I should.
Yeah, well, you couldn't do worse than me. You hear about that reading?
I heard something.
Yeah, well, that's more than most of the audience did. None. Not one of these kids gets me.
Kids?
Hey, lady, near as I can tell, right now I'm the oldest man on the planet. I can indulge in a trope or seven. What was I saying?
Something condescending.
Yeah, can you be more specific? Condescension it's one of the things that is kind of my thing.
You were saying we kids don't get you.
You don't. You know, one of my readers, what's his face? The one who was with you when you woke me up. Billy.
Willie,
whatever. What's in a name anyway?
you tell me, Gramps.
Oh, get off my lawn. That friend of yours, you know, I had to explain to him the difference between sales and income tax.
What's income tax?
Well, that's a tax levied directly on the wages of... Oh, right. Okay, I get it. You're being funny again. You know, you're smarter than you look.
I'm smarter than you look.
Oh, yeah. Well, where I come from, that is elder abuse.
Where you come from doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, true story. He attempted to launch himself to his feet and apparently did too good a job of it and had to catch himself on the edge of the typewriter. You know, I have always hated those.
Typewriters?
No, true stories. Who wants reality? I can get that for free. That's the whole point. I kind of have to. He began pacing, wobbling unsteadily, wringing his hands, gesturing wildly. And it's my reality now. I'm a satirist and all of my targets are dead.
Isn't that what every comedian wants?
Honestly, no.
You're walking in circles.
I'm
and talking in circles. So what do you want?
Yeah, I want the same thing everybody else wants. You know, survival, security, procreation, almost definitely not in anything resembling that order. That's just the thing, you know, show people we're just like regular people, only with, you know, fewer dimensions.
What's this you're working on? Another play?
No, not exactly. No, more like a manifesto. Well, why? You're not a fan? I mean, come on, like, give it a page.
I'm not a fan of manifestos in general. You weren't around for it, but a lot of people got hurt pretty bad because of the kinds of people who wrote those things.
Yeah, well, I always was a heavy sleeper. Yeah, no, you see, no, you just, it's not like that, you know? You don't get me. Look, you have to understand that I'm a guy who spent his whole life building up a body of material, and that all that material, that's all about, you know, poking at authority, about all the people and institutions that make up that authority. That is my life's work. And I wake up and what, that authority's all gone? My life's work, that is, I mean, the work of my life. Every day of it, and and that battle is, it's just one. You know, I just slept through it. You know what that means? That means that every day, every goddamn day of my goddamn life was wasted. I am sitting here with a body of material that nobody can comprehend because nobody remembers that particular kind of easy, comfortable background corruption anymore. And then, I thought, aha, I got the perfect solution.
You're going to start the whole mess over again.
Yeah. Got it in one. I can rebuild it. I mean, I'm the most qualified person, right? I have this clear, uninterrupted memory of how it all worked. I remember it all: drug prohibition, mass incarceration, state-sponsored marriage, selective service, qualified immunity. I remember it all, and that means I can bring it all back. And you know what that means?
Do you?
Oh, hell yes, I do. It means that I'll get to be relevant again. Survival, security, and procreation, definitely and 100% in nothing resembling that order. And I think I can do it. I think I can pull it off because, people are frightened and they're confused. And for whatever unfathomable reason, I am some kind of novelty. They're actually interested in me right now. They'll listen to me, right? Don't you think that they'll listen?
Yes, I think they will.
See? Yeah, I knew it. I knew you were smart. You are smarter than both of our looks put together. I'll walk up these stairs. I'll walk out that door and I'll just start walking. I'll just start talking. I will tell a story, definitely not a true one, because who needs it? Am I right? I will tell a story about a state that is going to save us from itself. And when enough people listen, we will start to build it. And when we build it big enough that no one has any hope of taking it down, then I will start to try to do just that. Do you understand me now, Kristen? Do I make myself clear?
Crystal.
And she pulled out her pistol and shot him right in his goddamn face. All right, folks. That is our set. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much to Die Laughing for having us here. Thank you to Duck Washington and Jenna Young for diving on the grenade of this nonsense and agreeing to help out. Let me just take a look at the time. 5:13. You know what? I think we still got a little bit of time left, so I'll do a quick little encore piece before we move on. This is an excerpt from a story called Womb with a View. He couldn't find his center. The failure was a dismaying one. His physical center, well, that was to be expected. The lightness, the lack of weight, the sense of disorientation while surrounded by fluid, but his spiritual center, from which his being, his essence commenced. He had thought it would be easier to find, easier when closed away from the world of air and light, of sense and sense. Air. Perhaps that was the problem. He couldn't truly isolate himself, was too badly marred, could no longer metabolize the fluid from which he had come. He sucked air through plastic, felt the synthetic material pressing against his tongue. He thought about spitting it out, about truly surrendering to his circumstance. And then the hysteria came, the gasping, gibbering terror. He tightened his lips, sucking, panting. The thought filled him with panic, and the panic filled him with more because it was still there, that trembling, that sickness, and he needed to leave it behind. The anxiety was part of his old life, had consumed his old life, and he could not bear the thought of carrying it with him into the new. He clamped down harder, breathed deep. Was this infantile? But no, adults were afraid of being children, and he had decided to no longer be an adult. Adult thoughts too heavy, too, warm, dark. He kicked experimentally and giggled into the tube thingy. If he carried anything with him, it must be the notion that man could be perfected. He closed his eyes and tried to dream of moonlight. Who the fuck would try to steal a placenta? The emotion in my outburst surprised me as much as it did my audience. I glanced at her experimentally. She seemed unfazed, and I took a swig off my hip flask to recover. Yeah, pardon my French, or German, as it were. She raised an eyebrow. I really shouldn't let you have that in the hospital. What, is there such a thing as secondhand ethanol now? You can complain to my supervisor. I thought you were self-employed. I am. Which means I'm private, which means you didn't want to file an official report, which means you're probably not going to narc on me now. I'll ask again, who the fuck? She shook her head. It's more common than you might think. Usually parents taking their own. There's a whole movement surrounding it. You know, there's a movement for everything now. Huh. Well, I mean, it's theirs, isn't it? It comes from their body. Or it's medical waste. You know, state law is still unclear. We don't want to be in the crossfire when it becomes a thing, so we just turn a blind eye when somebody takes one. Until somebody takes more than one. I take it this is new? Oh, very new. That's where you come in. Well, how do you even find me? The agency's website was built in GeoCities, for fuck's sake. Friend of a friend. Heard of you through that nasty business with Mickey the Tripod. I winced at the sound of that name. Man, that asshole is everywhere. She nodded, like God, only evil. So, the devil. Yeah, actually, that kind of Manichean dualism is considered largely heretical by the current. I trailed off. She was staring at me. I stared back. You know, sorry, my new partner's really into that kind of thing. He a religious nut? She asked with a note of sympathy. I barked a laugh. Yeah, he is the reason for religious nuts. That bad? I'm exaggerating. In my experience, madness doesn't need much of a reason. I looked back out over the pathology lab just to focus. She followed my gaze. Well, this is one hell of a focus. I nodded sagely, pretended to be making some sort of useful observation of the white surfaces and clear tubes and gray machines that I lacked the doctorates to comprehend, and thought about dualism. Good and evil, man and woman, all forces and powers and principalities equal and opposite. The notion that we live in a universe with that kind of comforting, obvious ledger. That is the kind of thinking that makes people believe that the moon controls menstrual cycles, that vaginas are magic, when all they really are is blood and tissue, and in the instance of one particularly ugly case that I drink to forget about, teeth. They're impressively versatile and under the right circumstances a lot of fun, but no more or less miraculous than your 29th vertebra. But I'd been staring too long, and I think she'd figured out that I was deducing rather than inducing. I cleared my throat and attempted to look insightful. Neither one of us bought it, but we both pretended to. So, who had access to this room? Pathologists, obviously, technicians, custodians with the clearance to handle medical waste, and it was one of them who noticed that the biohazard bags were suddenly getting light. So that's the official line. What's your take? She hesitated. I mean, one of the technicians went really new age. Got pretty aggressive about it. Became something of a Leonard Orr acolyte. Not a fan? Not so much. Rebirthing advocate. And that's not something you do here? She pursed her lips. We prefer our medicine to have a bit more, medicine. So you're not into any of this? You know, the goddess, sacred feminine, maiden, mother, crone, Inanna, Jocasta, Lolita, Marge Simpson, Alyssa Powers, Gianna Michaels? She eyed me cautiously. Are you? I took another swig. In my admittedly limited experience, a woman wants a man who wants a woman, not womankind. And you? Pedestal of the sacred feminine? Not so much. You want a list of everyone who had access? I did want that. And some first-hand ethanol, and wouldn't you know it, I was lucky enough to get both. The tides, the great round glow, and the flowing of water against and over and through, caves and tunnels and layers, deep and damp and dark and green and life, soft moss and soft and life and water and under and through and out, life and green, peaches and cream, peaches cut and cord and ridges on ridges and cream and milk, milk and life and green cheese and moonlight, 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 moonlight. saying is that shadow isn't the opposite of light, it represents its absence, which calls into question the nature of substance itself, implying that the very nature of moral consciousness reflects rather than embodies the greater. Yeah, fine, I got it. Shut the fuck up. We're here, I muttered into my cell. I still don't know why our missing pathology tech rented out a hotel conference room on his 33rd birthday, no less, but we're about to find out. I swung open the door and immediately started to gag. Detective, what's wrong? Came the urgent voice from the other side of my device. Something is rotten in the state of Minnesota, partner. More specifically in the Hyatt Regency. Rotten? As in rotting? Yeah, rotting, and also, against my better judgment, I sniff the air. Musky? My ignorance of this particular combination of smells was apparently the greatest blessing of my life. He was silent. I didn't blame him. I brought the phone to my lips again. There is what I wish did not look like an inflatable hot tub covered with tarp in the middle of this room. Against all wisdom that I have acquired in my life thus far, I am going to investigate. Be careful, detective. How am I supposed to... You know what? Sure, why not? I'll be careful, whatever the hell that means. I crept closer. The smell is definitely coming from this thing. If you can give me a compelling reason not to pull back the tarp, I would consider myself in your eternal debt. I waited. Okay, fine. I have led a life filled with regrets. My choice to fling back that tarp remains among the greatest. I dropped to my knees, retching. Detective? Detective, what's wrong? Did you find the placentas? I retched, said, yup, then retched some more. I realized that nobody was going to help me, or mankind, and got to my feet. For reasons that passeth understanding, he has left them floating across the surface of the water. At a glance, there's also something that looks like a plastic... Wait, is that a snorkel? Is there somebody inside this thing? And because that is the way of this fallen world, that is the moment that I heard someone compress the bar lock. I gave an uncharacteristically manly yelp and retreated to a darkened corner of the room. Detective, I shushed my companion and watched. From my research, and by research I mean Facebook search, I recognized his parents. My mind limped along in a feeble effort to catch up with its rapidly changing circumstances. Why would he have invited his parents on his birthday to watch him emerge from a hot tub of, and no, oh God, no. And my open-mouthed horror must have reflected theirs as he burst forth, placentas flying. His aging mother didn't even have the presence of mind to wipe away the 3 that had struck her in the face and cleavage. My partner's voice came back through the phone, and I would have been annoyed at his lack of subtlety, except for the fact that clearly nothing had meaning anymore. Detective, what's happening? What is it? I replied, it's a boy, and vomited. All right. That seems like the appropriate note to end this on. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much to Die Laughing for having me and us tonight. I hope we entertained you, and I think that's about it.
Yay! That was wonderful. Thank you all so much. That was an absolute blast. Oh, so wonderful, so wonderful. Hello, welcome back to the other part of the show, where I introduce you to the other parts of the show. Just a couple of quick reminders. We do have some really fun challenges going on right now. I am busy drawing I've got so many things to draw. For every $5, I will continue to add to this drawing. Hopefully, it's a big mess when everything is said and done. Just 1 second here. I've got to... Oh, okay. Alrighty then. Other than that, I think there isn't anything else that I need you all to know, other than the fact that Duck Washington will be hosting soon after this. If you give enough money to him, he will shave his face into just a really funny shape that I recommend everyone see. And the only way you're going to see is if you donate some money. So please check that out. Oh, also, there is a silent auction going on, which I think we can link in the actual chats. please check those out as well. You can throw some money down and get some really cool stuff. There's some really neat and interesting things there. Otherwise, we are going to jump to a commercial break. Please stick around. We've got an amazing show coming up after this with some really, really fun tabletop role playing. So if that entices you in any way, shape, or form, please stay, watch. It'll be good. Otherwise, enjoy this commercial.
To share stories.
To bring a little bit of magic into people's lives.
I run tech because I love to paint the scenes in sound and light.
To entertain and connect.
Because when I don't, I start getting a little weird. Okay, weirder.
Because I have an addiction to entertaining others and fueling their emotions, especially joy. Laughter is a powerful drug and everyone needs it.
To push boundaries. And to amuse myself.
I write because it's something that I have always found great comfort in, and I will never forget the first time someone laughed because of something that I wrote.
To escape daily life and maybe help other people find an escape too.
To move someone emotionally.
To be a part of something bigger than myself.
To bring joy to others.
To support all of my wonderful friends.
I perform because there is a voice inside me, and I have to let it out.
To herd cats. Or actors.
To provide opportunities for others.
I like to make people laugh, sometimes on purpose.
To help people forget about their worries.
To explore and share the millions of comedy ideas rattling around in my noggin.
So many opportunities, like getting to write my own show and produce it.
To give life to the pictures in my head.
To give people a chance to escape and make them laugh.
Because I believe that creativity can change someone's mood, someone's day, can even change the world. I am fearless.
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 Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am Duck Washington. That's Duck like the bird, and I'll be your host for this next little spell. I hope you enjoyed the commercial. We have so many different aspects to Die Laughing, and I hope that you will contribute to our challenges, to our silent auction. You can purchase merch as well. You can find all of that stuff on dielaughingmarathon.com. Right now, I have a challenge running. Where if we raise $500 by the time my hosting shift ends, I will shave my beard into a horrific thing. I will make it so that it looks like a monkey's tail that goes from one side of my head and around, but doesn't connect or have hair on the other side. If you look up monkey tail beard on the internet, you'll be shocked and horrored. But we're getting very close to the start of our next amazing production. So you're going to see something delightful and amazing. It is called Adventures in the Premise Land, and it's basically a tabletop role-playing game show where there's a different odd premise each performance. So I hope you're looking forward to that. It is time for them to start, so please welcome Adventures in the Premise Land.
Hello. Thank you, Duck. I am Corey Anderson, and I will be the host and dungeon master of this show. Let's bring on our players. So players, would you like to hop on and introduce yourselves? Let's start with, I saw Matt pop up first. Start with Matt.
Yeah, hi. My name is Matt, and I will be playing Oberon Mercutio Constantine Dave Waberwitz. He is a barbarian of the cat variety.
I mean, all right. James.
Sure. I'm James. I will be playing a cat person, Sir Chester Shore, faithful adherent of the feline Nana God, the 9 feline gods.
So excellent, thank you. So you may notice that both James and Matt's characters are cat people. We're picturing like a little, like maybe 3 foot tall cat person. Yeah, and there's a quest that they need to be on, but they are very distractible. So they have a human to try to rein them in and keep them on task. So let's go over to Kyle.
Yes, I am Kyle. I'm playing Horatio Yarnweaver, illusionist and cat wrangler supreme.
Excellent. All right, so we are going to be playing a game called Dungeon World. I meant to have the author's name up in front of me, and I didn't. It is on the Facebook event page, so go look at that or go Google Dungeon World. And we'll be using a Felis race that was homebrewed for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. We'll be kind of adapting that here. Yeah, so this, a little bit about how Dungeon World works. If you're new to tabletop RPGs in general, we are playing a sort of collaborative storytelling game where our 3 players there each are in control of a character who they just described to you. And I am not just one character. I, as the dungeon master, will tell you about the whole world and other things that happen, and all the other characters I will be, playing them. How Dungeon World specifically works is as we're telling this story, certain things will come up that will trigger a move. For example, a common one that we will see is Defy Danger, which says when you act despite an imminent threat or suffer a calamity, you describe how you deal with it, and we roll some dice and see what happens. So all of these things, it's not necessarily a move someone declares. It's not I choose Defy Danger. It is we describe the thing and then, oh, it sounds like you're defying danger, so let's roll these dice and see what happens. They will roll 2 6-sided dice and add a little modifier on it depending on if it's thing their character is good at or bad at or average at. And for the most part, if that roll and plus their modifier adds up to 10 or more total, they did really well. They did the thing exactly as they meant to. If they roll a 6 or below, they failed at the thing. But if it's a 7 and 9, it's a success with a but. It's like, yeah, you can do that, but this happens, or it's not quite what you wanted, or it's a little more complicated, or there's a downside, or what have you. So a lot of fun chaos will happen in those 7 to 9 rolls. All right, so I think that is about all for the basic setup. You'll kind of see how it goes, and we can clarify some things if we need to as we go. Players, where is mine? There we go. So Horatio, you have discovered over time, in your research, there's this looming threat, this interdimensional being known as the Rat King that is trying to influence our world. And you have found that there are 2 fabled, prophesied heroes who are supposed to help, and you have managed to locate them. They are Sir Chester Shore and Oberon Horatio Constantine. I think there was a Mercutio in there that I didn't have written down. Dave Waberwitz. So you have found these 2 fantastic heroes, supposedly, but they kind of give you headaches. So you have heard that there is an amulet that is important to the Rat King and can be a source of power for him, potentially, that you want to deal with because you all are concerned about taking care of this Rat King. So this amulet, you have heard that it is going to be at that it is at the house of a nobleman, and fortunately, this nobleman is throwing a big fancy shindig. So you have arranged with a with a worker in the nobleman's house, to have a contact who can try to sneak you into this party, because it is for very fancy people, and you're not necessarily fancy people on site, so you will need some help to get in. So you approach the house of the nobleman of Lord Gregor. It is a big fancy estate, and you have been instructed to look around to the back side of the house, and your contact is named Croak. So you see the manor before you. What do you do?
All right, good friend Shaw. We're going to the rear entrance. We're looking for a Croak. If you see anyone that looks like a Croak, be on your toes.
Murder him.
No, on your toes. Just be ready. There are our contact. I have packed waiters' costumes with me in case that is how we shall gain entrance. We shall see.
Are there birds?
No, his name is Croak. There's no birds. We're going inside a house.
So who are we here to kill? Who are we?
We're not killing anyone. We're going to find Croak. I'm going to cast Prestidigitation and make a basic illusion of a couple balls of yarn and hover them in front of my two companions here to get them to follow me.
Okay, let's see here.
Who's a good barbarian? Who's a good paladin?
So
now come with me.
Something fun on Dungeon World that is different than, say, Dungeons and Dragons is any spell, including your cantrips, the wizard will roll to cast that. So why don't you go ahead and roll plus your intelligence modifier.
Glad I set that high, because it is a 7, because I rolled 4.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, I rolled 5, yes. So it is barely a success.
So the spell is cast. You have successfully created that illusion for them. However, choose one of the following. You draw unwelcome attention or put yourself in a spot. It disturbs the fabric of reality, so you take -1 ongoing for future spell cast, so -1 to any future rolls, or until you can rest, or you forget that spell for now until you can prepare your spells again.
I'm going to let it gain unwanted attention.
Okay.
Yeah. Fully plate mailed. Yeah. Paladin.
I'm assuming you are on your back now going. But,
yeah.
But yes.
I'm going to make that yarn regret.
So
my God demands it. Okay.
Yeah. That is your, you are a paladin serving the cat god, correct?
Yeah. The 9. The Nana god. It's one god with 9 expressions.
With 9 lives?
Functionally.
Okay, gotcha. So you successfully create this illusion to grab the cat's attention. However, there are 2 guards who happen to spot this, and that's not like you're doing anything necessarily wrong, but they do notice that, and you see them murmuring something to each other.
I noticed. I'm just taking my cats out for a walk. Nothing to see here. Just normal cats in clothing for a walk.
With a halberd.
Just never mind the pointy objects. We're for a walk.
The guards just kind of wave uneasily and go back to they're kind of far away. They're guarding the main entrance. So, so you, what do you do next?
Now I take now my good Oberon and Chester Shore, follow me. We must go.
You can just call me Ches.
Ches, all right.
Ches Shore.
Follow me, Ches Shore. We're going to see Croak. And we're going to proceed to where we're instructed to meet Croak.
All right. You see at the back entrance of the manor, in kind of a ill-fitting servant's guard, a just big, 7-foot tall turtle man. Just kind of standing out there looking around, and he kind of spots you and just kind of does a little surreptitious wave.
Croak, I may presume?
Yes, he says, Like, you do not keep a low profile, do you?
I mean, I'm quite large, so that's kind of hard to do.
Croak's like, yeah, I understand. So, it's gotcha. I'm sneaking the 2 cats in, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're my companions and warriors most noble and skilled. But yes, we're going to get that amulet and prevent the destruction of the world or whatever it is by the Rat King. I just totally played my whole hand in front of you, and I don't care.
you know that Croak is a trusted contact. He is actually in on this. So he's like, great. I just
your armor will rust. Stop that.
I kind of just thought it was these. You know what? Yeah, it'll
no
be
one
okay.
wants to see that, Oberon. No one.
So he brings out one of those little like push serving cart things and is like, I guess I was expecting you to all be tiny, but if you want to climb in, I can wheel you inside.
All of us, or just me?
I mean,
I brought waiters' costumes for my companions here. They're cute little adorable cat costumes with bow ties.
Oh, that's actually way easier than you all cramming in the cart. Yeah.
I will get under the cart and the cats will dress up and push me around.
Oberon gets his costume on.
Nothing will go wrong.
Yeah. Oberon gets his costume on and then immediately rips the sleeves off.
That's a look.
I take the little bow tie and I clip it to one ear, and then I'm not sure whether the pants are supposed to go on all 4 legs, or if they just go on the back half. So I'm kind of like trying to stuff my front legs in so that the belt comes around my chest and around like the armor and everything, and then I'm unsure how the shirt is involved. But yeah, I tear the pants in the process.
Now remember the mission. If you stay on mission, back in my alchemy lab, I have a nice fat supply of catnip that is all yours if you stay on mission and we get this amulet. Now, I scritch them both between the ears. Are we going to be good and stay on mission? Scritch, scritch, scritch.
Yes.
I look over at Wabrowitz and I'm like, we know where his wizard place is. We can and go.
Yeah, but he's talking about murdering a rat, and I am really into murdering rats. So
you say murder, steal his amulet. We'll negotiate the murder when and
okay, as long as we get to murder that rat.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Whatever he says, we're murdering the rat.
Yeah, there are rats that you may be able to potentially murder. Let's continue.
Let's do it.
I'm going to trust you and hide underneath the cart while you two push me in and serve food to the guests.
Put the shirt on properly.
All right, excellent. So Croak kind of leads you through kind of this back way and into the kitchen and lets you know, like, all right, the main party is just right out through that door.
To the party, and I close the curtains of the cart I'm underneath and go, tally ho, my companions.
I'm not pushing anything. I walk in.
All right. As you walk in, you step out from the kind of, dingy, cramped, servants' kitchen area into a big, luxurious hall. There's all sorts of people all milling about. There's chandeliers and a grand staircase and all of the super fancy things and a whole bunch of very rich-looking people all milling about.
Now, I'm whispering to them from underneath the cart. Now, push me around and let's look for someone who may be the Rat King or may look rat-like and invite them to enjoy whatever succulent treat is on this tray.
Oberon has begrudgingly pushed the cart into the group, and he's just sort of like perusing around. Is there anyone in this sort of party area that would immediately exude the thought of rat or Rat King?
Let's see. Why don't you roll plus your wisdom modifier for a discern realities.
You're high out of your mind. 9.
Okay, so you get to ask me one question from that discern realities list. Do you have that handy or?
I do not.
Okay. So the things you can ask are, what happened here recently? What is about to happen? What should I be on the lookout for? What here is useful or valuable to me? Who's really in control here? And what here is not what it appears to be?
What here is not what it appears to be.
As you look through the crowd and are trying to analyze all of the people, you can see that you perceive that some of there's just a lot of just, kind of seemingly normal people, but there are some of them who seem to be, you notice their movements seem weird, and then there's a few other scattered people throughout who, like, you can tell that there's like a scent you're picking up from them that is like, doesn't seem like a person.
Okay. All right.
So what do you do?
So where is the closest not person to me?
With the smell?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, there's one that you can kind of tell is just a few feet away from you there.
Okay, I pants him.
I should say the person is in a robe. So
Okay.
it might be difficult to pants. I should have.
I do the hockey thing where you throw the robe over the back and try to try to get their head covered up so you can punch them in the neck. But it's mostly to see like what's underneath their clothing.
All right. Yeah, they have some sort of undergarment on, but they as you get close, you can like it. As you're close to them, you notice a much stranger. You get a better sense of the smell. That it smells like magic, but it also you got a prey instinct that's pinging in your head. The person, let's see here. Yeah. So the person kind of stumbles around and tries to free themselves, and then like turns around at you and like, what are you doing?
I quickly the like cloak that's attached to my armor, I just quickly flip it over before they're free. I want to flip this over my head, and then as they come up, I want to be like, who?
That confuses the person in the robe. Did you see who did that?
Who's he saying this to?
I guess he's saying it to Ches.
Yeah, I had this over my face. I'm supposed to be.
While this is happening, I would like to reach my hand from underneath the cart, touching the leg of the person that just got pantsed, and cast Charm Person on them.
All right. Roll plus int for your spell cast.
I got an 8.
An 8. All right. So once again, that is in that 7 to 9 range.
I want it to work, but I want something bad to happen to reality. Because that's one of the options, I believe.
Oh, gotcha. Let's see. Oh, the disturbed fabric of reality is that you then get -1 to future spell casts is part of that. Is that the one you want?
Yeah, let's have fun.
All right. So, and then the charm person, what does that do?
I touch them. They become our friend until we damage them or prove otherwise. So right now they're confused, and now they're going to be our friend and going to help us on our mission.
Okay, so yeah, you reach out and grab this person and have successfully cast this spell, and it's specifically they regard you as a friend, which is an odd situation because there's suddenly a hand and they're like, "Oh, hi!" Like,
and I'm going to emerge. I'm going to emerge from the dining cart at this point because now I've established a rapport by bending their will with magic, and go, surprise! And then I open the food tray and go, and point at whatever the food is. It's deviled eggs, your favorite.
I'm gonna cram a few of those into my mouth and knock at least one of the trays off.
Good. The
my god demands it.
Feline nano god appreciates that.
Sorry about the theatrics, but I wanted to surprise you, friend, with your favorite treat. My compatriots are hired jugglers and entertainers who wanted to show you a good time.
The person in the robe is like, "Oh, well, that was delightful. I didn't see you there at first."
Magic, and I point to my wizard self.
Yes.
So
very good.
So, friend, I put my arm around their shoulder. So now that we've stuffed you full of your favorite treat, may we go somewhere more private to talk with me and my hired entertainers here?
Sure, why not, my friend?
All right. Come with me, Chester and Oberon. We're going to find somewhere private to ask this gentleman some questions.
All right. What do you do? What are you looking for?
With my hand around his shoulder, we're going to start walking away from the main part of the party, looking for like a hallway or a side room that we could potentially duck into.
All right. It's a sprawling estate, so there are hallways. So you find a hallway. There's a number of rooms off of it. You're just picking one of the rooms at random, kind of thing, or it appears to be. Let's see here. It appears to be some sort of library room.
All right. Wonderful. I direct him towards the seat. Why don't you? I didn't catch your name, my friend.
He says his name is Hawk.
All right, Hawk. Now, companions, I motion them to stand towards the door so he can't escape, kind of like with
there's
some awkward hand gestures.
Is there a book open close to the door? Like on a pedestal or something?
Sure.
Okay. I am going to lay on it. I'll be close to the door, but fuck that book.
All right.
I am also on like a bookshelf, like precariously, not really confident about where, if I could go higher or lower, but just sort of like in the middle, holding on.
Never mind my companions, Hawk, but I've come to ask you some questions of dire importance. The Master's amulet is at risk, and I need to know where it's located.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's what we're here for too.
Protect the amulet. So I need to know exactly where it is and who's holding it, so I can make sure it is safe.
Right. That's the plan. Yes, to find where it is.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct. So.
Oh yeah, no. That's the plan. Was we are here to find it. We snuck into the party.
You don't know where it is either?
Well, we heard that Lord Gregor has it.
Oh, all right. So here's what I need you to do, Hawk. I need you. This is the Master sent me this plan. I need you to go into the main dining room and cause a huge distraction. Make a fool of yourself. And while you do this, me and my friends will sneak upstairs to Lord Gregor's manor and look for the amulet.
Oh, yeah.
A team effort.
What sort of distraction?
I don't know. Howl out in pain. Claim that the dip has been poisoned or something. I don't know. Something. Make a scene.
Got it. And this is from the Master, right?
Indeed, the Rat King himself.
All right, if you say so. And Hawk wanders out the door. A short while later, you hear.
We'll get you killed later.
You hear a.
Don't look at me and judge.
A not super convincing pained scream, and crap. The dip has hurt me. Ow! He's trying his best, but he is not very good at this. And you do hear a general commotion outside.
All right, and then I direct let's try and find a way upstairs. Or wherever the Lord Greg. I really don't know the layout of this place. I should have done that before we went on this mission. But we should go snooping around looking for what the Lord's main room. If Lord Gregor has it, we should find his study. I guess it would be called, or his boudoir, maybe. Let's start looking. Watch my back.
All right. What do you do?
I think we're going to leave the library and we're going to start looking for, I don't know, probably the most heavily guarded place, because I'm guessing that's where they're keeping stuff.
Before I leave the library, I'm going to take the halberd and mark a couple lines in the backs of some of the chairs.
Okay. Yep. The feline Nanogata appreciates that.
Okay.
I'm so glad I do not own those chairs. Let's continue, friends.
So yeah, you know for sure that there is that large staircase in the main hall, that kind of grand fancy staircase thing. Other than that, it would be kind of a searching around to try to find stairs if you're looking to go up.
Well, does the main staircase seem to lead to anywhere like that looks ostentatious or anything? Then
probably.
Oh,
this whole place is ostentatious.
Maybe we should go through the kitchen, because they're bound to have a way to bring food upstairs that isn't the main.
Excellent idea,
place.
Chester, and I'm sure it has no other
Plus,
ulterior motive whatsoever.
None.
Yes. Okay. Right.
Definitely, we're not serving fish when we walk through.
Yep.
Definitely.
You lead the way, Chester. I will follow you.
I thought I heard a medieval can opener.
All right, so yeah, back in the kitchen, you do see that there is a dumbwaiter in the kitchen that appears to go up. It's probably big enough for, two of you to fit in potentially, but it would not fit all three of you for sure.
Not at the same. Could we split them up? Could I send the cats up first and then I follow them?
I'm not sure if it's big enough for how big is how tall is Horatio?
He's average human height, 5'10", 200 pounds.
It would be a squeeze for the cats, I think. So I don't know that Horatio could go through it.
All right. Does there appear to be any other staircase or anything?
Let's see here. There is another stairwell up.
Oh, here's the plan, my companions. I'm going to send you up through the dumbwaiter.
I'm already sitting in that thing.
All right.
We're both in there.
It's box shaped.
Mm-hmm. I will raise you up. Just remember, your role is to recon. Don't do anything rash until I get there.
What do we look like?
You look like a barbarian and paladin that I trust, and you have my back.
Sword unsheathed, just like, yeah.
I put them in the dumbwaiter and I raised them up.
All right. So Ches and Oberon, you arrive on a higher floor. It looks like this has kind of mostly like private quarters, bedrooms sort of thing.
Okay.
You see down the hallway, there are two guards standing outside of one room.
Okay. Do we know what this amulet looks like? Like, if we were to see it, would we be able to recognize it?
Let's see. I think it's something that, due to its magical properties, Horatio would probably be able to tell. But you don't necessarily know what it physically looks like for sure. But it is some sort of magic amulet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oberon looks over at Ches and points at him and says, "Should we do the snuggle and sneak?"
I mean, it's as good a plan as any.
Excellent. So Oberon goes down on all fours and does a really sultry, catwalk. He's got a sword on his back, so it's not really like selling much, but he like looks up at the two guards and then flops over, like exposing his belly. Like,
oh yeah, I am all about this. Yeah. Yeah. Open belly. Just like, look, I have torn pants and a fresh shirt. Pet my belly. Pet my belly.
The one of the guards notices and is kind of like, wait, what's going on over there? They kind of are giving each other confused looks.
Purring real loud.
I'm gonna try to sell this extra hard. I'm gonna like worm my way over next to Oberon and like push up against and like kind of snuggle a little bit to like quintuple the cuteness.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
One of the guards is kind of like, oh, we should probably do something about them. They're not supposed to be up here. And the other guard's like, oh, but they're really cute. I'm gonna go pet them. And the guard walks over to try to pet the exposed tummies.
This is a trap.
What you're doing is a trap?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, he approached one of the two guards approaches you. What do you do?
I'm gonna trust my compatriot to murder this guy. I myself, I'm gonna try to lunge for and decapitate the other guy.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm thinking like laying down, like hands up. As soon as he comes and reaches his hand down to my belly, it's just sword in the neck.
Yep.
All right. Why don't Oberon, roll plus your strength.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
For a hack and slash move.
That is an 11.
Ooh, all right. So why don't you roll your damage die?
Woo!
How much damage you do to this?
Yes. That is 6.
6. That really hurts this guard quite a bit. It does catch a bit of his armor though, so he's somewhat protected, but you have dealt a severe blow. And you did this so well that he doesn't, and you surprised him, he does not have a chance to react or respond.
Damn straight.
All right, Ches, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that thing where like a cat is facing one way or on its back or something like that, and then is like a liquid for a hot second, and then becomes a bullet in motion, like Zoomies style, just like immediately from on my back to in motion, and hopefully like I want to try to just ram the spike of this halberd directly in this dude's neck.
All right.
And decapitate him if possible.
Roll plus your strength.
Okay. That is a 9.
Okay, so you can deal your damage. However, the enemy gets an opportunity against you for a 9. Okay. So what is your damage die? Go ahead and roll that. It should be on your...
Plus 1 damage. It should be on...
D10 is for paladin.
D10.
Yep,
Okay.
So roll a D10.
All right. I'm going to grab one of these heavy fellas. Eric Thompson gave me this, so it must be good luck, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, that is a 9.
Okay, yeah. So normally the guard would get a chance to attack you back, but this guard isn't going to be doing anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have taken that guard out in one stroke.
Yeah, cats are a furious liquid.
Yep. Horatio, what are you up to now? You've probably heard some.
I'm making my way up
upstairs.
the stairs, so I'm guessing I come in and I just see a cat bullet and pop the head off of one guard, And I see another guard with a sword halfway through his neck who is very shocked. And I just drop my staff and go, it was supposed to be a recon mission.
I turn and I'm like, shh. Shh.
Oh God, what have I done? These guys are probably members of the guard union. They have families.
Not
What's
anymore.
your problem?
We can't do, yeah.
Well, the families still exist even if you murder them. Now their families are orphans.
We
or
can't
widows,
murder
or both.
them. They're not here.
Exactly. They don't have families anymore because they are dead.
Right. Okay. Now I suggest we leave half of one of these guys on someone's pillow.
Beautiful.
We can't let this one suffer, and I just pop him in the head with my staff. The one that's not all the way dead.
Yeah, that he had 1 HP left. Yeah,
I rolled it. I think that's. I have a -1, but I still rolled a 10.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
and I do a D4 damage because I'm a wizard. I did 4 damage.
Yeah, that does it. So
now, let's at least hide the bodies so no one just sounds the alarm when they come around the corner. I mean, they'll see the blood vial on the floor, but maybe they'll just think that's pudding or something. Yeah. Delicious pudding.
So I have a complex action that I would like to take. I would like to drag one of these guards, the decapitated one, the head. I'll just hold the head with my mouth. I'll drag the rest of him in under a bed.
Okay.
In a bedroom, if there's one nearby. You said there were sleeping quarters.
Yeah.
And then if there's clothing in a wardrobe hanging up, like a really nice nightgown or a bathrobe or something really, important looking. I'm gonna mop up the blood and just like tuck it into a corner out of the way.
Yeah, that seems entirely feasible. So let me see here.
Oberon, help me with this other poor chap's corpse. Let's find a place to put it.
You're still kind of chewing.
No, stop that. I slap at your hand. Stop that. Stop. No. Bad cat. Bad. You'll get treats later. I have lots of kibble back at the wizard tower.
But none with you.
Fair point. Let's just stuff him into an armoire and be in our way.
All right. Yep, that is that you are successfully able to do that. Yep.
Okay.
So the room that the guards were guarding is now unguarded.
Okay, let's search this room because they were guarding this room. It must have something important. And please try to refrain from killing anyone right away. Let's make sure they're a threat.
Fine. I look for a pair of slippers to throw up in.
I'm going to search the room for some kind of clue or something out of the ordinary.
As you enter the room, it is some sort of private study. It seems like. However, you notice that there is a desk with some like books out and writings and journals that appears to be possibly Lord Gregor or maybe a scholar he's hired trying to figure out what this amulet is. Even has some like sketch of it that has kind of this like tangled weird design to it. And there is a pedestal in the middle of the room that is empty.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to read his notes to try and find clues of maybe its current location. And I'm going to be very focused on that and maybe not as much on my companions.
All right. So let's see here. Yeah.
The open books, I'm going to pick them up as if reading or interested in them. I'm going to set them on the pedestal and then I'm going to knock them on the floor.
Is there anything made of glass in this room?
Oh, that's a good question.
Let's see. There's. There. All right, I'm probably gonna regret that, but yeah, there's there are some decorative lanterns in the room on a shelf or two, on a couple shelves that are, however, lit.
There was some decorative lanterns.
Yes, they are. Oberon is sitting next to, like, are they standing lanterns? Are they like?
Yeah, kind of your
holding. Okay,
Mhm.
so Oberon is looking at them, and then he looks over at his companions. And he looks back, looks over, knocks it on the ground, smashes
all right.
it.
You have successfully smashed that lantern. So there is a bit of the room is carpeted, and there is a bit of smoldering starting.
Okay.
So that's
I start reading faster.
so that's maybe a future problem, but probably a
I'm
near
gonna duck
future
out
problem.
and grab that blood-soaked bathrobe,
Mhm.
and then I'm gonna bring it in, and I'm gonna like rub the wet cloth across the smoldering thing. It's gonna get blood everywhere, but it's yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That does seem to extinguish the flames.
Okay.
You're spreading a whole bunch of evidence around, but yeah.
You've created some interesting smells.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere that guy with the sunglasses in Miami is twitching. All right.
So Horatio, in your reading of the book, you it's you can tell that it's something that Lord Gregor found. He acquired it somehow, but is trying to figure out what it is. And all he's been able to determine is that it's something that the followers of the Rat King seem to be after.
Well, I'm going to take the book and the notes and put it in my bag and go, well, it's not here, but we have some idea. We at least know what it looks like and hold up the sketch. So we're looking for this, my companions.
Bad at it.
Well, he's trying to tuck stuff into his bag. I'm gonna try to fit myself into it.
Into the bag?
Into the bag.
All right. Horatio, how large is this bag?
I mean, it's your standard kind of like messenger style bag that has my spell book and a healing potion and some spell components in it.
Do my legs fit?
I mean, are you standard cat sized or bigger than a cat? That's the real question.
That is an excellent question.
I believe the feedless we're talking somewhere around 3 feet tall, so, larger than a normal house.
So
cat,
a chonky cat, like there's
Right.
cats. There are cats this big. Maybe the up to like your knees part will fit, not quite to your hips.
Yeah, I'm gonna stuff my legs in there and like all four, and then I'm gonna like sort of sit as if it could somehow hold me.
Chester, you're almost adorable when you do this, but you're also very heavy. Can you please not?
Can you please carry me?
No. Who wants a toy?
Look, I understand that this is an imposition. I do. And,
Someone
and
wants a
we're
toy? Who wants a toy?
friends. Well,
do you want a toy? I have a toy. Does the paladin cat want a toy?
Yes.
Okay. I reach into my pocket and I just try and find some random piece of something, lint or whatever, and then I'm gonna hold it up and get really excited about it in front of Chester.
I am on that thing.
All right, good.
I am out of that bag.
Yeah, and I'm just like, it's all yours. It's all yours. You just gotta get out of the bag.
Yeah.
You just gotta get out of the bag.
I knock it under a bookshelf, and I am fascinated.
All right. Just
I'm using my halberd to try to get it out.
You can bring the toy with you, but we have to get going. Let's go, buddy.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
It's all yours. Okay. Okay. We're gonna keep searching this floor for more clues. If there's another room, we'll move on to the next room.
We'll just murder whoever's in there.
Yeah.
Search the place for clues.
Okay.
Mop up with a bathrobe. We'll just do room to room.
Rinse, repeat. Rinse, repeat. Knock over, light something on fire. Cool.
Put it out with the blood.
Put it out with the blood.
Yeah.
Your standard recon mission.
Yeah.
Standard.
So yeah, in the next room, you do see that there is it's some sort of a bedroom, and there is someone in there who seems to be rummaging through things. It's not one of the people with the smell that smells like prey and magic. It's one of the people who you're not getting much of a smell off of, and their movements seem a little weird.
Hello there, and what do you think you're doing in here?
I was just looking for something.
For what? What is this something?
It's a piece of jewelry that I lost. It's.
Would it happen to look like this? And I hold up
Yes.
the picture. Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yes. This is not for you. This is for me. This is wizard matters, and you must be on your way, peasant.
Do you know who has that?
I am trying to figure. This is my quest. You're in the way.
I would like to have that.
No, you cannot. It is mine.
I'm gonna.
Who do you think you are? I'm Horatio Yarnweaver, Wizard Supreme. These are my companions. Don't make me sick them on you.
I'm gonna cough up a hairball on the pillow.
Oberon is
I'm
licking
gonna
his-
continue
his
making direct
genitals.
eye contact. I'm not taking my eyes off of this NPC, right? I'm not. But I'm gonna, while making eye contact, I'm gonna cough it into my paw, and then I'm just gonna drop it on the pillow to intimidate this person.
This person just looks at you and just goes, "You appear to have dropped something."
Pray I do not drop more.
Now, if you answer me, who perhaps we could enter in some kind of truce to find this object, but you need to tell me who you are.
Why don't you roll plus your charisma modifier for parlay?
I rolled a 5.
All right.
This is not a high charisma party.
That is yeah.
I have a +2.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I have a
In
0
Dungeon World,
modifier, but
Paladins
yeah.
are charisma based.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, he's like, I am capable of I'm capable of acquiring the item I'm seeking without your assistance.
See,
Well,
that's
we're
the
capable of getting it
problem.
without you too.
Yes, that's the problem.
yeah.
We are trying to get it ourselves, and you seem to be an obstacle.
I feel like we've done you a favor already, even if you don't understand what that favor is. But if we don't need you,
Oh God!
Is your
no,
family
please,
here?
No, please,
I
please.
don't
no,
understand.
I have no control. Friend, I suggest you help us, or I cannot be responsible for the consequences because I have no control over these two.
This person is kind of like, is that a threat?
No, there's more of a promise that my companions cannot be controlled, and they are a bit murderous. And would say a bit, I mean, they are completely filled with murder. It's all they think about.
Yeah, this person does not seem to want to move.
I cut them in half.
All right, I guess roll a hack and slash. Roll plus your strength.
Well, that just happened.
Yeah.
I tried to warn him.
4? Mind you, I have +2. So
that is that will happen sometimes. That's a 4 is your roll total.
I love how every roll involved in this encounter so far has been terrible.
With 2 dice.
With 2 dice.
Right.
Snake eyes, basically.
Yep. So as you swing at this person, they don't appear to be armored or anything, but they do kind of just reach up and grab your blade, and you hear a clang, and then they wrench it from you and toss it aside, and your sword clatters across the floor.
Do I have claws?
I don't see why not.
Okay. I'm gonna pounce.
Okay. Yeah, let's
like
roll.
tackle.
Okay.
this.
Are you trying to injure or trying to like knock over or subdue?
Both.
What is your? Okay. So it's
Well, okay, subdue, like knock over and hold down at
and
first,
like pin.
and
So
then
more of oh, sorry, go ahead.
play.
Okay.
But pin first.
Gotcha. Let's
Yeah.
see here. What would let's call it a defy danger, because it's not the first part is not exactly an attack. So this sounds like a plus strength, because defy danger can be kind of anything depending on the situation. So just to see if, because he would resist being knocked over.
Oh, that is a 10. Oh, 9 plus 1, 10. Yes.
Oh, 10. Perfect. Okay, yeah, you have successfully caught this person off guard and knocked them down, and they are pinned on the ground.
Okay. I'm also gonna bite them.
Okay.
A little. Like
I'm assuming Oberon just like chopped a book in half, just completely missing, or a piece of furniture, and this person is like, "Whoo! I dodged a bullet there," and then out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So you
like a freight train.
When you go to bite, it's a good thing you said just a little, because they are much harder than you would have expected a fleshy person to be. It's again kind of like the clang you heard when they caught Oberon's sword. There seems to be like actually like metal.
Okay.
Is this the evil Knight Roomba?
I'm if my compatriots are up for helping, by all means. Otherwise, I'm gonna box the shit out of them.
I'm gonna watch the cats do murder for now and see if I need to assist. I don't want to get between a cat and its prey, because that's how you get scratches.
It is. So I'm gonna I'm like gonna invite Oberon to get in on this, but I'm gonna like
I might be standing back looking like terrified, and also watching the door we came in on to make sure we don't get snuck up upon while this is happening.
Smart.
I'm on the lookout.
Should I roll another like something?
Yeah, let's roll a hack and slash. Roll plus your strength.
That is a 12.
All right. Roll your damage die.
All right.
E10.
Oh, damage die is only 4.
Ah, okay.
I had my claws in. Yeah.
So let's see here. So that
makes it more fun.
So you bat this person around, and you manage to do some damage, and you hit something that appears to be some sort of little like magical illusion field generator thing. So you did some damage to it, and you can also see that it is not a person, it's some sort of automaton.
I'm gonna break it.
Yeah.
All right.
Oberon's like grabbing one leg and doing that rabbit thump thing, where they like with the back of his legs, like just.
Yeah, roll a hack and slash.
That is a 10.
10. All right, roll your damage die.
Perfect. And this is not with my sword, so I don't get a +1.
Oh, yeah, your sword is
so it's 7.
7.
I could have been adding +1 with the halberd.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. Well, I'll remember next time.
Gotcha.
And I also keep forgetting I have Herculean appetites, where I get to roll if I am pursuing pure destruction. I get to roll a d6 and a d8 instead.
Okay.
Got to remember to do that.
So you said it was 7 damage?
7 damage, yep.
Okay. So this this thing seems to be like clicking and whirring, and it is really, you've really messed it up bad. But it is still moving, and it is still trying to get up.
More.
Alright,
I'm gonna try to like separate an arm.
I'm slightly terrified, but I'm watching the door to make sure no one surprises with this happening, because I think they've got this. Sadly.
You do see down the hallway there are guards who are starting to check doors because they have discovered some of the mess. So there is kind of a patrol going around starting to check rooms. There's still a couple rooms away from you, but they are
how many
working their way around. There are 3 of them. Just checking doors.
I'm gonna go back to.
I'm not going to alert my companions to their presence at the time, because I want to try and keep them alive.
I'm gonna. I like the rabbit kick move. I'm gonna like grab onto the arm, and while I'm like trying to torque it off of the body, I'm also just with my foot just gonna be like speed bagging the head.
It's a good move. Yeah, roll a hack and slash.
Okay. That is a 9. Oh, plus 1. 10.
Okay, sweet. So yeah, roll your damage die.
Oh, that is a 9.
All right, this thing was already kind of on its last leg or arm or whatever. But yeah, you have completely broken this automaton, and it stops moving.
I'm just like panting and just like overjoyed. Like I have been consumed by a holy glow. You can tell that my God is blessing me. This is just
how far away are the guards now?
They are 1 room down.
All right, I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
All right. Roll, let's see here. Where is that one? I think invisibility that says touch an ally, so I'm not sure if you can cast on yourself. You could probably cast on one of them.
I can't touch my friend. All right.
I guess you're an ally to yourself and you could touch yourself, but come on.
Comedy.
I could see where that you could do the
maybe. If not, I will do something else. That is fine.
You know what? Sure, why not? Let's see where that goes.
Okay,
so roll plus your int, and remember, you still have that minus one ongoing to spell.
So I normally have a +2 int, so now it's a +1.
All right.
I got another 7.
All right. So you can draw unwelcome attention to yourself, take another -1 ongoing, or you can forget that spell for now until you are able to rest, which...
I'm going to draw unwanted attention to myself, and what I'm going to say what happens when I turn invisible, it makes a really loud pop sound.
Okay.
I cast a spell as I blink out of vision.
Gotcha, yeah, so there is a...
Like a champagne cork being undone.
Right. So the guards hear that. You have successfully turned invisible, but they have heard a noise coming from this room, so they immediately come to this door.
So what I want to do after I pop, then I want to invisibly start making ghost sounds, and then down the hall going, woo, I'm a ghost, and pushing things over in the hallway to get their attention.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, let's see here.
So they hopefully don't see the murder room.
I am also thrilled by the prospect of things getting knocked over.
Okay. Yeah, so you knock stuff over. That does draw their attention.
And then I'm making the noise while invisible, doing that, running down the hallway, trying to pull the guards away from my cat friends. And I maybe like close the door behind me so they don't see right in. And I'm trying to sell the fact that a ghost is doing shit. Like I might even go, I'm a ghost. Woo!
That's good thinking.
The guards are kind of
would say that
freaked out by that. And they're like, should we go investigate? I guess. Like they don't seem to really want to. I mean, in an old manor like this probably is legit haunted. So you Sorry, so you went in there, going into a room and shutting the door behind yourself, did you say?
I shut the door that the room we're in. Where
Oh,
they have
for the
stuff
one
at
you're in,
top.
gotcha.
So while they, hopefully if they run past me, they won't see into the door
I
and see my
see.
cat friends.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull them away from my cat friends.
Yeah, so they do
My cat companions.
Yeah, they go past
Onions.
you, and go running off down the hall. And you see from another room, door open, and a couple of those hooded figures step out and kind of look around and start to kind of walk nonchalantly.
Oh, scratch at the door.
Hooded like the other automaton.
No, the automaton was just looked like a random person, nobleman kind of person.
Oh, hooded like the guy we charmed earlier.
The person the charmed and the attempted pantsing. Yep.
Okay.
I'm scratching at the door.
I'm going to follow them invisibly and see where they go.
Okay. While you're following them, let's go back to what are Oberon and Chaz doing. Chaz is scratching at the door. Right?
Yeah.
Can I open the door? Am I tall enough to open the door?
I feel like you're tall enough, yes. Is that a thing you know how to do?
Do we have thumbs?
Right. Well,
you can you're wielding weapons.
Yeah, you can use paws and things like that. Like it's. Please be aware that even if I can, I'm not going to. I am going to scratch at the door. I just need to know what the interaction is.
You need to make it someone else's problem. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Well, no, you open it for me. Yeah. You would if you were so inclined, you would be capable of opening this door.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sharpening my claws in this thing.
All right.
On the automaton, are they holding anything? Do they have a sack or any sparkly? Is there any? Here. Loot the body.
Right.
This is a tremendous plan.
There is somewhere.
It's not moving anymore, so
we have no plan.
There is a treasure table, but I don't know where it is. There it is.
My religion requires me not to mess around with anything that isn't actively moving around.
Oh yeah.
Basically, unless it's on if this automaton were on a tall pedestal, if it were on a shelf.
It was covered in sand,
So there is a treasure table to roll on based on the creature's health and various factors. So this is a good one to get. Useful information in the form of clues, notes, etc. So there appears to be a few things that are little magical power sources. There's one kind of in the center of its chest that appears to be a weird little metal wheel, but it's like a cage kind of thing that it looks newer than the rest of the pieces. So this is something that has been probably recently installed.
Interesting. I pull it out.
All right. Yeah. You pulled it out. You've got it.
It doesn't do anything.
It doesn't seem to. I mean, it's got a little thing that would spin,
I spin it.
Yeah, it's satisfying. Just this little.
It's like medieval fidget spinner.
Right. Yeah. It's open on one side. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Horatio, following these hooded figures, they are, they meet up with a couple more hooded figures, and they start heading down the stairs.
I'm going to follow them and hope my companions catch my scent or something. I'll figure something out, but I can't let them out of my sight.
All right.
You
follow them there.
Is anyone coming to open the door?
Doesn't appear so at this point.
Okay.
At a certain point, Oberon gets tired of the wheelie thing, and he puts it in his bag, and he looks over and he sees Chez scratching his claws, and I envision that he runs and jumps and not intentionally, but it's one of those lever doors.
Oh yeah.
And he just sort of lands on, and because of the scratching, the door throws open and two cats tumble out into the hallway.
Perfect. You tumble on the hallway. The hallway is in a slight state of disarray with all the chaos you've already done, and then all of the stuff that Ghost Horatio has knocked over.
My god demands that I play it off as if I meant to fall into the hallway. I'm gonna stand up and like.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what you meant to do.
Do we see Horatio and his, or we can't see Horatio? He's invisible.
Right.
Do we see the posse of people that he's following?
I feel like they've turned a corner, but I mean, you could probably, you have sense of smell and good sense of hearing. They're not so far away that you are completely unaware. Yeah.
Okay.
You probably recognize Horatio's like footstep rhythm from being around.
Okay, yeah.
So you can follow.
I do follow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go too.
Okay. So you catch up to, well, you might catch up to Horatio, you don't know, and you are now in the kitchen where the hooded figures are attempting. They're headed for the doorway, like outside.
I'm going to run ahead of them and shut the door and attempt to lock or bar it while I'm invisible.
Okay. Yep. You can do that. They were not like running, so if you sprint, you can beat them there.
All right, yeah, I will sprint invisibly around them, and then I'm going to shut the door. And if there's like a key in it, I'll like break it off. If not, I'll just find something to try and wedge in the door to keep it from being opened.
Okay, when they see this happening, they rush over to the door.
I'll use my staff. I'll brace it with my staff. If it's got like the loop door handles, I'll put it in between. And then since I'm invisible, and then hold it there.
Yeah. Oh, wait, sorry. What are you doing with the staff? I'm
gonna wedge it between like the door handles, so it's like.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Are you on the other side of it, or you're inside still?
I'm gonna stay inside and try to prevent them because.
So
it opens out.
Does it open in or out? Yeah, that's the next question.
I suppose it would probably open in, is how doors.
I love the idea that it opens.
Right.
Opens the wrong way. The staff does nothing.
The missed opportunity. Yeah, it opens inside, so that wedges in there, and I suppose your staff was probably invisible too. I didn't think about that because otherwise
until I let go of it, I'm sure it stays.
Right.
So I'm gonna like wedge it there and then stand to the side so they don't like run into my body, and just keep my hand on the staff on like the edge to keep it invisible.
Yeah. So they are trying to open the door. And they kind of seem to start panicking and start making kind of weird noises, kind of little shrieks and stuff.
Are we there?
And
I have something I want. I'm going to use my last spell on
just so you know, if you cast a spell, you can't cast a spell while you're invisible, so you would have to make yourself visible in order to cast another one.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to stay invisible for now.
Okay. And sorry, Chaz, you had a question? I thought.
Are we there?
You are in the kitchen now with them. Yep. So you see that happening, them starting to scrabble at the door. Yeah.
I'm going to hop up on the...
Sorry. What does it sound like? Give us a soundscape.
It's like it's a kind of a mix of like panicked people, but it also starts to be kind of like a little like I don't know. It's like a shrill, shrieky, squeaky kind of sound.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's something you might want to ek at if you're familiar with that. Yeah. All right, Chaz, what are you doing?
I'm gonna hop up on the center island, or like if there's a prep table in the middle, I'm gonna hop up on there and I'm gonna intimidate them, and I'm gonna get their attention by like just knocking one thing at a time off onto the floor as I slowly like make progress toward them.
All right. They see you and are kind of weirded out. They're very concerned with getting out of here, but one of them you might recognize as Hawk, and he's like, "Hey, you were with the guys who tricked me. They told me that you were that you were with us, but then you made me do something that made me look stupid. And then these guys said that the Rat King didn't even tell me to do that." And he is pissed at you. The others are scrabbling at the door, but you know what? Hawk pulls a dagger and starts heading for you because he did not like being made a fool.
Halberd.
Great sword.
All right. So are you attacking? Or you're just pulling out the sword? I wasn't sure what that.
Oh yeah, no, I feel like we're going hog wild. Like as soon as he pulls a weapon, it's like fair game. Let's go.
So while I would like to attempt something if it's okay. While he pulls his dagger, I would like to stick my foot out to try and trip him as he runs towards my friends.
Let's see here.
I'm trying to help you all. I'm going to try and put him prone and vulnerable.
Now, I think that might count.
That might make me visible, but I'm okay playing my
I was going to
hand
say,
here.
because your invisibility conditions are until you attack, until the target attacks someone or until you dismiss the effect. So, yeah I think that counts enough because that could cause harm. That counts as an attack. So you can do that. And he tumbles over. But you do become visible suddenly at that point. And you are at the door next to the other three of them.
So...
Is there like a vat of hot soup or something?
You know what? There absolutely is. Yes.
Okay. I don't know. I'm going to use the halberd. I'm going to like hook the handle and I'm just going to knock it straight down on Hawk. Boiling hot soup.
Roll a hack and slash for that. That counts as
I get to add damage.
Or do you want me to roll to trip, or do I just trip?
You just are able to do that.
Okay, great.
They didn't even know you were there.
So this is 8 plus strength. So this will be 9.
9. Okay.
9.
So you can deal your damage, but they will get an opportunity on you as well. So
now I know that this is soup damage, not halberd damage.
Kind of how a lot of the like Dungeon World and other games of this sort of game engine work. It's kind of that's what you're good at doing, so that's the level of damage you can cause. Usually.
Okay, so I'm gonna add that 1 to my 7. I'm gonna do 8 damage with soup.
Okay, again, this is a case where normally the due to your attack roll, they get an attack back at you, but that you did such high levels of soup damage. That Hawk, it's weird. There's like a sort of glowing purple energy that the body kind of melts into and dissipates, and out from under the robes, a little rat just scurries off.
I'm on that thing.
Okay, yep.
Unless, I mean, does Oberon, I'm gonna make a quick check-in.
Yeah, Oberon's going in as soon as, Oberon's already focused on the ones that are trying to get out, because that's fair game right there. That's just free swings.
I am, all right. Yeah. I'm on Hawk.
It's just a little rat. You catch him,
Okay, I'm gonna tuck 1/2 into a pouch.
Okay. Oberon, what are you doing?
So how many are trying to get out?
3 are left there.
So he's going to make as big an arc as he can and try to take off as many legs in one sweep as he can accomplish.
Roll plus strength. Let's see what happens.
And question.
Yes.
Because I am pursuing pure destruction, can I count that as a heroic appetite or Herculean appetite?
I don't see why not.
Yeah. All the destruction.
Kind of feel bad just serving this dude up to be vulnerable to you all, but I'm also very much enjoying it.
So I rolled a 5 and a 3. The 3 is on the D8, but that is a 9. Well, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 10 total. But because the D6 is higher than the D8, you get to introduce a complication or danger that comes along due to my heedless pursuits.
Okay.
Excellent.
But so 10 total is the
gotcha. So you successfully do your hit, and they're all clustered by the door. So you got a great sword. I'm gonna count that. Roll your damage, and let's see what you do to them.
3.
3. Okay. 3. So you have managed to hit all of them, but they are. You did some significant damage to them. They seem to be like the other, like Hawk was, where it's some sort of magic body that's not a normal person body. So you kind of see some like purple magic energy fly off when you swipe through them, but they do seem to have been hurt by it. However, when your swing goes through, it does smash the door as well. And it's a loud crash as with all the other clattering and soup and all that, so it's probably not long before guards will be in on this room.
Got it. Dang it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the robed figures are very injured. All right. What does someone
Either
do
of the
next?
rope figures appear to have like a bag or anything?
They've got kind of your standard fantasy array of like there's pouches and things, yeah. But no one's singled out as like, oh, that's the
bag man.
Right.
All right. Okay, yeah. So are any of them dead or they're all injured?
They're all injured.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna raise my body. I'm gonna try and intimidate them as much as possible.
Okay.
It's like, now hand over the amulet before I unleash the true power of my companions and use my magics to make them twice the size. I'm totally bluffing here. Twice the size they are now. If you think they're deadly now, imagine they're the size of a donkey mauling your face with claws as large as daggers themselves. And as I do that, I'm going to cast Prestidigitation, have sparks fly from my fingertips to aid in the illusion.
All right. So we'll do a two-part thing there. So since you're casting a spell as part of it, let's roll your
with a
-1 because that's still an ongoing. Yep.
It's an 8.
Okay. So again, you can, unwelcome attention, another -1, or forget that spell.
I'm gonna forget my spell for the rest
Sounds
of the
good.
session. I'm using it once. But sparks
rest of the
out of my
session for the next
fingertips.
10 minutes.
Yep.
And
my
then
fingers are sparklers now. My fingertips.
and then let's roll a parlay, roll a charisma, because you're using the leverage to manipulate them. The leverage of we won't maybe murder you.
I rolled double 6s, so 12.
All right. They are terrified. One of them reaches into the robe and holds out the amulet to you and is just like, please let us get out of here.
Yep, I will snatch it up.
And they scurry towards the door.
Is the door open?
We have the
door has been smashed open, and they try to book it out of there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get out. That means my staff is probably splintered in pieces, which is fine.
Oh, no.
My friends, out the back door. We're successful. Catnip for everyone on me.
All right. You're heading out?
Yeah, we're gonna cheese it out the back doors before the guards come.
Is there any possibility that I could catch one of them?
Yeah. I don't see why not. Why don't we let's do maybe you know what? They're just out there running. If you can try to catch one of them. Yeah, go for it. What would you do if you caught one? What are you trying to do?
Leap on them, just claws out, tear them apart.
Let's have you roll a hack and slash. Yeah.
7 + 1, 8.
All right. So yep, you can deal your damage, but they might get a chance to attack you back in some way if they're still alive after your damage.
Well, it's a 2.
Just 2?
And I know that this person's already injured, but it's a 2. Yeah.
Yeah, that is almost enough. You tackle them and deal some damage. You can see their kind of magic form kind of disrupts a little bit. Let's see, the one of that one that you tackled swipes at you. They seem to have kind of claw hands now. For 1d8 of damage, and you can roll that, or I can roll that for you if you want.
I've got a d8. Wow, I rolled very well. I take 6 damage.
All right.
Okay. So that puts
you
me
have
down
armor?
to 19. Oh, I do. What? Armor. 2 armor.
Okay, so that takes 2 off of that. So you take 4.
Okay, I take 4. Oh, okay. So I'm at 21.
All right.
Nice.
Good
Yeah. And the other 2 are kind of getting away. What do y'all do?
What direction are they running?
They're just straight away from the house. They are terrified.
I'm trying to tell. We've completed the mission. Back to the wizard tower, you fools!
And I hurl my sword at one of them.
All right. Why don't you roll plus dex for a volley move?
Roll plus dex.
Mhm.
Would this be pursuing pure destruction?
There's no tactical point to it. I think this, if anything, is definitely pure destruction because you don't need to do this.
He doesn't even know what's beyond them if he misses with the sword. He's literally chucking a sharpened piece of metal into the void and seeing what happens.
Children beware.
I literally played a Jackbox game and they asked what would cats do if they had opposable thumbs, and I answered murder, all of the murder.
Yep.
And
that's accurate.
Yeah.
So it is an 11.
Okay, for your
but
Mhm.
the D6 is higher than the D8, so there is a complication or something.
All right. So so roll for your damage.
Okay.
We
is a
successfully
9.
got the amulet, but I still feel like some way we've lost.
So you have successfully slain that one.
The poor bastard's running. He just takes his sword to the back.
It's yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So that you have slain that one. And the last one has managed to get away. Mm-hmm.
This time.
But you successfully have the amulet.
Okay.
So,
can I finish murdering this guy?
yeah. Why don't you finish it off if you?
I'm gonna bite it.
We got time for just that. I
My
think.
mental picture is the dinner guests are just like this is happening. They're just like, oh my god!
Right.
There's just total chaos.
I got 6, but I get to add 1.
Okay. Yep.
For strength. So I have a 7.
Okay. That'll let you deal your damage.
Okay. And
we'll see what happens after that.
Local, I think
6 damage.
Local animal control.
6 damage. For a moment, I thought I got to add the halberd. But
oh, gotcha. That is enough to finish off this one. Yep. And so, magic's back into the rat form.
Light.
There you go. Yeah. So there is a whole bunch of commotion coming from the manor behind you. Guards yelling, people screaming.
We should leave.
Yeah. Yep.
Cruise hands.
Yeah.
Cruise
Run
hands.
away into the night. You did it. You left a trail of destruction, but you did it.
Who would have thought a paladin dedicated to the cat god and barbarian of destruction would have done such things?
Right?
Look,
so
I'm very pious.
I'm very murderous.
Well, that thank you all. That was a lot of fun. We are just about out of time here. So this has been Adventures in the Premise Land. Thanks again to Matt, Kyle, and James. I am Corey. Please stick around for more Die Laughing things tonight.
And I want to plug something that's related to this topic for the silent auction. If you are a tabletop role player, one of the items is I paint miniatures professionally for people. You can get 4 miniatures painted by me on the silent auction. So if you are a gamer in this thing, go bid on that on the auction.
Sweet. Anyone else have anything to add? We have like about maybe a minute. All right.
This was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. We hit a fundraising goal. I had promised that if we had raised $500 during my hosting shift, I would shave myself a monkey tail beard. We did it with enough time that I was able to run off and grab the razor. So this is what you can get if you decide to be charitable and support this amazing company. As Kyle said, there is a silent auction. If you go to the dielaughingmarathon.com website, there's a bunch of amazing things for sale. There are there are things crafted out of resin. There are some really fantastically geeky soaps. And as he said, Kyle has offered some miniature painting that is available, which is really cool. I have to say I've had Kyle paint miniatures for me in the past, and they've all turned out tremendously. In fact, this past holiday season, I decided that my nieces and their cousins who have started playing at like elementary school level, that'd be really fun to surprise them with painted miniatures that represented all of their characters, and it was one of the best Christmas presents ever. So you can donate on that and get 4 miniatures for a bargain, really. So check that out. Check the other items out, because those are really great things to do. You can also, while you're on the website, take a look over at the challenges. If you look at the challenge section of our website, you can see all of the cool things and crazy things that you can have us do, like shave a monkey tail beard. But there's also ways you can really reward us. You can send us packages. You can have somebody give us words of gratitude. That's all in the challenge section of the website, or you could just make a donation, because we really depend on the contributions of our wonderful audiences. That said, I want to pass the floor over. We have a little bit of a recording from our artistic director, Tim Wick, and we will play that for you right now.
Hi, my name is Tim Wick, and I'm the artistic director of Fearless Comedy Productions. Thank you so much for taking some time out of your weekend to watch part of Die Laughing Halftime. I hope you're enjoying what we're producing, and I hope it's giving you a smile, and I hope that you choose to support Fearless in the coming year. This last year has been a tough one for a lot of theater companies, including ours, and we're really excited to get back on stage in front of audiences. Fearless has been working for years to help give artists an opportunity to create new works and to try new things on stages around the Twin Cities. But rather than just tell you about those stages, let's go take a look at some of the stages we performed at in the last several years. Come on.
The Phoenix Theater, the Historic Mounds Theater in St. Paul, Strike Theater, the Bryant Lake Bowl Theater, and even from inside our own houses.
And that's not even all. We've performed in all sorts of other venues that I either couldn't get to because they're too far away or just didn't go to because I'm lazy. For instance, we performed at the Heartwood Conference Center here in rural Wisconsin. And right in the middle of the Mississippi River, we performed on the Jonathan Paddleford in cooperation with the Mississippi Park Connection for the last 4 years. We have a lot of great ideas coming up, and we really need your support. With your help, we use that money to create shows like Fearless 5, where we have 5 different writers and 5 different directors create a show with a common theme. This year's theme was space, and we produced it online. All 5 shows were written to be performed online. It was a really great show, and you can still see that if you go to our Facebook page. It's still there. I am super proud of what everybody at Fearless does. And I am super excited for a company that works so hard to give emerging artists the opportunity to explore comedy in all of its many facets. Yes, we're going to be back on stage this year, and I couldn't be happier. But you know what? We've learned how to produce things online now, and we're not going to give that up. We're still going to be producing things online for people who maybe can't get out to see something on a stage or don't feel comfortable yet. I know how that is, but what we need is your support. Coming up later this year, we plan to be back on stage to produce The Bungalow Loft at the Historic Mounds Theater. We'll have a new installment of Fearless 5 on stage at the Historic Mounds Theater in February, and we have plans to produce Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing at the Historic Mounds in the spring. There's so much coming up, but we need your help to make it all happen. So do what you can. And if you can't do anything, I hope you just take some time to enjoy what we're doing online, because you know what? Making people laugh is what Fearless is all about. And if we can do that, that's enough.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed what Tim had to say. We are thrilled that you're here joining us for Die Laughing, and we want to get you set up for our next performance, which is starting right now. This is a group called Hitmen Anonymous, a support group. In the description that we have for this is that even mercenaries need space to vent. Sit in on a session of your local Hitmen support group for a better understanding of the woes and want of the professionals at play. So without further ado, Hitmen Anonymous.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome. In light of our, diverse group, we're, I think, gonna say that this is now Assassins Anonymous. You might not recognize me, and I sure don't recognize any of you. I am stepping in for Alexander. There was a mishap. I'm sure you understand. Like, these things, they happen. So I'm here to just we're gonna talk through things. We're gonna do what we're supposed to, and but first I would really like to have you introduce yourselves. I think that's a good step for us to take. Do we have any volunteers?
I can go first. My name's Renner. I use they, them pronouns. I'm with an organization that none of you are qualified to know the name of, and I'm only here because a job went sideways and they told me that if I don't do the support group, I'm getting demoted. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And how long? Pardon me. I was just going to ask, how long has it been since you last successfully took care of a thing for someone?
It's been 37 days since my last successful job.
37. So go ahead. You were about to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So my name is Robin. I'm a freelancer. Killing people isn't my passion. It's not what I think I'm here for. It's my day job, but it pays the bills. So this group has really helped me to keep going.
Good. And just really quick, can we say hi to Robin and Renner, everybody? I mean, I'm sure you know each other, but maybe if we have some new friends. Yeah.
Hi, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
Yeah. It's good to meet both of you. It's really good. Okay. And either of you?
Okay. Is it my turn? Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hi, I'm Sarah. I do have an organization and I wrote it down. It exists. I just forgot. Yeah. So this is my first thing. Yeah. So I'm new to the whole like murder and stuff. So that's all great. Yeah.
Sorry, just as a technicality, I would like for us to avoid the M word, because That's a crime, okay? And what we have is a job, okay? So if you you could say that you have inhumed someone. You could say that you have mopped up a little problem, that you've resolved a situation. We're not trying to talk around it, but we're also, I think, just trying to separate what it is that we do from committing a crime. It's different. There's a difference.
Helped someone cross over?
Yes. Yeah.
I did some landscaping once.
Yeah. Excellent.
Well, I haven't really inhumed anything yet.
Okay.
So nothing's really worked out yet. But
Okay.
I would like to landscape.
Okay.
What kind of landscaping have you tried?
Well, I tried everything, really. Nothing really has worked out. I tried an icicle, it melted. I tried poison, not the right dose, whatever. It's fun.
Perhaps you need better pruning shears? Gardening
Tried meditation,
tools?
calming your mind. A lot of people think that meditation is silencing your mind, but really it's not. It's about not holding on to thoughts. It's about letting thoughts just blow through your brain like leaves blowing in the wind. It's not forcing yourself.
Like a bullet through a head.
If you would like
For the NSA agent watching this, these are all euphemisms and jokes for legal purposes.
Clearly, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yes, you.
Yes. Now that I've finished consuming my Pearson's nut roll, thank you, Sarah, for giving me a final moment to finish that. My name is Asher McCallan Crow. I am a freelancer, and I've been at this for 10 years.
Excellent.
And I'm here because I'm working on my interpersonal skills.
Okay, good, good. Those are going to come in handy, obviously. Yeah. And then we have someone who's just joining us. Feel free, pull up a chair, join the circle.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Apologies for being late. Traffic was just ridiculous out there.
Well, just think of yourself as helping to reduce the traffic problem, just one at a time.
One commuter at a time.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's really fucking good. I gotta remember that. That's really fucking good.
Public service.
Yeah.
You know, Alexander never put it that way. I'm liking you, new guy. What's your name?
Guy. Yeah, Guy Buddy. Yeah.
All right. I mean, we got Knives McHands over here, so why not?
So it's really good to meet all of you. I think we had a really good instinct, and I want to follow that as we follow all of our instincts on a day-to-day basis, to keep ourselves safe and to help others. So Sarah, we had started helping Sarah and offering advice, which, like I said, I think that's a really healthy instinct. So can you tell us more? I heard you say, I've tried everything, and I understand that feeling. It can feel like we really have done everything, but we want to set aside our frustration. We want to try to be adaptable and to remember that there are always more methods, that there are always more ways to grow, both personally and professionally, right? So tell us about some of your experiences very not necessarily specifically, but like if you could go through a little bit.
Yeah, sure. And I will try new things. I have leaf blower written down. I'm really excited about that one. Yeah, so I also tried a knife, but it turns out that it was broken. So then when I took the box cutter out, it just flew out. And then it ended up like landing on my foot. And then that really, and so I had to leave because I was bleeding.
You had a spring-loaded box cutter and it didn't work?
Well, I don't know how they work. Like,
Renner, we want to, this is not a place of judgment. This is a place of support.
Right.
Remember.
Maybe I could try like another knife.
Yeah. Hey, Asher, looks what you got something to say?
Yes. Sarah, it sounds to me, I'm not making a judgment. My assessment is that you are so eager. You are very eager and you are invested in success, but it might help to invest in yourself first, invest in your technique first. It's often been said that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So if you're undertaking these large contracts, these large endeavors, perhaps you are the thing that's getting in your way, your enthusiasm. So perhaps start small with mosquitoes, house flies, move on to mouse traps, things like that. And always, if I may add, if I may be so presumptuous, always check your equipment. Equipment checking is your friend. Better safe than sorry.
Asher makes a few very, very good points. And I might also add, just if you find equipment unreliable, it might be a good idea to just use your bare hands as much as possible. Become skilled with the basics first, and then try to spice things up, you know? So yeah, these are, I think this is really
Their
solid.
hands can be messy. Make sure you have cleaning supplies on hand.
Also a very good idea, yes. And even if, for example, it's for your own blood, then, you know, that's a very good idea. Okay, yes, Renner.
So jumping off of what Asher said about, you know, maybe you're taking jobs that are outside of your experience level at this time. Where does he go? My first job was with this grandma who just needed a little extra care. You know, she was definitely tired and she was ready to go, but she just needed a little help getting to her appointments. So
yeah.
Yep, drove her right to where she needed to be. It was not a long drive, it's about 6 feet. But
yeah, a nice short drive.
Yeah.
Sounds elegant.
I thought so. I think she just needed someone to be there for her, to put her in just like a nice warm embrace. So I think that what maybe you need to consider is the people that you're taking these jobs from. Maybe you need to start being more discerning about the jobs that you accept.
Yeah, that's, I think, Renner, that's an excellent point. What we are providing is a service of care. It's something that comes from the heart. And if we are overindulging, if we're putting ourselves out there too much, we won't have anything for anyone else. Robin, did you?
I was just going to ask, have you thought about finding an internship? I know a lot of
That's a great idea.
People out there looking for, I think hench folks is the proper term, the industry term nowadays.
I heard henchy wenchies once, but like I think it might have been on the list of like, don't do this thing because it's diminishing language. You know,
and we're actually moving away from language like that, and we say support. that
Support.
someone has
is one I've
support.
seen.
And some
Yeah.
of those are
Also
unpaid
good.
support, but you know, if you work your way up, you get eventually
Yeah.
what learn skills.
And Asher, did you have a suggestion?
I merely mentioned that sometimes you might see it referred to as operations support.
Oh yeah, operations support. Yeah.
And it is also imperative to be mindful of, shall we say, compensation. Since the 1980s, the Gordon Gekko, the Glengarry Glen Ross era of corporate and capitalist greed, during which the CEO ratio of CEO to worker pay increased 10-fold, 20-fold, 50-fold or more. Keep in mind that in our line of business, what we do does not come cheap. And do not fall for the line of, I'm not able to pay you.
Yeah.
We must begin to take that back. We must begin to backpedal on that. What you provide as an assistant is a valuable service. You are receiving experience, but you are doing work. And with the money that we make, the money I know I make as a freelancer, I can well afford to pay an assistant what they're worth. So don't listen to that 1980s, that greatest generation, that me generation, that baby boomer bullshit, because they can't afford it. They just don't want to.
And I'm also going to throw in, I agree completely with Asher. I also feel like it's important that you set up a Venmo or a Cash App or something if you haven't already, because if someone is paying you a decent amount, you don't want to follow them anywhere to get it. It's a lot better if they can just press a button and send it to you after you've parted ways.
Know your value, Sarah. Know your value.
Yes.
Embrace your worth, Sarah.
I think that's great. Yeah. So, who would like to be supported next? I know Asher had mentioned an interest in socialization, in feeling a strength in social situations. Am I remembering correctly?
People just have difficulty taking me seriously, and I don't know why. People don't believe my outgoing spirit. People don't believe my earnest friendliness is in earnest. I love to cook. I love to alter my own clothes. I love to volunteer at the local pet shelter. I prefer cats over dogs. Liking dogs over cats seems to be like having Wolverine as your favorite X-Men. It seems to be expected. It seems to be standard. People just don't want to understand cats as much as they understand dogs. Cats need love too, especially black cats. The pervasiveness of old world antiquated superstition regarding black cats or cats in general is just merely ridiculous. I have feelings. I connect.
Yeah, I was going to say, this seems.
I cook. I clean.
Potent.
I took care of my grandmother. I held her hand.
Whoa. Did you take care of her or take care of her?
Oh, I was a primary caretaker of my grandmother.
Rock on.
That's lovely. Yeah. Well, and what I think you have expressed is something that I like to call the Prince Romance syndrome, right? How can you be sure, your status, your job, right? How can you have earnest and really meaningful relationships alongside that? Because, for example, if you're the Prince of Burundi or something, I don't know where, but if you're the prince of someplace, how could you be sure that people are there for you and not for you as a prince? And very similarly, how can you, Asher, be sure that people are around you for who you are and not what you can do for them or to them? I think they're confusing, it sounds like, who you really are, this good person, with just the thing that you do. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I feel. And sometimes I feel like it's the opposite, like I am avoided, or people are averse to even considering that I have that golden heart, that my halo actually isn't crooked.
Yeah, they're only seeing this one aspect of the multifaceted jewel that you are. Do others have a similar experience?
I was.
You can do it, Sarah. Believe in yourself.
I know, it keeps moving.
I was going to share something that helps that with me personally is finding that degree of, separation between your job and who you are. How I do that is after every time I finish helping someone to the other side, I like to go seen. And that just disconnects, I have my work life and I have my home life, and they don't have to be the same.
I think that's a phenomenal way to metaphorically draw a curtain across what it is that you do and who it is that you are. Does anybody else have something where they feel like they need? We have just a little while left to discuss. Does anybody have anything else where you feel the need for support? Yes, Renner.
Well, no, guys, my thing was, I know last week Mr. Knives here was talking about he and his wife were having some struggles with his day job and hers. And
Yeah.
Alexander had told you to, like, I don't know, consider if this was like oh man, what is the word for this? Irreconcilable difference that you needed to take care of. Did you get anywhere with that?
Yeah, so
also competing love languages.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's basically the long and short of it. My wife, Marjorie, who I love very, very much, turns out we got married back in the fall. It was a beautiful fucking wedding. You should have been there. But my wife, Marjorie, who I love very much, she tells me the other day at dinner that she's an FBI agent. And she didn't want to tell me that before the wedding because she didn't want me to think about her different. But the problem with that is now I'm worried about, is she gonna find me out? Is she gonna discover that I'm an assassin? So it's just like, it's proven to be a lot of stress.
Okay. I have dealt with other people, well, not dealt with, but I've worked with others who've had similar experiences. And for me, it comes down to, if this is a relationship that is worth saving and protecting, then it's one in which she feels similarly about you, where your value to her exceeds what it is that you do. And I think you might need to find a middle ground where you can be mutually beneficial in your careers. If there is someone that she needs to have driven
Why don't you just
for a
drive
short
her
drive.
6 feet?
Yeah. Oh, well.
What did you just say?
Whoa.
Okay.
About my fucking wife, Marjorie? What did
Well,
you say to
I
me?
mean, like she was on like
Do
a
you
bunch
know
of
who
lists.
I fucking am? I'm Joey Knives Napolitano,
Well,
okay?
Yeah.
She's
I
just
think
on
you
so
before
many
in my life,
lists.
and you're coming at my wife Marjorie like that.
Yeah, Marjorie Napolitano.
As
Like
much
she
as
was on
we-
my list. I need like
Excuse me?
I didn't
Okay.
I
Oh,
didn't
no,
do
no,
it,
no, no,
obviously.
no.
Sarah, Sarah,
I'm
race
gonna
you.
come
I'll race
find
you.
you.
There's a lot
okay?
of
You
conflict
threaten my
here.
wife
Yeah.
Marjorie like
Oh,
that?
yeah,
I'm gonna
let's go.
come fucking
All right.
find you, man. I swear to
I'm gonna win this one. Bye.
Okay. I think this was a great session, everybody, and I'll look forward to seeing at least some of you next week.
This is delicious. Thank you.
All right, everyone, let's give a at-home round of applause for now Assassins Anonymous. I know they can't hear you, but it sends a certain amount of magic into the air when you applaud, even from the comforts of your own home. My run as host shift is coming to an end at the moment. But thank you all for tuning into this portion. There's still a ton more of Die Laughing yet to go. You're gonna see Dave is gonna come on as host in just a few moments after we play another one of our wonderful commercials. Thank you for everything that you've given so far. If you haven't had the opportunity yet, please go onto the website and make a contribution if you are able. That is something that we would really, truly, and greatly appreciate. And you can check out the silent auction while you're on there. We have a lot of really wonderful items in the silent auction. You can also check out the challenge section where you can get people to do crazy things. Like I had a fundraising goal that if we raised $500 during my shift, I would shave a monkey tail beard on my face, and it is now there because of you at home. So thank you. Without further ado, here is our next commercial.
For a $10 donation, you can pick a social media appropriate feeling or event. The Fearless Comedy Productions page will start a message with your topic and show off some of our best gifts, and you can join in on the fun. For a $5 donation, you can pick a Fearless member that you are already connected to on social media. They'll make a post saying something nice about you. For a $10 donation, the Fearless member of your choice will take a moment to do some self-care. That may be taking a nap, having a snack, or getting some exercise. Whatever they feel they need, they may or may not post about it. We're leaving that up to them. If they raise $300 during their host shift, Kirsten and James will watch the Twilight Saga and post their feelings as they do so. If we hit $1,500 during their shift, Kirsten will get a Team Jacob or Team Edward tattoo in a design and style of her choice. The highest single donation during their shift will get to pick Jacob or Edward. During his host shift, if we raise $300, Fur's daughters will shave his head. We'll post a video of the process on Fearless social media. Kaz is inspired to return to healthy habits and get outside. For every $100 raised during Kaz's shift, he'll add 10,000 steps for the week, up to 70,000 total. During Jim and Bob's shift, if they raise $200, they'll record a rap version of a 70s or 80s song. At $400, they'll let the audience help pick the song. And at $1,000, they'll record a music video. Chris is starting a new character drawing. For every $5 raised during Chris's hosting shift, he'll add another element to that drawing. We'll post the final result on Fearless social media. If we raise $500 during Duck's hosting shift, he will shave his beard into a monkey tail beard. For every $10 raised during David's hosting shift, he'll add a push-up. At the end of his shift, he'll record himself doing that total number of push-ups with a harmonica in his mouth. For every $50 donated during Adrian's hosting shift, she will add a sticker to her face for the remainder of her shift. During Jason's hosting shift, if anyone donates $20, they can pick a topic, and Jason will write a poem on that topic. He'll record videos for each poem that we'll post after Die Laughing. For every dollar donated during Mike's hosting shift, he'll add a Lego brick to a spot on his floor. Once his shift ends, he'll record a video of himself doing a Lego walk across that spot, which we'll post on Fearless social media. For every $10 donated during Angela's hosting shift, she'll add another unicorn item to her video. Help Angela get swarmed by all of her unicorn stuff before her host shift ends. During Tim's shift, if you donate at least $10, and provide your address in the comment, Tim will write a personalized sea shanty verse on a postcard and mail it to you.
Heard by everybody. I hope so. This is Dave. Can I get a wave from you, Duck, if you can hear me? All right. Sorry, everyone. Had a little bit of a last minute shuffling, but with no further ado, let me just welcome you all to Fearless Comedy Productions. Thanks for coming to our great big fundraiser. Yet another year where we're doing it all digital, we're doing it all online, to be safe, of course. Eventually, part of this is a fundraiser so that eventually we'll be able to go to great big live shows again. But let me go ahead and use this opportunity to introduce you to, one of my favorite humans. We call him Monster Matt. And so human monster, it all kind of works for him. He's going to be doing a wonderful show. So with no further ado, let me hand it over to Matt Kesson.
Hi there. Can you see my slides right now?
Yes.
Okay, and me?
Yeah, and you're straight on.
Fabulous. And are we about the same size, or am I very tiny?
You're only half the size of the other thing, so you're not super tiny.
Okay, well, it'll have to do. Well, then we'll get started. Hi, I'm Reverend Mad, and gather round, my children, as I tell you stories of a world that came before, the world of the revered ancestors, now remembered only in whispers. I speak, of course, of the 1980s. Sometimes people like to make fun of the 1980s, to treat it as if it were embarrassing. And why? Why? Now, here would be the part where in most talks where the speaker would say something about how this was unfair, how the decade did not deserve this reputation. But instead, I'm going to tell you that my 1989 high school yearbook was entitled Fresh, Alive, and Unique, and that we all actually cringed about it at the time. We were embarrassed of the 80s as they happened, as we created them. The 80s were a weird, cloyingly bright and positive and boneheadedly technophilic time. Why this was is difficult to say. Some blame it on Ronald Reagan, his vapid, confused smile trickling down to the culture in general. Perhaps you see what I did there, and if so, you have my deepest apologies. But I don't think this is true. America does not directly take on the character of its president, because if it did from 2017 to 2020, well, I could in fact complete my grocery shopping without vomiting with a volume, range, and pounds per square inch of force that the doctor who explained how this was even possible would win the Nobel Prize for Medicine. But Reagan was perhaps correlative, if not causative. America was on the top of the world, and it made us weird. And as such, the 1980s were a weird time for movies and TV. The age of the blockbuster had really only just begun, due, of course, to Star Wars, which had also ushered in an age of light, crowd-pleasing science fiction with money thrown at it, which sometimes it hadn't been before. And the freshness of these things, combined with the 80s being weird, led to a remarkably experimental time in science fiction cinema, with all sorts of strangeness being thrown at the wall to see if it would stick. Think what you will of it, it was actually a very original time, at least. So, Tonight, we will discuss some of the monsters of the specifically science fiction live-action films and television of the 1980s. There was a great plurality of these, and so we will be confining our list to those whose series, if any, began in the actual 1980s, hence leaving out the Star Wars films, the Alien films, and so on. We will also be leaving out Tremors, though it was very much in the 1980s spirit of gonzo craziness, but unfortunately it did come out in 1990, and though there are certainly systems in which this would be considered part of the 80s, we will be going with the actual number 8 for simplicity's sake. We will also leave out remakes and animated cartoons. This latter could be an entire show unto itself, or indeed a series. I have opinions about Silverhawks. And even with these parameters, we are still left with dozens and dozens of films and shows, more than we can possibly cover. So another such that we will be leaving out is your favorite, or at least mine. We'll begin with the Aliens. And there, of course, we must begin with 1982's E.T. the Extraterrestrial, perhaps the finest film ever made about a botanist from outer space, with a variety of supernatural powers that included healing. And indeed, there was some speculation that this movie about an obviously good-aligned visitor from the sky who heals the unwell and dies and is reborn, only to ascend to the heavens, was a Christ allegory. Steven Spielberg, its director, who did this film in his sentimental family mode. There's a dial on Steven Spielberg's back with a Jaws Jurassic Park setting, a Schindler's List setting, and so on. I've wandered off topic. Steven Spielberg denies the Jesus allegory, stating that it would be difficult to explain that he had made such a film to his Jewish mother, which is a pretty good reason. This, of course, did not stop the poster from being a direct reference to Michelangelo's creation of Adam from the Sistine Chapel, but then you can't blame the marketing department here. Moviegoers in the 1980s loved the Sistine Chapel. In any case, Steven Spielberg is pretty good at making movies, and this is a wonderful film. You can decry its sentimentality all you like, but unless you're G.G. Allen, it's still going to work on you. And of course, it was well received, in fact, becoming the highest grossing movie of all time and keeping the title until unseated by Spielberg's own Jurassic Park in 1993, which itself held it until the year 2000, where it went to Dude, Where's My Car? It was also a definitive film of the 1980s. Everybody was totally obsessed with it at the time. It made Reese's Pieces into a real politic juggernaut. There was a little bit of merchandising. It was big. The more remarkable then that its prologue and epilogue were what they were. It was an unpopular film among studios, and nobody wanted to contribute to it. And then in the end, it sort of stayed in the 1980s. It is not thought of very much since then. But as for E.T. himself, it's a terrific creature design, adorable but kind of ugly, familiar but quite creative. There's a certain affinity to the alien grays, which there was more of in Spielberg's previous Alien movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But where they are smooth, he is wrinkly. Where their eyes are black and forbidding, his are entirely human. And I do remember a party I went to as a child that erupted into a heated debate about whether he was, in fact, cute or not. We didn't have the internet. We had to gather together in groups to have pointless, angry, unwinnable arguments about pop culture trivia. As for his powers, we could make a list of them: telekinesis and healing and low-grade telepathy and so on, but we're just going to call them miscellaneous, which is generally how it is for aliens and how it had been for decades before this movie. Aliens have a bunch of different psychic powers because they're aliens. Don't worry about it. There were few direct knockoffs of E.T., oddly, but to say that there were none at all would be to ignore the existence of Mac and Me. And though ignoring the existence of Mac and Me is not only a good idea, but in fact an injunction of several important world religions, we will discuss it briefly here because I researched it a bit and you have to suffer. The easiest way to explain Mac and Me is to explain the ways in which it actually differs from E.T. the Extraterrestrial. The alien's name, Mac, means mysterious alien creature and not extraterrestrial, completely different. Mac is stranded on Earth with his family of aliens, though we mostly focus on him befriending a human boy with an absent father who is not named Elliot, as the human boy with the absent father is named in E.T. Spielberg's film has literally 0 dance sequences. E.T. does not end his film by becoming an American citizen along with his family. E.T. momentarily features product placement from Reese's Pieces, whereas McDonald's features so heavily in Mac and Me that it has been called the world's longest McDonald's ad. And E.T. is not hot garbage. As for Mac himself, obviously there was an attempt to thread E.T.'s line of cute yet ugly, and they aired on one of those sides. One of those. The best that can be said about this is that the permanent O shape of his mouth is not large enough to be reminiscent of a blow-up doll. Finally, Mac and Me featured an early appearance of a young Jennifer Aniston, who would of course later achieve enormous fame via the 90s sitcom Friends, which was, hot take, not really any better than this film. But though direct E.T. knockoffs were thin on the ground, The Benevolent Alien Visitor was big in the 80s. Another film of the sort that centered around children was 1985's Explorers, directed by Joe Dante, director of such films as The Howling and Gremlins, which we will get to. He's a fascinating director, full of love for old monster movies, but wildly creative at the same time, and with that rare understanding of childhood as an adventurous and not always bright time, rather than a time of sweetness and innocence as it is so often depicted. Perhaps that's why this movie is so weird. Aliens project the plans for cheap space travel into the mind of a teenager, enabling him to build his own spacecraft with the help of his friends. It's a touching, haunting story of a young person driven by forces he does not understand. Then the boys can complete their spaceship and go and meet the aliens, and the aliens speak only in ludicrous old TV cliches, and they look like this, and suddenly it's a different, almost entirely unrelated movie. The aliens' dad shows up and scolds them. It is bizarre. It is a remarkably watchable film, though, and the aliens are fun. They're basically takes on stock-eyed green men from old movies and comics, only made with detail and realism, which is fun. And their dad puts a great twist on it by being gigantic and having arms coming out of his head. It's gonzo and weird, and it's an 80s movie. Sometimes friendly aliens don't come here to visit children. 1988's Earth Girls Are Easy proposes visitors who have used incomprehensible alien technologies to cross the unfathomable gulfs of space in order to hide the salami. This is, of course, the joke, though it can hardly be denied that if Earth astronomers were to discover a planet inhabited mostly by 8s or especially promiscuous 7s, that space programs throughout the world would get dozens of times their current funding. Earth Girls Are Easy merely suggests that aliens are as gross as we are. Now, this film was ultimately based on a 1984 song by comedian and musician Julie Brown, as later would be No Country for Old Men. It featured 3 aliens, Mac, Zebo, and Whiplock, played by Jeff Goldblum, Damon Wayans, and Jim Carrey, who came to Earth to Mac on Julie Brown and Gina Davis. There, they learn English by watching TV. In fact, just assume that any English-speaking creature in this talk learns it by watching TV. It is the standard, and its implications are nightmarish if you think about them for a few seconds. In fact, as weird as Explorers was, its aliens speaking entirely in catchphrases was probably actually the most realistic portrayal of this principle. The aliens here are shaven of their brightly colored fur and hence come to resemble their human actors, which makes the mackery that much easier, even for Jim Carrey, I guess. I was grouchy about 1990s pop culture as I wrote this, apparently. This was a sex comedy that featured brief nudity and was rated PG because that's how things were in those days. It's a slight little film, and not often remembered, though Britney Spears and Iggy Azalea did base their video for the song Pretty Girls on it, whereas neither has based any of their videos on any of my monster sciences, and they have in fact blocked my emails. Another space alien sex comedy from 1988 would be My Stepmother is an Alien, in which an alien played by Kim Basinger comes to Earth because it had been the source of a radio signal that had disrupted gravity on her home planet, which is not how radio signals work or how gravity works. But of course, if we started really examining the science in these films, we would all go insane and be permanently institutionalized, and our loved ones would be heartbroken. So let's not examine the science in My Stepmother is an Alien for the sake of our families. She finds that the wave had been generated by a scientist played by Dan Aykroyd, who is very talented and likable, and people are attracted to each other for all sorts of reasons, and the whole idea of leagues in dating is a myth, but Kim Basinger is out of Dan Aykroyd's league. Message ends. I mean, Gina Davis and Jeff Goldblum in the last one, fine. They could have bred a race of gangly and awkward but still gorgeous super beings, but this will not do. It does anyway, and the alien, Celeste, marries Aykroyd, and she slowly learns the value and beauty of human emotion and blah, 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 and so convinces her species to not destroy the Earth. And so this falls into the category of movies that end with the Earth remaining undestroyed. Apparently, in its first draft, it was a serious drama about child abuse. And that is not what it ended up. In terms of creature design, Celeste doesn't, have any. This has been a thing with space aliens since the concept began, even in literature and comics where makeup and special effects aren't a thing and the imagination is limitless. Space aliens, a commanding percentage of the time, resemble white people very closely. This has much to do with the people writing the stories and what they view as admirable and sympathetic, which is gross, and much to do with a basic lack of imagination. In terms of actual exobiology, we'll be lucky if the aliens we find have things that are identifiable as heads, much less anything really human-like, but here we are. It's a trope. We live with it. Celeste does have a device called BAG, which can create anything instantly, and it looks like a tentacle with an eye, and it's not much, but we take what we can get. This about the human form, by the way, is actually a major plot point in 1984's Starman, in which the alien is originally a glowing ball of energy, but takes human form by cloning a dead man's body for himself, which is understandably distressing to the dead man's widow. In fact, this is the only one of the 1980s Alien Visitor movies that troubles itself at all with recreating any version of what such a thing as alien visitation might be like in the real world, rather than just having the alien be conveniently similar to Earth life and just as conveniently learning excellent English by means that are absolutely not designed to teach anyone English of any sort. Jeff Bridges' alien speaks English in a fascinating, tortured manner, and he has said that he based his physical performance on the movements of birds to give it a jerky, bizarre, and entirely inhuman presence. Also, he has miscellaneous alien superpowers, and he learns the true meaning of love, etc. So it's not, where hard sci-fi is concerned, exactly 2001: A Space Odyssey, but his performance is a thing. This is a John Carpenter film, and John Carpenter is a director worthy of respect, both for making very good films and for making very different films, almost to the point where one suspects that John Carpenter is a pseudonym for a cadre of completely unrelated people. And this is fully on purpose in this instance. Carpenter has said that he wanted to make a film that was the opposite of his previous film, since that film had been a commercial failure. That film had been The Thing, which featured an alien visitor that was arguably less charming than Jeff Bridges. Starman is very much this film's opposite in tone and theme, though to be fully its opposite, it will also have to be terrible, since The Thing is one of the greatest horror movies ever made. Alas, we cannot include it tonight because it is a remake of a 1951 film, and anyway, I have spoken about it frequently and at length elsewhere. Another very grounded, kind-hearted, watch-with-your-grandma sort of alien visitor film was 1985's Cocoon. It's centered around a retirement home, was directed by Ron Howard, starred Wilford Brimley, Jessica Tandy, Steve Guttenberg, and other not at all frightening people as well. Here, sit down, here's a blanket. Also, in its backstory, the Atlanteans lived in Atlantis 10,000 years ago, and when it sunk, they left the Earth, but they left 20 and I'm sorry, not Atlanteans, but Antarians behind, and now they're back to get them into their cocoons, and wah! The Antarians prepare the cocoons for transit by putting them in a pool full of life force. You know, life force. And then some old people start using it and are revitalized. And then the Antarians offer to bring them with them to Antaria forever, which they accept. And then their families are sad, but it's otherwise all quite lovely. It's also all a fairly transparent metaphor for the afterlife, the elders moving on to a land in the sky where they will never grow old again. And so it's aliens as deities and space as heaven, as it often is. Then in 1988's Cocoon: The Return, they all come back, which is also how death works. Fun fact, Wilford Brimley was 49 when shooting on Cocoon began and had to have his hair and mustache whitened for the role. He was very convincing as a retiree, nevertheless, because you age differently from humans when you are a walrus. As for the Antarians, they're fairly standard issue, small glowing space mentors, which is suitable enough to a movie with these themes, though after all that with Atlantis, I was kind of hoping they'd have feather crests and 6 arms, but you can't have everything. 1984's Brother from Another Planet features an alien who arrives at Ellis Island and who has no voice and looks like a black man. And what could be the symbolism here? It's a spooky mystery. The moral of the making of Brother from Another Planet is that a lot of people are better able to engage with the immigrant and the black experiences via space aliens than via, you know, immigrants and black people. Still, depressing though that is, it's a very charming and positive movie with its nameless alien soon finding community and evading his pursuers. As an alien, he's entirely human, save for his 3-toed feet, which is of course not good enough for actual alienness, but Brother from Another Planet is not actually hard sci-fi. I really hate to segue from Brother from Another Planet to 1986's Howard the Duck, but something had to segue to Howard the Duck, and sometimes you're having a pleasant Sunday drive, and then you crash into a wall. So, okay, look, Howard the Duck, it's not good. It is instead bad. But 2 things about it. First of all, it isn't actually one of the worst films ever made. It has a certain charm in parts. The alien monster at the end is pretty cool, and there are a lot of charming performances. Jeffrey Jones and Leah Thompson are always watchable and remain so here. Thomas Dolby and George Clinton worked on the soundtrack. It's a terrible film, don't watch it, but its reputation is a little overblown. Secondly, I shouldn't even be this kind to it, because what it did was take my own very favorite Marvel comic of all time and turn it into something that everybody in America just groans at the mention of. Steve Gerber's original 1970s Marvel comic, and yes, this does in fact mean that this was in fact the first major motion picture based on a Marvel comic. Things have changed. The comic was a brilliantly written social satire, funny and weird and unlike anything else in comics. And this is part of the problem with the Howard the Duck movie. The comic book Duck has the appearance and temper of Donald Duck and the wit, cigar, and misanthropy of Groucho Marx, whereas the cinematic Howard looks like an actual human-duck hybrid genetic experiment's first try. They hid his appearance from initial advertising, which was the style for these things at the time, so as to preserve the mystery. And I remember being 12 years old and seeing this reveal and going, ew. And his behavior is intentionally made nicer than in the comic. So what is the point? What am I looking at? What is happening? It's a self-serious family hero movie about what was originally a cartoon duck who criticizes human society, and just maybe some people should be spoken to is all. Apparently Jeffrey Jones was cast after the filmmakers saw him in Amadeus. And maybe that's another problem here. Why are you looking to Oscar bait costume dramas to cast Howard the Duck? Certainly Jones and all the rest of the cast took the very next thing offered to them afterwards, whatever it was, after this movie premiered, lest it tank their careers. Mel Brooks, though, legendarily said, anybody who's in Howard the Duck can be in my movie. And everybody did okay. Even George Lucas, its executive producer, whom I have not called out specifically because complaining about George Lucas is a ship that has sailed. The greater bulk of the primary alien visitors in 80s movies are friendly, which is unusual in the history of alien movies and obviously very nice. And even the evil ones weren't the show-up-in-ships invaders that occurred before and since. So let's look at some of the evil alien movies. The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension from 1984 is perhaps the 80s-est movie that ever 80s'd. It is also, like the 80s, almost impossible to explain, with a plot so baroque and bizarre that even at the time, its producers and marketers bemoaned the difficulty of trying to get people to understand what it was basically about. Suffice it to say, it revolved around its hero, whose given legal name was in fact Buckaroo Banzai, who was a neurosurgeon, test pilot, and rock star. And it revolved around his difficulties with the red electroids, originally from Planet 10, but exiled into the Eighth Dimension. Villains include John Lithgow as Dr. Emilio Lizardo and Christopher Lloyd as John Big Boot Hay. And allies include a cowboy outfit wearing Jeff Goldblum as a man named New Jersey. If everything I've just said makes you want to run out and watch this film immediately, do so. Or rather wait until I'm done, otherwise that would be rude. If it doesn't, well, it's not a movie for everyone. It's a movie for weirdos, and not even all of them, and as such it was a failure, and a sequel promised in the end credits, Buckaroo Banzai Against the World Crime League, never manifested. It's a pity, because love it or hate it, it was exactly the kind of experimental weirdness that you got in the 80s, and that you don't get much of anymore. It's alien red electroids trying to make their way back into this dimension. We don't know what number this one is, but apparently not number 8. Were said to be inspired by paleontologist Dale Russell's speculative sentient dinosaur, which I have discussed many times elsewhere. Also, they were based on a person putting a lobster over their nose. Similarly, Gonzo, but a good deal simpler, is They Live, a 1988 John Carpenter film. It stars Roddy Piper, known in wrestling circles as Rowdy Roddy Piper, so as to distinguish him from the similarly famous wrestler, Mannered Rowdy Piper. Rowdy plays an unnamed drifter who comes into possession of special glasses that enable him to see the grotesque aliens that secretly run the world, as well as their omnipresent subliminal messages. It is primarily remembered for the line, "I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum," which is, of course, right and proper. But it's also a surprisingly intelligent film about the desire of power to keep the masses passive and under control, and the usefulness of capitalism and many other of our cherished social mores in doing so. It's not what you call nuanced, and it does revolve around Rowdy Roddy Piper and his magic glasses, and it is perhaps not the single most intelligent movie ever made, but it's an excellent basic primer on social control, and does come recommended by Reverend Matt's Monster Science nevertheless. But of course, the 500-pound gorilla of 1980s evil alien films is 1987's Predator. Featuring a cast composed of future US state governors / muscle men, this is a movie shot not onto standard film, but onto jars of liquid testosterone, in which some commandos in a jungle suddenly find themselves up against a similarly muscular alien hunter with a variety of high-tech weapons and a cloaking device. The alien is cool, but it's a movie about guns and sweat, and I used to own a Blu-ray of it, but it kept pushing me down during recess and taking my lunch money. And so in amidst there are famous action hero one-liners. The most well-known is "Get to the Chopper," though it is difficult to imagine why it is so well-known, because it is not at all interesting, and seemingly remembered because of Governor Schwarzenegger's unusual accent. Governor Ventura has the more remarkable action lines, such as, "I ain't got time to bleed." He is, very busy. Maybe between his 12:30 board meeting and his dentist appointment, he can squeeze in some bleeding. And then also, "This stuff will make you a goddamn sexual Tyrannosaurus, just like me," which implies that where lovemaking is concerned, he is very powerful, has an excellent sense of smell, and no use for his arms. Jean-Claude Van Damme was originally supposed to be in the Predator suit, but quit the job when he realized it would not be a starring role. And everybody was fine with that because Jean-Claude Van Damme is like 4 feet tall and it looked stupid. It is a great looking monster, by the way, this designed by the legendary Stan Winston, but all the same, one source states, and I quote, Arnold Schwarzenegger believed this movie was such a hit because the heroes were impressively muscular and big. Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Alien Visitors came to the small screen as well. Alf, which ran from 1986 to 1990, featured an alien portrayed by a puppet that looks like maybe a cartoon aardvark who lives with an ordinary American family in an ordinary sitcom house. He's from the planet Melmac, and his name is Gordon Shumway, and he is called ALF as an acronym for Alien Life Form, and he's a wisecracker, telling jokes that are aggressively unfunny and badly delivered, so much so that it can only be on purpose, perhaps as some sort of social experiment. In my Christmas Monsters show, I discuss the ALF Christmas special, which features a little girl dying of a fatal disease who does not get better, and a suicide attempt who details his very good reasons for it. And I said of all this, mostly the moral of Alf's special Christmas and its dying child and man broken by loss is that life is a vale of tears and misery without end is human's portion. A strong choice for a Christmas story. But then perhaps the idea that only despair is real is the point of Alf in general, albeit usually in a show don't tell sort of way. And apparently the cast agreed with this. Tension was apparently constantly high on set, in part because of the difficulties of constantly navigating a set built for a puppet that got all the punchlines for a certain value of punchline. And indeed, at one point, Max Wright, who played the dad, physically attacked the puppet and had to be pulled off of it. Most of the Alien Visitor TV shows weren't sitcoms, though, but rather action-adventure shows. Consider, if you will, Hard Time on Planet Earth, which ran for 13 episodes in 1989. It was about an alien warrior, seen here demonstrating his lack of understanding of your Earth shirts, sent to our planet as a punishment for his rebellion and wandering around like the Hulk from the old Hulk TV show, helping people out, at first because he is mandated to by his space alien sentence, but later because he begins to warm to the people of our planet. He also had a little floating helper machine called Control, who provided comic relief, including his catchphrase, "Negative outcome, not good." Maybe you had to be there. It was well regarded in its time by such people as Nobody, and is fondly remembered in an alternate universe that is somehow even stupider than this one. 1982 and 1983 gave us The Powers of Matthew Starr, which apparently included rocking that intermittently ribbed onesie and also a harpoon. In fact, the title character's powers were mostly telekinesis, and he had these because he was an alien prince, real name E-Hawk, on Earth to escape pursuers. He was accompanied by his protector E-High, Earth name Walter Shepard. Get it? Shepard, because he's looking after Matthew Starr, who is an alien whose name is Starr. See, it's symbolism. Look, never mind. Shepard was played by Louis Gossett Jr., which is, of course, just fine. They hailed from Quadris, which was said to be 12 light years across the galaxy. And given that the galaxy is almost 53,000 light years across, this is a bit like saying something is 15 feet across North America. Also from 1982 was The Phoenix, about an alien named Bennu of the Golden Light. In space, no one can wear their shirt, who is revived from an ancient Peruvian sarcophagus, and then the US government tries to capture him, and the Peruvian government tries to worship him. Prolonged heavy sigh. He is from the planet Eldebran, which sounds like a cereal for people in their golden years, and also sounds a bit like the star Aldebaran, except stupider. Bennu gets his name from the mythical ancient Egyptian Bennu bird, often held to be a predecessor of the phoenix, and his evil Eldebranese counterpart, Iago, was originally named Iwaz after the spiritual entity that early 20th century occultist Aleister Crowley claimed dictated much of his practice to him. So between all of this, we have here the early 80s ABC television show that has the most to do with the black arts. This all was inspired by Chariots of the Gods, a regrettably influential 1968 book that proposed that ancient mythologies and architectural wonders were in fact inspired or produced by visiting space aliens, a proposal that requires A, space aliens, and B, nobody in ancient times having any imagination whatsoever. The friendly alien was not the main character in 1988's Something Is Out There. Rather, the main character here is a cop. And as local performer Ari Hotman once said, if aliens really are monitoring our TV broadcasts, they'll think we're all policemen. He is assisted, however, by Tara, a space alien doctor who also has telepathy and super agility and nice hair. They meet when the policeman, Jack Breslin is his name, you don't care, goes after a xenomorph, which is also what the alien from the Alien movies is called, but I'm not sure this is actionable because it's just a word that means differently shaped. After they defeated this, though, the show went on to focus on Tara's powers, and only later did they realize that maybe people might be interested in seeing some more aliens. Who would have guessed? Nobody, that's who. Anyway. By then it was too late, and only 9 episodes of Something Is Out There were ever made, and literally nobody remembers that it existed. I could be making it all up, for all you know. Pardon me a moment. In fact, do you have any fond memories of any of the shows I've mentioned since Alf? Angry memories? Fearful memories? Probably you don't. I sure don't. What I do remember is the 15th episode of the 7th season of The Dukes of Hazzard, a show about 2 Southern boys and their car, the General Lee, named and decorated in celebration of traitorous losers. If the Dukes of Hazzard were happening now, they would refuse to wear masks because freedom. And so they were very big in Reagan's America. Perfectly explicable. What was less explicable was this particular episode entitled Strange Visitor to Hazzard, in which a space alien, an ugly space alien, shows up and befriends the Duke boys. There's a scene where he drives the General Lee with his feet, and I remember being 11 years old in 1985 and finding this so embarrassing. The presence of an alien in Dukes of Hazzard, of course, brings up far more questions than it answers. What else is real in the Hazzard-verse? Bigfoot? Vampires? Is the Dukes of Hazzard in the same fictional universe as the Herculoids? The mind reels. One thing I only vaguely remembered for a number of years was a live-action children's TV show featuring a hamburger-shaped floating robot with a head with big sad eyes. And I would occasionally try to figure out what this TV show was, but searching online for a hamburger-shaped floating robot with a head with big sad eyes was too much for Google. Then, sitting on a panel early last year at a Doctor Who convention about forgotten sci-fi TV, my co-panelist, local comedian Miss Shannon Paul, brought out a picture of this very robot, and I genuinely began yelling at the top of my lungs in the thrill of rediscovery. The robot, it turned out, was Zax from the 13-episode 1983 show Benji, Zax, and the Alien Prince, an effort to revive the decades-old Benji the Dog franchise, which was, of course, unimaginably successful, a revision, and explains why Benji is the unstoppable entertainment juggernaut that it is today. Zax is a robot servant of Yubi, an exiled prince from the planet Antars, and it sure is terrific of outer space to keep sending us their actual royalty. Zax, we are told, has level 2 programming, as opposed to his evil counterpart Zord, who has level 10 programming, which is obviously much better, even if, just as obviously, none of this has any meaning whatsoever. Level 2 programming does appear to suffice, however, for translating dog barks into English. The heroes are pursued by Dara and Kyber, Antarian bounty hunters who understand that the best way to gather information about your quarry in a place with which you are unfamiliar is to blend in with the locals. Benji, Zax, and the Alien Prince. Benji, Zax, and the Alien Prince. Truly, we live in a world of wonders. One alien visitor show that probably most people who were aware of American television in the 1980s will remember is V, which consisted of 2 miniseries and a short series about space Nazis taking over Earth and being resisted. Space Nazis in a very direct sense. The species was originally proposed as a non-sci-fi dystopia, with America taken over not by space Nazis, but just the regular kind, off-brand Nazis. But the studio wanted it to be made into aliens. Presumably it was because it was believed that America being taken over by regular Nazis was not believable. Oh, 1980s. Somebody go back and warn them. Also, get me some Dinobots while you're there. And so, the aliens, called the Visitors, have remarkably Nazi-like uniforms, have a youth auxiliary, Friends of the Visitors. They go about discrediting scientists. Too soon, V, like 35 years too soon. And the V of the title stands not for visitors, but for victory, as it did for Churchill. But not only are they Nazis, it also turns out that they're not just people from outer space. No, this is revealed when one of them swallows a guinea pig whole. That is bad manners. Use a knife and fork, for God's sake. And then later it turns out that they are secretly lizard people. And enough is enough. Space Nazis are one thing, but space Nazis that do not resemble us physically is a bridge too far. Plus, they're also here to steal all our water and use us as food because we are very delicious and go well with their wines. Oh no. Oh no. It is not generally remembered as an amazing series, and more people recall a series of sequence where a woman gives birth to human visitor hybrid twins, and one of them looks like this, which is obviously no good, and then the other one looks like a human baby but then has a snake tongue, which is obviously even worse. It was still better, though, than the 2009 remake series, which included Morena Baccarin as a secret reptile alien who took off her clothes, and I still found it unwatchable. As I said a moment ago, a world of wonders. Now, these have all been stories about aliens visiting Earth in the modern world, but sometimes 80s science fiction occurred in the future and or outer space, and indeed after Star Wars it probably all would have, if not for the fact that things like that cost money. The 1988 movie Alien Nation occurred in the unfathomable future in 1991, in which aliens called the Tectonese arrive in New York and are immediately ghettoized, which is believable enough. In fact, the Tectonese are a simple and transparent metaphor for real US newcomers, proving once again that Hollywood thinks it's easier to sympathize with aliens than with actual humans. And as such, these aliens are no more than unusual. They have no superpowers to speak of. They get drunk on spoiled milk instead of hooch. Salt water hurts them, and so forth. And then the movie is just a buddy cop movie with weird immigration symbolism and people with crazy heads. It did, however, inspire a year-long TV series, as well as a comic book crossover with Planet of the Apes for reasons that nobody who has ever been alive has ever known. Also set at least partially on Earth was 1984's The Last Starfighter, whose plot was about a kid finding out that his favorite arcade game is in fact a training and recruitment device for an actual alien space navy, and his high score gets him brought into space and given a starfighter to fight in a war and maybe will die. Hi, we're outer space good guys and our opponents are outer space bad guys. Go kill them for us. Okay, sounds great. I make gentle sport, but of course, this was 1980s video game fantasy in its distilled form. Play enough Dig Dug and you can be in real Star Wars. The Last Starfighter was also famous for being one of the first major motion pictures to use CGI, which means computer-generated images, for some of its outer space special effects. They were apparently programmed with Fortran, which means nothing to me, but which is presumably hilarious to older IT people. This was exciting at the time, a selling point, whereas these days a sequence of ones and zeros looks insufficiently like Carrie Fisher and everybody gets very angry. The aliens are varied and pretty good, as it happens, in a Star Wars sort of way. The lizard man, Grig, is especially sympathetic, which is refreshing and unusual for lizard men. Finally, there was going to be a Last Starfighter arcade game, but it was canceled for what I hope are extremely good reasons, because that would have been a license to print money. There would be countless people playing it in hopes of being recruited into Star Wars to this day. Talking of Star Wars, let's talk about Battle Beyond the Stars, a 1980 Roger Corman picture that sought to cash in on Lucas's definitive blockbuster by not only aping it, but aping the Japanese cinema from which Lucas had drawn much of his inspiration. It's based in Kurosawa's Seven Samurai, in which an impoverished town or planet recruits various warriors to save it from invaders, and indeed the planet is called Akir, and its people the Akira, Kurosawa's given name. One of the very few of noted exploitation director Corman's films to have a Viewmaster version, Battle Beyond the Stars was originally called Battle Amongst the Stars, which was, of course, more accurate, but apparently more boring. Amongst the Stars, yawn. Oh, wait, beyond? But in any case, this movie looked like this, and this, and this, and if low-budget exploitation Star Wars doesn't sound amazing to you, then I am developing a 12-step program for you to get your life together. Reptile people have been popular in these last few, as we have seen, and a space-based film that focused on them in particular was Enemy Mine, featuring Louis Gossett Jr. once again playing an alien, this time Jariba Shigan, a Drac. The Dracs are enemies of humanity, but when Shigan is stranded on a planet with Dennis Quaid, the two must rely on each other to survive, and they bond so completely that when Shigan dies, Quaid assumes responsibility for his offspring birthed asexually while they are together. It's a meditation on the things that make us enemies and the things that make us friends. And so, of course, the studio had no idea how to market it. Do you mean to tell me that neither of these people blows the other one up and then walks away without even looking back? Also, the studio mandated a subplot with the mine as a concealed explosive so that the title would make sense to everybody. It is impossible to tell whether Hollywood executives are themselves actual idiots or whether they just think you are. And then, of course, there's David Lynch's 1984 movie version of Dune. Now, Frank Herbert, the author of the original novel, which was about a desert planet and a destined hero rising up from nothing and a galactic empire and space medievalism, had in fact considered bringing suit against the original Star Wars, but basically decided it wasn't worth the bother. Instead, he'd signed off on this movie, which did have a young Patrick Stewart in it, and Sting yelling, "I will kill him," but mostly everybody hated it, largely because in genre movies, people like something somewhere to make some sense for like 2 seconds, and in this, they were quite out of luck in this film. David Lynch himself, its director and not an especially famous maker of sense, disowned it. Virginia Madsen was told that there would be 3 films, and said that she thought they were going to make Star Wars for grown-ups. Anyway, here are some of the action figures, and so on. Still, for our purposes as a monster show, the sandworms were cool. It's hard to mess up sandworms, really. The Guild Navigators, aliens with powers that make interstellar flight possible, also cool. In the 1980s, if something was talking to you or wrecking your town in science fiction as opposed to fantasy or horror, and that thing wasn't human, it was almost always an alien or robot or computer of some kind. There were tons of these latter, but we cannot cover them here tonight for want of time, and because robots are only barely monsters most of the time by my usual definition. Perhaps in the future. America didn't make any giant monster movies in this decade, and it only made 1 movie whose creators claimed to have been inspired by Frankenstein, and that movie was 1985's Weird Science. This movie starts with some kids putting some photos into a computer and hooking it to a doll with electrodes, and then that computer spontaneously generates Kelly LeBrock, albeit a Kelly LeBrock with limitless complex matter creation superpowers. So that's weird. That'd be the weird in the title, but the other word, science, maybe not so much. The ubiquity of computers was new in the 80s, and they were still incomprehensible sorcery magic as far as most people were concerned. Maybe because they could create, and so maybe they could create magic Kelly LeBrock. Sure, you don't know. As absurd as this sounds, Weird Science was nevertheless prescient in realizing that a primary use for computer technology would come to be the calling up of unclothed women. This movie was directed by John Hughes of Ferris Bueller's Day Off and The Breakfast Club and all that sort of thing, and as such it immediately becomes a teenage sex comedy with the artificial woman, Lisa, trying to turn her creators into cool people. LeBrock has stated that her character was essentially Mary Poppins with breasts, and though it has been pointed out that actual Mary Poppins also has breasts, one can see what she meant all the same. It's a super 1980s movie, to be sure, but our final 1980s sci-fi movie might be the 1980s-est of all, though it's actually hard to tell that it's sci-fi rather than supernatural without reading the novelization. It embodies the gonzo and encapsulates much of what 1980s movies were all about. Humanoid outsiders invade Middle America. They have a luxurious, fantastic creature design. It's a horror movie. It's a comedy. It's an urban fantasy. What is it? No, Mr. Mom. Yes, of course, it's Gremlins. Tiny monsters who grow out of an adorable one invade a small town, and it's all very dark and funny and anarchic. It's another Joe Dante movie, and his weirdo sensibilities are in evidence once again. Horror comedies were very popular in the 80s, and we will get into more of them in part 2 of this talk. And it is perhaps not strange that the two should be combined. Both horror and comedy are about the unexpected, about tearing down the walls of comfortable normalcy and our various possible reactions to this. Gremlins was originally going to be a bit heavier on the horror. The Gremlins were going to kill the protagonist's mother and roll her head down some stairs, and Gizmo, the adorable creature who was accidentally made to spawn the horrors, turns into their leader, Stripe. It was Steven Spielberg, executive producer on the film, who suggested that Gizmo stay good, which is a good call, demonstrating once again that Steven Spielberg is pretty good at making movies. Spielberg also responded to a memo from the studio saying that the film had too many gremlins by suggesting that they just take them all out and call the movie People. And from now on, all Steven Spielberg movies that don't have any monsters in them are called People in my headcanon. In spite of all this pulling back, Gremlins was still dark enough that it, along with Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, itself a sequel to Spielberg's movie, People, inspired the creation of the PG-13 rating, which is the single and only reason why anyone who has turned 13 within the last 35 years hasn't been scarred for life by an otherwise insufficiently labeled movie and become a serial killer murdering dozens. That's it. That's the only thing. The Gremlins themselves were really terrific movie monsters, by the way. Sort of a classical goblin with vaguely dinosaur features, and they're terrifically realized. Find a GIF or video of the moment pictured here, and it's beautiful, a wonderfully expressive and real-looking monster. Gremlins is not Citizen Kane, but it is really rather a good movie, effective in the ways just described, and also made with heart and grace. And if you don't believe me, let's look at some alternatives. Ghoulies was a knockoff Gremlins movie about a host of tiny little demons summoned by the occult and is mainly known for the image here, and so here we are. Critters was about little toothy creatures from outer space, and its director has stated that it is not a knockoff of Gremlins, having been written before that movie came out. He drew a line in the sand. No, this comedy horror about a horde of small, toothy creatures menacing a small town is the sweat of my brow, my creativity, the needs of my soul for self-expression. You will not take that from me. And then there's Munchies. And really, movie poster design is a lost art, don't you think? Classy. So if there's no other evidence of Gremlins being basically the ultimate 80s monster movie, make a chart starting at 1985, the year after it came out, of all of its knockoffs and their sequels. If you stop at 1988 and extrapolate, by 2020, all movies are Gremlins knockoffs. It's probably okay that all movies aren't Gremlins. Probably. But, though it may have spawned imitators, when it came out, there had never been a movie quite like it. And the 80s were very weird and very cornball, but original creative monsters were very much one of the decade's features. Thank you. That's my show. Hold on a sec. There we go. So yeah, that's the show. That's the 1980s show. This is part of my, David, you with us?
I am, hello.
Hi there.
Wonderful show. Everybody give a virtual applause to Matt Kesson, Monster Matt.
Thank you very much.
You know, if I may be so bold, usually when I see your show, there's a Q&A section.
Yeah, but we don't have any time, do we? I mean, we've only got a minute and a half here, don't we? You have any questions, Dave?
One question. Is there any modern movie that would fit into that 80s feel?
Well, I've long been in the opinion that the Guardians of the Galaxy movies are aiming for an 80s vibe in a very big way, and succeeding, I think, and then of course Thor Ragnarok, is a descendant of the Guardians of the Galaxy films, and its its soundtrack is by Mark Mothersbaugh of Devo, and Devo has continued to work, but they're a solid 80s sort of thing. So I feel like the outer space section of the MCU, or at least a lot of it, is based on is an 80s vibe intentionally, and that's great. I love it. It's good stuff. It was a fun time. So yeah.
All right. Well, thanks again for our show. Want to welcome everyone else who's tuning in right now. Well, what we want to do, this is Die Laughing. This is our comedy marathon this weekend. It's also where we're getting our donations, and well, we have a commercial that I would like you all to view and give it your full attention. So if I can cue our commercial.
To share stories.
To bring a little bit of magic into people's lives.
I run tech because I love to paint the scenes in sound and light.
To entertain and connect.
Because when I don't, I start getting a little weird. Okay, weirder.
Because I have an addiction to entertaining others and fueling their emotions, especially joy. Laughter is a powerful drug and everyone needs it.
To push boundaries and to amuse myself.
I write because it's something that I have always found great comfort in, and I will never forget the first time someone laughed because of something that I wrote.
To escape daily life and maybe help other people find an escape too.
To move someone emotionally.
To be a part of something bigger than myself.
To bring joy to others.
To support all of my wonderful friends.
I perform because there is a voice inside me, and I have to let it out.
To herd cats. Or actors.
To provide opportunities for others.
I like to make people laugh, sometimes on purpose.
To help people forget about their worries.
To explore and share the millions of comedy ideas rattling around in my noggin.
So many opportunities, like getting to write my own show and produce it.
To give life to the pictures in my head.
To give people a chance to escape and make them laugh.
Because I believe that creativity can change someone's mood, someone's day, can even change the world. I am fearless.
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 Well, hello everyone, and we're back. I hope you enjoyed that informative commercial. I know I did. Each and every time I've watched it, I've just been like, learn new things. Speaking of learning new things, well, what we have coming up here very soon is Epic Karaoke Battle, and many of you have probably seen Tim's Epic Lip Sync Battle, usually a very popular show every year. But this is, of course, obviously different because there's not lip syncing. In fact, there are a number of people who are doing this who've only lip synced, and they have not attempted to sing these songs before. At least this is what I've been told. So it should be especially interesting. Let me introduce myself. I am Dave Rand McKay. I'm a member of Fearless Comedy Productions. I'm also a new member of the board of directors of Fearless Comedy Productions. Well, right now what we have going on is, well, it's a fundraiser, as I said, and we're attempting to raise funds for future comedy, theatrical, and other endeavors. Right now there's a matching grant of $100, and matching for what? Well, during, we all have these different challenges during our different segments, and my challenge, well, for every $10 I get in, I'll do a push-up. And I shall do so with a harmonica in my mouth, because as we all know, everything is more funny with a harmonica in your mouth. You don't believe me? Try walking on some Legos with a harmonica in your mouth. Hilarious. Well, you have to take my word for it. So as I was saying, right now there's a $100 matching grant, and so that's an additional 10 push-ups. And let me tell you, I am, well, after this year of a pandemic, I am extremely out of shape. So it should be funny for everyone except for me. Yes. Anyway, let's prep you for our next show. It is, well, oh, sorry, I'm getting a little update. During the, oh, actually, it's a larger matching grant during this new show, the Epic Karaoke $250 matching grant. Whew, that's a lot of push-ups. Well, that's great though, right? Yes, it's for a good cause. Yes, well, with no further ado, let me go ahead and hand it over. I believe that the host is Tim Wick. I believe that he's the one who's going to be running this show. So if I could hand it over to Tim Wick, who you all have, well, does he need introduction? You all know Tim. So Tim will be switching in here very, very soon.
I was waiting until you got done. I didn't think you were done yet. I'm here though. I'm here. I'm here. Thanks, Dave.
All right. Have a great
Thanks a lot, Dave. Looking forward to earning a lot of push-ups for Dave over the next hour and a half of the Epic Karaoke Battle. That's right. I have 11 people here to perform karaoke for you, our audience out there in the virtual land. Now, normally this is the Epic Lip Sync Battle, as Dave mentioned, but one thing about trying to do lip sync online, if you're trying to like coordinate a bunch of people lip syncing a song together when you got a lag, that doesn't really work. So we thought we would try something a little bit different. We are doing karaoke. So these are karaoke performances, but just like an Epic Lip Sync Battle, there is going to be a winner. And if you're going to have a winner, you're going to need a judge. So our judge tonight is Duck Washington. Let's introduce Duck so everybody can see him. Hi, Duck. Thanks for coming on out.
Absolutely. Happy to be here, Tim.
Yeah, you were just hosting.
I was
today's show, and now you are going to be judging everybody performing karaoke tonight. Can you tell everybody a little bit about the criteria that you'll be using to judge these karaoke performances?
Absolutely, I would love to. First of all, there are rules, but the rules may might bend at my own whim. It's all about impressing me. I want to see what you've got. And while singing well is important, I might even be judging more the emotional core of your presentations. I want to see some emotional truths in some of these songs tonight.
Emotional truths, yeah.
You know, and if you bring it, you know, I will recognize the broadness. Also, I will say if you get picked to do your second song, you might get a little bit of a bonus.
Oh.
So if you have fans at home who want to support you, you got to make sure that they know that both of your songs need to go up today.
That's a good point, Duck, and I will get into that. So thanks for bringing it up. Now, all of our performers this evening have prepared 2 songs. The first song is a song that they love, and they will perform that song no matter what. The second song, however, is a song they hate, and they don't have to perform that song unless we get a donation that forces them to perform that song. So after their performance, I'm going to have you tell you the song they hate, and if we get a $20 donation, then you will have to sing that. They will have to sing that song that they hate. So what you do is you go to dielaughingmarathon.com, go to donate $20, and in the comment field, comment who you are going to make sing the song they hate. And we have one other challenge going on for this entire show, and that challenge is all about me. That's right, I'm the host, but I also do sing karaoke. So if you would like to make me sing karaoke, here's what you do. You donate $25, and in the comments you say, this is for Tim to sing a song, and you name the song. And no matter what song it is, I have to sing it. It doesn't matter if I know the song. It doesn't matter if the song's in my range. It doesn't matter if I can't find a karaoke version on YouTube. I have to sing the song. So that's a $25 donation going for the whole show. And I will mention it again because we want to raise as much money as possible. We have a $250 match. So every donation we get up to $250, we're getting a match in. So we want to raise at least $500, which is several push-ups for Dave. I believe 50 by my math is what would happen. Dave would have to do 50 push-ups with a harmonic in his mouth, and we want to get him all the way there. So Duck, we'll bring you back after our first performance tonight. Now, our first performer of the evening, I'm really excited. I had her go first because she was the first person who signed up for the epic karaoke battle. Her name is Renee Urbowski, and we are going to, did I pronounce your name correctly?
You did.
Renee?
You so did. It was
Oh,
perfect.
I'm so happy. All right, so Renee, hi, thanks for coming out and performing karaoke for us tonight.
Yeah, I'm glad I made it. I almost didn't make that technology happen. Can you
But
see
you
me?
You did, you're here.
All right.
So before I get out of the way and let you sing your song, what are you going to perform for us tonight?
Well, I'm going to give Shaka Khan and Rufus a good shot here with Sweet Thing. I'll see if I can get that going.
Oh, you're going to kill it.
I don't, well, let's see if I've had
And
enough.
I am going to remind our audience that what we're dealing with tonight is technology that none of us are familiar with. And so if it doesn't work, just remember everybody's doing a great job no matter what. That's how I feel. And I'm sure Doug feels the same way.
Okay, so here's what I have to do first, right? I have to get out of the, with the full screen. And here we go. Hold on a sec. All right. And you let me know if you can't hear it, right?
Yes. We can hear it. Go for it.
I will love you anyway, even if you cannot stay. I think you are the one for me. Here is where you ought to be. I just want to satisfy you. You're not mine, I can't deny it. Don't you hear me talking, baby? Love me now or I'll go crazy. Whoa, whoa, sweet thing. Don't you know you're my everything? Oh, sweet thing. Don't you know you're my everything? Yes, you are. I wish you were my lover, but you act so undercover. Could love your child my whole life long, be it right or be it wrong. I'm only what you make me, baby. Don't walk away, don't be so shady. Don't want your mind, don't want your money. These words I say, they may sound funny, but oh, sweet thing. Don't you know you're my everything? Oh, sweet thing. Don't you know you're my everything? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You make me weak with strong desire to love you, child, my whole life long. Be it right or be it wrong, I just want to satisfy you. You're not mine, I can't deny it. Don't you hear me talking, baby? Love me now or I'll go crazy. I'll go crazy. I love you, baby. You're my heat, you are my fire. You're not mine, I can't deny it. Don't you hear me talking, baby? Love me now or I'll go crazy. You're my heat, you are my fire. You're not mine, I can't deny it. Don't you hear me talking, baby? Love me now or I'll go crazy.
All right.
Just that simple.
What a great start. All right. Well done. Well done, Renee.
It's
We're
not
going to bring
enough
Duck.
burden for you or for me for that, right?
We're bringing Duck on to judge you. But before that, you will perform a song you hate if we get a $20 donation. Can you tell us what that song would be?
I will tell you what that song is. It is Blue Christmas Elvis version.
Oh wow. Yeah, that is that's rough. I'm excited to make that happen for $20. And remember, Renee has a better chance of winning if she performs both songs. So if you know Renee and you want to see her win, $20 donation. Duck, what'd you think of Renee's performance?
Renee, oh my sweet thing. That was outstanding. I felt like, I don't know if you've ever seen the twins, the new trend that do those reaction videos, like they show them like Phil Collins, and they just go like I felt like I was one of those kids. Like I've heard this song a million times, but you would hit it in such a unique way that you would go off, and I just sit there and be like, okay, yeah, all right. You had me snapping, you had me bopping. I love the little flourishes you put into it, and you were into it. So I think this starts the show off on a really great beginning, and yes, kudos.
All right, thanks, Duck and Renee. We're going to keep this rolling. The next person up is going to be Michael Krefting. I'm going to invite him to the floor to let us know what he's going to be singing today. I'm also going to let you know, because we did do a little bit of switching around. Heather Baldwin, you are on deck. You are up next. So, Michael, welcome to the floor.
Thank you.
And Renee, you can turn off your camera so that we can give the floor to Michael there. Michael, what are you going to sing for us today?
I will be singing "Everybody Needs Somebody" by the Blues Brothers.
Everybody Needs Somebody by the. Did they originally sing that song? Is it an original?
No, I believe it was originally sung by Salmon Burke, if I remember correctly. Right. Solomon Burke.
All right. Well, bring it on. We are looking forward to hearing it. Go for it.
We're so glad to see so many of you lovely people here tonight, and we would especially like to welcome all the representatives of the Illinois law enforcement community who have chosen to join us here in the Palace Hotel Ballroom at this time. We do sincerely hope that you all enjoy the show, and please remember, people, that no matter who you are and what you do to live, thrive, and survive, there are still some things that make us all the same. You, me, them, everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs somebody to love. Someone to love. Sweetheart to miss. Sugar to kiss. I need you. I need you. I need you. I am you. When my soul's on fire, sometimes I feel a little sad inside. When my baby mistreats me, I never have a place to hide. I need you. Sometimes I feel a little sad inside. When my baby mistreats me, I never have a place to hide. I need you. 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 You know, people, when you do find that somebody, hold that woman, hold that man, love him, please him, squeeze her, hold, squeeze, please that person, give him all your, signify your feelings with every caress, because it's so important to have the special somebody to hold, kiss, miss, squeeze, and please. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs somebody to love, someone to love. Sweetheart to miss, sugar to kiss. I need you. 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 In the morning, when my soul's on fire, I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you.
All right. Wow.
Hey.
Yeah.
That was a fantastic Dan Aykroyd. You were doing Dan Aykroyd, right? That was yeah, because he's still alive. That's pretty much it. So we're gonna bring Duck on, but Mike, do you have a song you hate that you'd be willing to perform if we received a donation?
Yes. The song that I hate is Tub Thumper by Chumbawamba.
Oh, tub thumping. That sounds like a really hard song to do karaoke.
It is the worst.
Okay. So for the worst karaoke song, $20 to get Mike to sing that. Duck, what did you think of that performance?
I was super pleased with a lot of things in that performance. I'll start from the most obvious. The outfit brought it. Like I loved the loudness of the shirt. I mean, you must have known that I'm a University of Minnesota alumni before you popped on those sunglasses. I really like that the fedora kind of really brought in like that Blues Brothers kind of fun feel to it. The next thing I'll point out is like, I remembered while watching this piece that the Blues Brothers are the enemy of both Nazis and the police department, and those are things that I can kind of get behind this week. So you get bonus points for that. I think I'm correct and that Tim is wrong, but I believe that you were singing the James Belushi part of that song, that James is the main singer.
Yes.
John Belushi.
That was a joke, Doc. I'm sorry, I have to explain this.
But I have to clarify because I have to say that I missed the fact that you did not do the Dan Aykroyd bass parts. In the callback. So you get a little bit of a markdown for that. Still, your spoken word sections were fantastic and phenomenal. And so great work. Really appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Thanks a lot. $20 to make Michael do tub thumping. We'll let you know if you go to the dielaughingmarathon.com website, go to the donation button, click donation, and then when you click proceed to checkout, there's going to be a comment box, and that's where you put in who you are donating to have them sing their hated song. We already have a donation, but it's for somebody that hasn't performed yet, so I'm just going to hang on to that. We are moving on to Heather Baldwin. Heather Baldwin is next, and then following Heather is going to be Bob Alberti. So Bob, you get ready. Heather, there you are. What are you going to perform for us tonight?
So this is a tough decision, but I'm going to start with Creep by Radiohead.
All right. Creep by Radiohead. Okay. Take it away.
All right. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
when you were here before. Could look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so fucking special. But I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, oh, whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here.
All right.
Woohoo! Go Heather!
Good, Heather. Okay.
Heather!
We've already gotten another donation for somebody who hasn't performed yet. So this is exciting. But Heather, do you have a song you hate that you would perform?
Yes, it's something completely different. It's nostalgic, but also kind of stupid. It's the DuckTales theme song.
The DuckTales theme song. All right. I really hope somebody picks that. So Duck, speaking of DuckTales, Duck, why don't you tell us your tale about Heather's performance?
Woo! Yeah, great job, Heather. I really love the kind of the fish-eyed lens that you got going on.
That wasn't intentional. I think it's a problem with my shutter.
It just makes you special. Don't ruin it. It makes you special. And I just want to make sure that you know that you do belong here, right? We're all a bunch of freaks and weirdos, and you sang right to my creep heart, because I'm super creepy too. So great job. Thank you so much for bringing it, and hopefully we'll get to see your hated song a little bit later.
I know
Thank
Duck
you.
would really like to see that. So up next we have Bob Alberti to the floor. And following Bob is going to be Blair. Blair, you're up after Bob. And I'm going to let you know, Bob, right now, we've got $20 for you to sing the song you hate. Already. So we want to start out with something that makes you happy. We're going to let you sing the song you love, and then we'll go straight into the song you hate because we've already got a donation for it. And I'm going to remind everybody, for $25, you can make me sing literally any song you choose. Any song you choose for a $25 donation. So here we go. Take it away, Bob.
Start spreading. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. I'm longing to stay right in the very heart of it. New York, New York. I wanna wake up in a city that doesn't and find a king in the hill. I look all melting away. Take up and the start of it. Oh, New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. Up to you, New York. Just need more money. New York, New York. I wanna wake up in a city that never sleeps and find I'm a #1, top of the list, king of the hill, and on these little town blues. All melting away. I'm gonna make a brand new start. New York. If I can take it there, if I can take it, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you. New York, New York.
Yeah.
All right, well done, Bob. You know what? We're not even going to have the judging yet. We're going to have you go straight into your hated song because we've already had a donation for you to perform it. What is your hated song?
Well, my hated song is "Staying Alive" by the Bee Gees.
Woo! Oh my gosh. Okay.
Excellent.
But since I am making a $100 donation to Fearless right this second.
What?
Indeed.
Ooh.
I am going to perform this song.
Ooh, I like where this is going.
As Sam Elliott.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, this is great.
Okay.
All right. Here we go.
As Sam Elliott. Okay, I'm just gonna watch this.
Whether you're a brother, whether you're a mother, staying alive. City breaking and everybody shaking. Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Had it on my street. That's the way. It's all right. It's okay. Whether you're a brother, whether you're a mother, stay alive. Shaking, somebody shaking, stay alive. Nowhere. Somebody help me. Hear this? Come on, folks. Yeah. I'm going nowhere. Somebody help me. Yeah. Stay alive. Nobody, yeah, you can pop that. All right. Okay. I'm going nowhere. Somebody help me. Somebody help me. Yeah. Sir, somebody help me. Yeah. Going nowhere.
That feels like that was the end. Is that pretty much is this part the end?
It's enough.
Okay, okay.
Crazy.
That was that was amazing.
Hey.
That's the best way that song has ever been performed and ever should be performed. Duck, we do need your feedback on Bob's performance before we move on.
Yeah, of course, of course. Bob, great job. I do want to ask because the music was a little loud on my end. Can I just get a taste of your Sam Elliott impersonation?
Well, I was telling people that in order for Die Laughing to stay alive, you need to donate to Fearless Comedy Productions right now.
All right, that is a message I can get behind. I really, really like it. I want to give a shout out to the backgrounds that you used. and the costuming that you did, and like in that first song, you full bodied singing that song, and like it almost got to the point where the gestures were like choreographed, and like if you had started doing like a line kick, I think my head would have blown up. That would have just been so awesome. But great job, really working the movement and the energy and commitment into your piece. Awesome job getting the second song going. That definitely gets you some brownie points from me. But I did miss the my Travolta with Staying Alive. I felt like you had some opportunities for comic gold with the dance, but and you did do a little bit, but I would have loved to have seen more. But all in all, really great job, Bob.
All right, well done, Bob. Up next, we're going to have Blair, and after Blair is going to be the Reverend Matthew Kesson. I will let you know if you are thinking about having Matthew perform the song he hates. He only has one song tonight, so don't waste your money asking him to perform a song that he has not prepared. Blair, however, does have a song that she loves and that she hates, and we're going to start with the song you love. And what is that?
Somebody to Love by Queen, Tim.
Oh, Somebody to Love. That is a song to love. I look forward to it. I'm going to leave the screen to you.
Thank you much. All right, give me just a moment to figure out the logistics here.
Oh, Bob, you're still sharing your sound. Nobody else can do it while you're doing it.
Oh, that makes sense. Thank you.
There we go. Now you should be able to do it.
I apologize.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Oh, passwords. Sorry, technical difficulties.
You're good.
Oh my goodness. Can I do it now? Thank you. Here we go. Can anybody find me somebody to every day of my life, I work till I at the end of the day, I get down on my knees and I start to pray. My eyes, Lord, somebody find me, somebody to love. He was hard every day, trying to
somebody to love. Find me somebody to love. Find me somebody to love. Find me somebody to love.
Find me somebody, find
to
me.
love. Find me somebody to love. Find me somebody to love.
Find me somebody to love.
Somebody to love. Find me somebody to love. Somebody, 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 somebody. Find me somebody. Find me somebody to love. Anybody find me.
Somebody to
Find me somebody to love. Find me somebody to love. Find me somebody.
Anybody find me somebody to love.
Find me somebody to love.
Find me somebody to
love. Find me somebody to love.
Anybody, anywhere. Anybody find me somebody to love. Find me.
All right.
Wow.
Well done, Blair. That was fantastic. But before I hear Duck's thoughts on it, what song do you hate that we might have to make you sing?
That would be Friday by Rebecca Black.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. I bet you'd probably kill it. I'm just saying. Duck, what do you think what are your thoughts about Blair's performance?
All right, so my review of Blair is very, very simple. She belted it out there. She was belting it. She was belting it. She was impressing me so much. I had to take off my belt to show her that she was belting. Like how serious I am about the fact she was belting. So fantastic job.
All right, thanks, Blair. Maybe we will see you later for this song you hate. That's right. You can have Blair sing Friday by donating $20. Now, there has been a couple of $25 donations for me to sing some things, but I do want to get through a few of our performers before I subject you to what I've been asked to perform. So up next, we have the fabulous Reverend Matthew Kesson. You probably just saw him performing Reverend Matt's Monster Science right before us. And now he's going to show how multi-talented he is. Now he only has this one song. As I mentioned, he does not have a song he hates to perform. So if you give us $20 for him to perform the song he hates, I'll just have him come back to say, thank you very much. And then he'll leave again. And maybe that's good enough for you.
That'll be fine.
So, Mr. Kesson, what are you going to be performing for us tonight?
I'll be performing The Devil Went Down to Georgia in the style of the Charlie Daniels Band.
Oh, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Yes. Charlie Daniels Band, heard of them. I should point out on deck is Tom. So Tom, ST, you are up on deck. And Matt, take it away.
Okay, let me know at the beginning if if everything's audible, because I'm afraid I did not. Here we go. Hear that?
I can hear it.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind. He was looking to make it legal. When he came across a young man sawing on fiddle and playing it hot, so the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, "Boy, let me tell you what. Well, I guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now you play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your soul, because I think I'm better than you." Boy said, "My name's Johnny, and it might be a sin, but I'll take your bet you're gonna regret, because I'm the best it's ever been."
Johnny, you're riding up your boat and play your fiddle hard. Come silver boots in Georgia and the devil deals the cards. And if you win, you'll get the shot at fiddle play and go. If you lose, the devil gets your soul.
up in his case and said, I'll start the show, and fire from his fingertips as he fastened up the bow. And he pulled the bow across the strings that made it, and a band of demons joined in, and it sounded something like this. Devil finished, Johnny said, well, you're pretty good, old son. But sit down in that chair right there. Let me show you how it's done. That gold fiddle on the ground at Johnny's feet. Johnny said, Devil, just come on back if you ever want to try again. I done told you once, you son of a bitch, I'm the best it's ever been. Play. What?
Okay, buddy, what do you think of Wilkins Coffee? I never...
Terrible technical difficulty, but you get the idea.
Woo! Yay! Right, that was great.
Marvelous. But still very on
that is the
brand.
problem with using YouTube karaoke. Sometimes you get a commercial right in the middle of the song. But at the end of the song, I think we got the gist of the plot.
Well,
at that point.
you got all the lyrics, and that's what karaoke's all about. So
That's really, yeah, that's it. Duck, what did you think of the Reverend's performance?
Yeah, so you know, like it's hard to hear a song that's about the time I got beat in a fiddling contest, but I have to give mad props to the way it was delivered. It was super strong, Matt. Super proud of the work that you do, both in karaoke and outside karaoke as the Devil. I am a big fan. I did really appreciate you promoting LaCroix, because obviously that is also my creation. I was, at the points where the music breaks were happening, at first I was like, oh, I want to see him do more. But then like you would communicate like a special look, or you just put your fingers together in such a perfect way that was just so you and just so perfectly devilish. So I'm curious because I want to see if I'm right. The hair bit of a commercial that we heard at the end, that was like the old Kermit the Frog coffee promotions, right?
The old unbelievably psychotic Wilkins coffee commercials that Jim Henson did in the 1950s. Yes, exactly.
And just because that is what interrupted that, you get an extra bonus as well. I will say that if you pay $20 for Matt to come back and say thank you, I will count that as a bonus to his score.
Oh, wow.
Well, thank you.
Good to know. Somebody also wants to know how much it would cost to have Duck sing a song. I'm going to have to leave that up to Duck as to whether or not he wishes to take the bait on that.
Let's say if I get to choose it, $50. If I don't get to choose it, $100.
There you go. $50 if Duck gets to choose the song, $100 if you choose the song. We're going to keep moving because I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to sing their song. Matt, want to thank you so much. Ask you to stop sharing your computer sound so we can move on to our next performer, who is Tom. Tom, join us front and center. There you are.
Hey.
Good to see you tonight, Tom. What are you going to sing for us tonight?
I'm gonna sing "Memory" from Cats, specifically the original Broadway version.
The original Broadway version, as opposed to the one from the movie, or the Barry Manilow version.
There is.
Which,
okay.
There was one, but anyway.
I'll look it up.
Maybe don't. Anyway.
Okay.
Take it away, Tom.
All right, here we go. the street like ties another
All right. Wow. The makeup was fantastic. I've seen Cats on stage, and that was as good as anything I've seen on stage. Tom, if the audience were to have you perform a song you hated, what would that be?
Probably My Heart Will Go On from Titanic.
Oh God. Okay. Can we make that $40?
Yes, please. At least.
So Duck, why don't you let us know what you thought of Tom's performance?
Yeah. I thought Tom, I thought your performance was fantastic. While I have this like digital cat head, I was really glad that you did the awesome makeup, because your eyes are so expressive, and like I could really feel the emotion and the empathy behind the cat while you were singing. Costuming and makeup notes get like huge thumbs up from me. I got a little excited, like clothes started to come off. I was like, whoa, like what's going on? How's this song gonna end? Cause you know you gotta like pussy, right? Like, because we're cats. Yes, I have to make the joke when someone's unrobing. Yes. But yes, great job. Fantastic. I hope we get I kind of hope we get to hear your other song. I want to hear it because it means we made money. I don't want to hear it because it's that song.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Duck. Thank you, Tom. We're going to keep moving. We've got a couple more folks that are going to be singing their hated song, and I want to make sure we have time to get to everything. I'm supposed to sing something too. So let's bring up Kaz to do the song that he loves. Come on up, Kaz. Oh my gosh, that background's amazing. Kaz, what song are you going to be performing for us?
I am performing Love Song in the style of Adele.
In the style of Adele.
Yes.
We're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am home again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am whole again. Whenever I'm alone with you, make me feel like I am young again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am fun again. However far away, I will always love you. However long I stay, I will always love you. Whatever words I say, I will always love you. I will always love you. I'll always love you. Always love you. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am free again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am clean again. However far away, I will always love you. However long I stay, I will always love you. Whatever words I say, I will always love you. I will always love you. I'll always love you. I'll always love you. I'll always love you and you and you and you and you and you. However far away, I will always love you. However long I stay, I will always love you. Whatever words I say, I will always love you. I will always love you. I'll always love you. 'Cause I love you. I'll always love you.
All right, Kaz.
Yeah.
Wow.
Woo!
That was
Woohoo!
fantastic.
Oh my gosh.
If you had to do a song you hated, what would it be?
It's not so much I hate this song, it's that I think this song is a horrible karaoke song because no one, not even me, could do it justice. And that's I Will Always Love You by Whitney
Oh,
Houston.
yeah.
Two love songs in a row, a little tacky.
Huh. All right. Fantastic. Duck, quickly, your thoughts on Kaz.
Yeah, so this is the best James Bond zoom filter I could find. But that piece just reminded me of like all of the James Bond movie intros, the best ones.
Oh yeah.
You know, the high caliber ones, you know, like Duran Duran. But that song was hot. Kaz, you did an amazing, incredible job. I love the backgrounds. I love the movements. I love your sweet flow. So you get huge James Bond thumbs up from me.
Nice.
Oh,
And Kaz, I'm
thank
letting
you,
you know
thank
we're getting a donation right now for you to do the song you hate. So we'll wait. We'll go on to Angela and we'll come back to you. I'm going to let you know, folks, that I did my $25 challenge because I thought we were going to need the time, and we may not. And if you donated $25 to have me do a karaoke song and we don't have time for me to do it because I want to make sure we get to the stuff other people prepared, I will go on Facebook Live later and I will perform those songs. So they will happen. I promise. If you, and there are some songs that I cannot perform at all, and they're going to happen and you will be able to watch them, but maybe not tonight. Depends on if we can get it through everything else, because up next is Angela, and we've already been paid for her to sing both of her songs. So she gets to do 2 songs. So Angela, what are you going to sing for us?
Well, the first song I'm singing is Spelling Bee from Next the Musical, A Sidekick Story. A little musical Tim and I and Jason wrote.
Oh, that's my favorite already. Mm-hmm.
And then the song I don't hate. It's a love-hate relationship. It's a song I actually wrote for Reverend Matt, Monster Science, called Dating Advice. And it's just really fast.
Okay, well, you go ahead and you do both. Have a great time.
Thank you. I've been reading meanings, adjectives and verbs, books my only feeding for the day. My eyes had lost all feeling, all I saw was words, so I felt prepared on what to say. I don't need the spotlight, but I don't mind the glow and the beautiful sound of a word that I know.
The word is orthographobia.
Can you give the definition? Can you use it in a sentence? Can you transport me back to yesterday before I must have lost my mind and joined the spelling bee? O-R-T-D-U-C-K?
That is incorrect.
I had learned my lesson, now I knew the trick. Concentrate on words you can't pronounce. Memorize the long ones, practice till you're sick, till you don't even need to write them down. My confidence returning, I was ready for the stage and the beautiful sound of a word on that page.
The word is iridocyclitis.
Can you give the definition? Can you use it in a sentence? Can you transport me back to yesterday before I must have lost my mind and joined the spelling bee? I have been betrayed by that word on the page. Paper cuts to my soul. Why the words? Did you pick one that hurts and that I didn't know?
The word is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Can you give the definition? Can you use it in a sentence? Can you transport me back to yesterday before I must have lost my mind and joined the spelling bee? Please transport me back to yesterday before I must have lost my mind and join this spelling bee. Fragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Correct.
Yay! All right, I'm just gonna let you go into your next song, Angela. That was great.
Yeah, girl. Okay.
Unless you like knocked everything off your table.
I did. Have you ever wondered if the person sitting next to you could be some kind of monster or the creature from the Blue Lagoon? You are right, there are a lot of creatures that can change your shape, which makes it kind of scary when you're out on a tender date. Some are pretty harmless, like dolphins scalding haunted, or they take a sexy human form and love to go to festivals. Werewolves look like you and me unless that pesky moon is full. And then they're slightly hairier with fangs and claws, you know the drill. If your date gloves are half, will not let you take it off. They might be a Chechnya hiding a hyena's now. If you see them lick their lips, it's not because they want to kiss. They are human cannibals and probably think they look delish. There are creatures that are combinations of both beast and man that look like something that would be inside a ride at Disneyland. Satyrs have gold legs and horns and get a little dirty, and when they start to drink a lot, they take it way past flirty. Beast from Beauty and the Beast was literally a beast and man. He'll lock you in a castle, but at least he can sing and dance. Acephalus are quite nice and pretty much like you and me. Until you see a doggy face where a human head should be. If your date is going great, make sure that you still whisper out. They just whisper, I'm a furry, you're so happy you can't tell. When your clothes are coming out, they are putting others on. Now they are a unicorn and use that horn for other stuff. There are many monsters that this song is not yet covered. But you can learn of them and more, just get the reverend started.
Wow. All right. Good job, Angela.
Yay.
Okay, Duck, we've got 15 minutes to get through 4 more songs and to determine a winner. So,
in that case, I will just say, Angela, you're always fantastic. I really loved you putting my name in the spelling of one of those words. Kudos. It makes me want to see that first show again.
Aww.
All right, great job, Angela. We're going to move on to Corey. Corey Anderson is up.
There we go. Hello.
Boy, I didn't think we'd have enough for to fill the time, and was I wrong? So we're doing great, Corey. What are you going to perform for us tonight?
Good. I am going to do probably my favorite Weird Al song, Frank's 2000-inch TV.
Great. Go for it.
Sound shared. All right. Rising above the city, blocking out the noonday sun, it dwarfs the mighty redwoods and it towers over everyone. I still remember when that delivery truck came down our block. What a lucky guy, I hear he got the last one in stock. And the neighbors are just green. They say, that's the biggest screen we've ever seen. It's Frank's 2000-inch TV. Everybody come and see. Frank's 2000-inch TV. There's Frank's remote control. You can look, but don't touch it, please. 'Cause Frank's the one in charge and he decides what everybody sees. The picture's crystal clear and everything is magnified. Robert De Niro's mole has gotta be 10 feet wide. Everybody in the town can hear those 90,000 watts of Dolby sound. And I'm mighty proud to say, now I can watch The Simpsons from 30 blocks away on Frank's 2,000-inch TV. Everybody come and see Frank's 2,000-inch TV. Everybody come and see. I'm gonna get one of my own real soon. It's like having a drive-in movie in your own living room. Whoa! Hey now! Hey now! Na 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 now! Hey now! Hey now! Na na now! Frank's 2,000-inch TV. Everybody come and see Frank's 2,000-inch TV. Everybody come and see Frank's 2,000-inch TV. Got a 2-year warranty on parts and labor. Frank's 2,000-inch TV. Frank's 2,000-inch TV.
All right, Corey, good job.
Hey.
Excellent. Duck, your quick thoughts about Corey's work.
Yeah, Corey, that was really fantastic. It's the only song so far tonight I haven't ever heard before. So you get mad bonuses for that. Also, really, really wonderful rendition. I could tell you were really into it. Good business.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Corey. And the thing is, we have one more performer who has been, we've gotten money to have her perform both of her songs. And then we did get money for Kaz to do his song that he hates. And I'm hoping we can get all three of those in before we run out of time. If not,
we'll see.
Maybe Kaz and I need to record something together with me doing the song I have to do, the songs I have to do, and him doing the song he hates. But we want
Do you want
Bryn
me
to
to
have
try
uh,
to like shorten the instrumental version?
Sorry, what?
Do you want me to try to shorten the instrumentals
Sure.
in my song? Great, we can
In
do
the
that.
first one, yeah, the first one's got a bit of an opening,
It's
doesn't
got a bit
it?
of an instrumental in it.
Yeah.
It's
So-
my favorite, and I usually get to tap dance in front of people when I do it for karaoke. So like,
You can pretend you're tap dancing in your chair.
I can do it with my fingers, like my old tap teacher used to
Yeah.
do. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So let's get going on that as soon as I figure out how to do this. It'll be
But
great.
what song is it?
It is All That Jazz from
Oh,
Chicago.
Nice.
All right.
I'm gonna still sit here
All right, can you hear it? Can you all
Yes.
hear it? Okay, great. Hold on. Let's try this one more time with feeling. Welcome to 2021, y'all. Come on, baby, why don't we paint the town? And all that junk gotta reach my knees and all my stockings down. And all that jazz, the car, I know will be fun with a gin and coke over the piano.
sleep for all and all that jazz and all that jazz. And all that jazz. Slick your hair and wear your buckled shoes. And all that jazz, I hear the smaller difference when I blues. And all that jazz, hold on, hon, I got a burning your hug. I got some aspirin that a United drug and makes you shake apart and want a brand new start to do that jazz. Now find a flask, we're playing fast and loose. And all that jazz right up here is where I sort of blues. And all that jazz, come on, baby, gotta put the sky that you're rocking out in that little piece of light. 'Cause in the stratosphere, I'm be London here to all that jazz. Oh, wanna see your shimmy, shimmy, shake, and all that jazz. Oh, wanna shimmy till the daughters break, and all that jazz. Oh, right up for the battle. Oh, her mother's mother's cradle. It's you, her baby, we're all that. I think this is the mark. Yep, just gonna keep going, keep going. All right, here we go. Come on, babe, why don't we paint the town and all that jazz? And all your reasons and all that dancing down and all that jazz. That jazz. No, I know I'm right from it. Oh, I said no. That jazz.
All right, we got time for one more song, and we have Bryn doing the song she hates, and Kaz and I are going to have to provide some music later. You good with that, Kaz? If we make something happen a little later, like
Oh, totally.
all right. So Duck, you got to get ready for your top three while Bryn performs the song she hates, because we're almost out of time.
Yeah,
Because I'm a teacher.
All right. What are you doing there for your song you hate, Bryn?
You'll find out.
Oh, okay. We'll know it. Oh, we'll know it. Okay. Yeah.
Do you know it yet, Tim? The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. I came of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it, heaven knows I tried. Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good girl you always had to be. Can still people don't feel, don't let them know. Oh, now I know. Let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go. Let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. It's already done. The cold never bothered me anyway. He clearly has never been to Minnesota, okay? It's funny how some distance makes everything seem small. And the fears that once controlled me can't get to me at all. What I can do to test the limits and break through. No right, no wrong, no rules for me. Anarchy, I mean it's free. Let it go, let it go. I am one with the wind and sun. Let it go, let it go. You'll never see me cry. Here I stand, and here I'm never going back. The past is in the past. Let it go, let it go. And I run like the break of dawn. Let it go, let it go. Let it go and on. Here I stand in memorial day. Let the storm rage on. Never bothered me anyway.
Woo!
Wow. Nailed it. We are at the end of our time. We have just enough time to announce our winner. I promise y'all, by the way, the songs that you made me sing. Oh, nice. Nice, Duck. The songs that you made me sing, I will have online tomorrow. I will get them done before Die Laughing is over. That is my commitment. It will happen. But Duck, I need our top three for tonight. Who do we have in third place?
All right. So in third place, we have Bryn.
Oh, Bryn. Wow, she comes in at the end, she kills it, moves right into third place. That's fair because you didn't have time to give an actual review. And who's in second place?
Second place, we have Angela.
Angela. All right. Yes. And who is our winner tonight, Duck? Who's in first place?
It was close, but the winner is Kaz Lauren takes the show away.
Kaz. Kaz, well done. And you still owe us a song that you hate, but you're not going to do it right now because we're out of time. So Kaz is our winner tonight. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks for donating. We will get you payoffs for people who donated and we just didn't have time. But you know what? We've got another show coming up and we don't want to take their stage time. So I'm going to turn this back over to our host, Dave. Dave, thanks a lot. I owe you a song. You will get it. I promise. And we'll see you later. Good night.
We'll see you later. Wow, that was great. Well, so many songs, so many singers. Many people very, very brave. I myself am too afraid to do karaoke, honestly. Anyway, you may have just tuned in now and you're wondering, what is this? What's going on? Who are these guys? Well, we have a very informative commercial I would like you to watch to give you information about Die Laughing, Fearless, and kind of what we're doing, what we're up to. Roll.
Hi, My name is Tim Wick, and I'm the Artistic Director of Fearless Comedy Productions. Thank you so much for taking some time out of your weekend to watch part of Die Laughing Halftime. I hope you're enjoying what we're producing, and I hope it's giving you a smile, and I hope that you choose to support Fearless in the coming year. This last year has been a tough one for a lot of theater companies, including ours, and we're really excited to get back on stage in front of audiences. Fearless has been working for years to help give artists an opportunity to create new works and to try new things on stages around the Twin Cities. But rather than just tell you about those stages, let's go take a look at some of the stages we performed at in the last several years. Come on.
The Phoenix Theater, the Historic Mounds Theater in St. Paul, Strike Theater, the Bryant Lake Bowl Theater, and even from inside our own houses.
And that's not even all. We've performed in all sorts of other venues that I either couldn't get to because they're too far away or just didn't go to because I'm lazy. For instance, we performed at the Heartwood Conference Center here in rural Wisconsin. And right in the middle of the Mississippi River, we performed on the Jonathan Paddleford in cooperation with the Mississippi Park Connection for the last 4 years. We have a lot of great ideas coming up, and we really need your support. With your help, we use that money to create shows like Fearless 5, where we have 5 different writers and 5 different directors create a show with a common theme. This year's theme was space, and we produced it online. All 5 shows were written to be performed online. It was a really great show, and you can still see that if you go to our Facebook page. It's still there. I am super proud of what everybody at Fearless does. And I am super excited for a company that works so hard to give emerging artists the opportunity to explore comedy in all of its many facets. Yes, we're going to be back on stage this year, and I couldn't be happier. But you know what? We've learned how to produce things online now, and we're not going to give that up. We're still going to be producing things online for people who maybe can't get out to see something on a stage or don't feel comfortable yet. I know how that is, but what we need is your support. Coming up later this year, we plan to be back on stage to produce The Bungalow Loft at the Historic Mounds Theater. We'll have a new installment of Fearless 5 on stage at the Historic Mounds Theater in February, and we have plans to produce Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing at the Historic Mounds in the spring. There's so much coming up, but we need your help to make it all happen. So do what you can. And if you can't do anything, I hope you just take some time to enjoy what we're doing online, because you know what? Making people laugh is what Fearless is all about. And if we can do that, that's enough.
Dave anymore. I'm Adrian. I'm here to introduce our next act. Thank you so much to for joining us on Fearless today. Up next is this high energy, upbeat kids show that aims to educate and entertain. But what happens when everything starts to go wrong? Up next is Mindy Mandy's Monday Morning Show.
Hi, and welcome to Mindy Mandy's Monday Morning Show. I am very excited to have a very special edition of the Mindy Mandy Monday Morning Show today. We are having our show on Saturday night, and we have never had a Saturday Mindy show before. So this is going to be, like I said, a little bit special. So what do you say we get ready to learn something, to make something, and maybe even have a little fun? Okay, I think we're ready. So, do you know my favorite way to start the Mindy Mandy Monday morning show? That's right. I like to start the show by reading some of my viewer mail. So why don't we head over to the mail corner? All right, so this is going to look very different today. Some of our regular viewers might ask, well, where's Postman Josh? Postman Josh isn't going to be part of the show anymore because he ran off with cameraman Kate. So instead, we have our brand new intern, Ed. And he's going to hand me the mail bucket. Thank you, Mr. Ed. Now let's see. This looks like a very nice letter. Dear Mindy Mandy, my name is Jessie and I love your show. Oh, Jessie, that's so nice of you to say. My mom says I'm not allowed to watch anymore ever since I started those fires in the... Ooh. Oh, okay. Well, Jessie, that is an absolutely lovely letter. Thank you so much for writing in, and I hope we hear from you soon. Let's see who else might have written into us today. Oh, dear Mindy Mandy. This is a cease and desist from the Sun. You put this in the wrong bucket.
It's in the wrong.
This is in the wrong
It's
bucket.
in the wrong bucket.
Yes, this is the wrong
You-
bucket.
you
I can't
told
deal
me-
with this while I'm on
You told me
air.
to put it in the bucket.
Yeah, no, it's in the wrong bucket.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Mindy Mandy is not going to read that one. Maybe later. Let's see. This looks like a very nice letter. Yes, I can read this one on air. Dear Mindy Mandy, I have a problem with a boy at school that I really like. He's been really mean to me lately. My mom says that when a boy is mean to you, that means that he likes you and you have to be even nicer to him. What do you think I should do? Well, gosh, that's a real problem. But I think that we can solve this problem on our show. What do you say? You say okay. All right. So let me see. I think the best way to start solving this problem is to go over to our word corner and see if we can think of any really good words to kind of lay out the problem that we have. Well, gosh, this sure is an empty word board. We need to fill that right up. Intern Ed, could you bring me the box of letters? We used to have a basket of letters, but now I put them in a box that Postman Josh left behind when he moved out of my house. And the letter that we draw today is F. This is a very good letter. It's a great letter for when you're talking about your family. It's a great letter when you're talking about your favorite food. And I think we can think of a way to talk about our problem using this letter. Intern Ed, can you hand me my water? Can you hand me my water? Yes.
Water.
Yeah.
Water.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Kids, it's
Right there.
always important to stay hydrated. Oh, that's good. All right. So let me think. There's a couple of good words that we could use to describe this problem. How about flummoxed? This is a very big word. It means confused or baffled, or you don't quite know what's going on. And I think it's very fair to say that our viewer is flummoxed by what they should do with this problem. Another word that we could use to describe this problem is foreshadow. This is another big word, but this means that in the future, something bad might happen. You know, when you're watching a movie and the bad guy twists his mustache and kind of looks at the camera like he's mean, but you don't know he's the bad guy yet? That's an example of foreshadowing. And if somebody is mean to you for no reason, well, then that might be foreshadowing that they're a jackass. This is also what we call a red flag. That's another F word. Let me think. Another word that we could use for this problem is fortitude. Now, this means that you are strong. It means that you're able to go up to this person and say, you can't treat me like that because I am worth more. And here's the secret, my viewers, you are. So when you come across a problem like this, you need to have real fortitude. And finally, a good word we can use in this problem is fuckboy. Now, a fuckboy is somebody who really only wants one thing from you. And if they don't think they're going to get it, sometimes they can be really mean. Fuckboys are not always bad. They do definitely have their uses, but make sure that you don't fall in love with a fuckboy, or they're going to take your cat and go off to New Jersey with someone who managed to get a master's degree. Well, gosh, flummoxed, foreshadow, fortitude, and fuckboy. I think that's a pretty good bank of words that we can use to talk about this problem, but gosh, do you think we could put it into more context? Yes, you do. So why don't we go over to the story corner and see if we have a good story that can really lay out this problem. Okay, this was a long weekend, kids. Oh, whew. All right. Let's see. I know I've got the perfect story to talk about this problem. Here we go. This is actually one of my favorite stories. It's called The Lonely Princess and the Handsome Knight. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful, smart, interesting, witty princess who was locked in a tower with only her friends Mr. Buffalo Trace and Mr. Rabbit for company. She was very lonely all the time. Her friends did what they could to cheer her up, but she just missed getting shit-faced in public. One day, there was a knock at the tower door. "Who is it?" asked the princess. "I am here to rescue you," came a handsome-sounding voice. The princess was so excited, she threw open the door to reveal a knight. "You're here to rescue me," she exclaimed. "I was told there was a beautiful princess trapped in this tower. Can you go and tell her that I am here?" Well, the princess felt rather self-conscious and like she needed to impress this man that she barely knew. So she went to her room to pack her bags and to put on her prettiest dress. When she came out of her room, he was laying on the couch. Oh, princess, I am so weary from my travels and fighting the dragon. May I rest here for the night? Well, not wanting to be rude, even though she was very uncomfortable with this strange man she had just met, she said, okay. The next morning, she put on her second prettiest dress. Ugh, you're wearing that? The knight scoffed. Anyways, do you have any weed? The princess frowned. Are you sure that's a good idea before we fight the goblins that guard the tower and navigate the maze of doom? Well, the knight became angry. I use it as a painkiller and I work very hard. Why do you have to control my life? I know what my baseline is, so who are you to tell me what I can't handle? And it's the only way that I go to sleep. And honestly, when I'm riding horses, I do it safer when I'm on weed. The princess left the room just to make him be quiet. She grabbed her favorite pipe and her dankest herb, and as soon as the knight smoked, he fell asleep for the rest of the day. The next morning, the princess put on her third prettiest dress. Jesus, are you sure you're a real princess? The knight grumbled. Why don't you make me some breakfast? Well, the princess put her foot down. I think I'd rather leave the tower, she said. Well, this made the knight upset. Oh, so I'm the bad guy here. I'm always such an asshole all the time. You don't want me around. I don't know why anybody does. I'm just a jerk and I ruin everything. Maybe I should just go. Oh no, please don't, the princess cried. She had been so lonely, she was scared to be by herself. I'll make anything you want. But she was a bad cook, and it took her a long time. By the time she finished, the knight said it was too late to start out. The next morning, the princess put on her fourth prettiest dress. You know, I'm not really into princesses who don't take care of themselves, the knight groaned. But I'll make an exception if you give me a kiss. So the princess decided that she would... Oh. And then she... Yes. So the princess dumped him. The end. Now, I think there is a very important lesson that we can take from a story like this. When you are absolutely flummoxed by a fuckboy who wants to come to your tower, smoke all your weed, and order you around, then you need to have the fortitude to say, you are not going to treat me like that, and then you need to dump him in whatever manner you see fit. I think another lesson that we can take from this is even when you're very, very lonely and you haven't seen other people for a long time, it's okay to have some fucking standards. Now, how can you make sure that you make the type of friends who will truly love you for who you are and aren't going to smoke up all your weed or treat you like crap? Well, what you need to do is to pretend to be an interesting person. And do you know the best way to be interesting? That's right, science. So why don't we all head over to our science corner? Okay. All right. Now, our science experiment today is going to be a safe experiment that doesn't include any knives, thanks to the feedback that we got from all of your parents at home. Today, in our science experiment, we are going to learn how to make a lava lamp. Now, this is something that you can safely do at home. All you need are some baby oil, some water, your favorite color food dye, a fizzy tablet that I can't legally tell you is Alka-Seltzer, and an empty bottle. Oh, an empty bottle. An empty bottle. Whew. All right. So for this experiment, what you want to do first is to fill up the bottle about 1/3 of the way with water. Just like that. And then you want to take your favorite color food dye and put just a couple of drops in there. I'm using the color blue. Perfect. Now you'll just swish this around a little bit to make sure that color gets nice and mixed up. Then we're going to take our baby oil. And we want to fill the bottle the rest of the way with that baby oil. This takes a long time because intern Ed got the bottle with the small squeezy top because he doesn't care about his job. That's good enough. You get the idea. And then you are going to take your fizzy tablet and break it in half. You know, before we put it in, well, let's take a look at what's already happening here. All of the blue colored water is sinking down to the bottom, while the baby oil is staying on top. It does this because the water is much denser and heavier than the baby oil, so it all sinks down. But what happens when we put in that fizzy tablet? Well, now it's making bubbles. And so the air coming from the tablet lifts the blue colored water to the top because the air is lighter than the oil. And then once those bubbles pop, it sinks back down to the bottom. I think the lesson that we can really learn here is that if you're going to be very dense, you have to try and be bubbly. Otherwise, you're just going to be stuck down at the bottom. Now, something else fun that you can do is take a flashlight. Well, doesn't that look like just the coolest lava lamp you've ever seen? This is a great way to make some friends who think you're interesting because you know science. They will be good friends who won't smoke up all of your weed, but they'll probably give you some free shrooms if you ask. All right. Well, I think that might wrap it up for today, viewers. Today in Mindy Mandy's show, we all learned a little something. We all made something, and I think we all had some fun solving our viewers' problem. I hope that I see you next time on the Mindy Mandy Monday morning show. And if you would like to send Mindy Mandy a letter of your own, make sure you don't send it to my address because Mindy Mandy is losing her home and doesn't know what her new address is going to be. So instead, send it to MindyMandyMMShow@protonmail.com. Make sure you send it to Proton Mail because I don't want the government reading my correspondences. And one more thing, Josh, if you're watching this show, I love you and forgive you, and I will take you back if you come home. All right, kids, that's it for our show. We'll see you next time on Mindy Mandy's Monday Morning Show. Goodbye.
Wow. Thank you so much. That was legitimately the funniest thing I've ever seen. Thank you so much for being so educational and so relatable. I just wanted to quick say thank you so much if you're still staying tuned. My fundraiser while I'm hosting is that every $10 that gets donated, I add a sticker to my face. So that's why I have 5 stickers on it, because Mandy was amazing. And thank you so much again. And we are going to be getting ready for a commercial done by Fearless. And so stay tuned for watching that.
For a $10 donation, you can pick a social media appropriate feeling or event. The Fearless Comedy Productions page will start a message with your topic and show off some of our best gifts, and you can join in on the fun. For a $5 donation, you can pick a Fearless member that you are already connected to on social media. They'll make a post saying something nice about you. For a $10 donation, the Fearless member of your choice will take a moment to do some self-care. That may be taking a nap, having a snack, or getting some exercise. Whatever they feel they need, they may or may not post about it. We're leaving that up to them. If they raise $300 during their host shift, Kirsten and James will watch the Twilight Saga and post their feelings as they do so. If we hit $1,500 during their shift, Kirsten will get a Team Jacob or Team Edward tattoo in a design and style of her choice. The highest single donation during their shift will get to pick Jacob or Edward. During his host shift, if we raise $300, Fur's daughters will shave his head. We'll post a video of the process on Fearless social media. Kaz is inspired to return to healthy habits and get outside. For every $100 raised during Kaz's shift, he'll add 10,000 steps for the week, up to 70,000 total. During Jim and Bob's shift, if they raise $200, they'll record a rap version of a 70s or 80s song. At $400, they'll let the audience help pick the song. And at $1,000, they'll record a music video. Chris is starting a new character drawing. For every $5 raised during Chris's hosting shift, he'll add another element to that drawing. We'll post the final result on Fearless social media. If we raise $500 during Duck's hosting shift, he will shave his beard into a monkey tail beard. For every $10 raised during David's hosting shift, he'll add a push-up. At the end of his shift, he'll record himself doing that total number of push-ups with a harmonica in his mouth. For every $50 donated during Adrian's hosting shift, she will add a sticker to her face for the remainder of her shift. During Jason's hosting shift, if anyone donates $20, they can pick a topic, and Jason will write a poem on that topic. He'll record videos for each poem that we'll post after Die Laughing. For every $1 donated during Mike's hosting shift, he'll add a Lego brick to a spot on his floor. Once his shift ends, he'll record a video of himself doing a Lego walk across that spot, which we'll post on Fearless social media. For every $10 donated during Angela's hosting shift, she'll add another unicorn item to her video. Help Angela get swarmed by all of her unicorn stuff before her host shift ends. During Tim's shift, if you donate at least $10 and provide your address in the comment, Tim will write a personalized sea shanty verse on a postcard and mail it to you.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Thank you for watching that commercial. And just so you know, we are going to be starting the section with Kayla Soda Beer. But in order to start, we're going to have an opener, and I'm with Morgan Pearson, and she's going to do an awesome job, and I'm so excited. All right, good luck everyone.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here. I'm Morgan Pearson. You know, I have been hearing so many horror stories about pandemic dating, and I'm so glad I'm in a long-term relationship because I used to be a serial dater. And when I say that, I mean my double dates were just like two guys sitting on both of my thumbs. And you might think, why would you do that, Morgan? What do you get out of that? And I get three things. One, you gotta make sure a guy has stamina, you know, and there's nothing like sitting, you know, on an old-fashioned acrylic nail to see how much stamina a man has. The other thing is, I like to have exceptional sex, you know, and if if an Asian girl in the middle of two white guys is how most porn ends, think of how phenomenal I am when I start there, you know? And I guess the third thing would be like heads down, thumbs up was my favorite game in school. Gosh, you know, I might have been playing that one wrong. But things I am doing right is turning 30. I did just turn 30, so I have unlocked all knowledge and I can give it to you. What I've learned from being 30 is my dad is always right. You know, every loser I've ever dated, that guy called it out. And you know, he knows about a troublesome marriage. You know, him and my mom were up and down forever. So he finally came to talk to me and he was like, Morgan, I need to tell you about my living situation. And I was stoked, guys. I seriously thought he was going to say, I'm living with a new girlfriend. I'm away from your mom. You know, hallelujah. That's what we're looking for. And what's weird is he didn't say that. He was like, Morgan, I'm living with cancer. And because I am a terrible person, I said, Cancer, Dad, you hardly know her. He was not a fan of that joke. But it's fine because he has terminal cancer and I get to speak the eulogy, and that's making it. You know, because I can write whatever I want for it. Funerals are for the living. Yeah, it's so weird to have your dad dying, you know, because with my long-term boyfriend, I'm like, you know, I want my dad's approval on it, and I think I'm getting those check marks, which is good because I love this boy. Like, I love him so much that when I suck his dick, I'm like Dora the Explorer's backpack, you know? I'm just like, yum, 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 yum. Delicioso. And that's like the number one thing I've learned in Spanish from that show, so you're welcome. But I'm kidding, guys. That's weird. I don't suck his dick like that. I suck all dick like Dora the Explorer's backpack because, you know, the enthusiasm of a cartoon backpack is, you know, can only be matched and recreated by very hungry fat girl, which I am. But I'm working on it, you know, because I'm very sick of that condescending attitude of like girls being like, you're pretty for a fat girl, you know. And if you don't know what that means is, guys, that's like when you hear about your boyfriend's like fat gal pal and you're not threatened, and then you meet me and see that I am pretty and now you are threatened, right? Like, I'm fat enough where I can wear like plus size clothing, but I'm still pretty in the face enough that you're willing to wait to fuck me on the second date, you know? Like, it's called respect, you know? You respect me enough because I'm pretty enough. Uh, um, yeah, you know, and I am trying to lose weight. Uh, at the end, nearing closer to the end of the pandemic than everyone else did a year ago. But I am trying, you know, I work from home. Um, and I am trying to do a lot of like yoga, trying to stay centered or some fucking shit like that. And I find that it's not relaxing for me because I'm just like doing every move so fast, like in between meetings and calls. And it's painful, you know? Like I feel like I'm like screaming in pain, and it sounds like I'm a stripper having a hernia. Um, which I feel like that's not how yoga is supposed to sound. It's supposed to sound like some girl Becky telling me to stretch more or something. Um, but I'm trying, and it's kind of working out. So I I'm trying this whole yoga thing. I'm screaming like a crazy person, and it, you know, it's not going super well, guys. I'll be honest. What I'm really trying to get out of it is like tone my butt a little bit, tone my breasts a little bit. Like I'm not trying to lose every, you know, probably 100 something pounds that I need to ditch. If I were gonna do that, I would probably just like, you know, get pregnant, get like so pregnant until the point I could have a legal abortion. I think that would be a great way to lose weight, and I think that that's what Jenny Craig's secret really is. But that's, you know, that's just what I know as an adult 30-year-old person. Um, if you guys weren't invited to my virtual online bash, I do apologize. You know, it was a hot ticket. I called it my Dirty 30 Shark Party, um, which when you're 30, a lot of your friends have kids. And when you have like a Zoom party, they expect it to be kid friendly. But I think a Dirty 30 should be just that, you know? But they thought like the shark part was they thought the shark part was like that baby shark thing, that really horrendous thing that I can't believe finally died, and then I brought it back with my own stupid party. Um, they thought it was that. It wasn't baby shark. It was just, you know, fucking balloons shaped like sharks, guys. Sharks are cool. And the dirty part, I don't know. People thought it was like chocolate cake or like pudding with gummy worms and shit. It wasn't. It was strippers, you know. And by strippers, I mean a single stripper because I'm COVID safe. And by a single stripper, I mean it was just me stripping, trying to live the dream, you know. It's really just what I want is to finally be a stripper. But you know, like I said, I am like so fat. I'm like white girl fat, like true American old fashioned McDonald's fat. Um, so like I don't think I could be a stripper because if I were, I would want to be a stripper that like does tricks, you know, like a Spice Girl. Like I have like different personalities and like doing all different things. Um, but I don't think I can actually pull that off. I did try though, right? Like I was thinking my trick could be like I kick you really hard with my heel, and then when you fall over, your wallet falls out, and then I take your wallet, and it's kind of like a magic trick, right? Like I didn't need to do anything revealing, and I still got your money. I feel like that is a great plan, but I don't need to execute because luckily my boyfriend with his I was gonna say Dora the Explorer dick. Yikes. He is an engineer, and which really just means like life beat that nerd down enough that like he's nice to women, you know. Like he's kind. It's great. Especially because I'm like a total like succubus, you know. I'm like this heartless comedian, and I just suck the life out of him. Um, But it's fine because as an engineer, and being younger, and being a white male, he makes so much more money than I do. So that like age complex that I'm getting and like those wrinkles in the forehead that are starting to appear, he can at the very least pay for the Botox for that complex. Thank God. And it's great that he's a tall, skinny white guy because it means his hairline is receding. And I'm actually going balding up here, which would be horrifying, but it's like he's also losing hair. So like he can't complain that I'm losing hair. We're equals. That's what feminism really is, guys. I can't like force equal pay because we have very different jobs, but I can force equal hair loss and still equal attraction and equal love. I just want to put that on the ballot, I guess, for feminism 2021. Everyone can have pattern baldness. But yeah, like I said, he was so close to like being an incel and like hating everyone, but like thank God he wasn't bullied to that point that he's still nice to me. And like he does like complain about some things that I do though, like sometimes I burp really loud and he thinks it's gross, and sometimes I burp in his face and like like waft it over, and he's not a fan. And sometimes I hotbox him in bed and burp in his face and hold him down like that. And I understand that may like I might sound like this terrible burping monster, but I swear, guys, I make French omelets for this guy, and he complains about my burps. I, suck his dick like a fictional backpack, a mythical backpack. And he complains about my burping. I let him live out his spider fetish in the bedroom, and he complains about my burping. Oh, yes. Did I say spider fetish? Yeah. Can we talk about that? Yeah, so there's this thing about spiders where if the lady spider makes the beautiful web and then a man comes and says, wow, that web is hot, and then they fuck and he destroys that web, because he wants her to look like shit, so other guys like aren't interested because her web looks like shit, right? So when me and my boyfriend fuck, he comes over to my place and he fucking wrecks my apartment. But it's okay because my landlord doesn't care that it looks like a hoarder lives here. He still fucks me anyways. I'm kidding. I don't cheat on him with my landlord. We're all in it together, That is the circle of life, and that's how spiders live. I'm kidding. I apologize. That's not how spiders live. I just falsified that information, and I don't want spiders to take the fall for anything. But yeah, that's just the way it is. I do give him, treats, as far as like after dinner treats, I think it's fun to have a little sugar rush after dinner. My favorite thing is reverse eating a lollipop. Some of you are wondering what is reverse eating a lollipop. Well, it's a way that you eat a lollipop and you eat it in reverse, and instead of using your mouth you use your butthole and you just numb it all up. uh, when I say reverse eat a lollipop, that's when my boyfriend knows we're about to have lots of anal play, because that's how you make your ass the sweetest. You reverse eat the lollipop. And for all the hipsters out there, don't worry. I do have lollipops that are, unrefined coconut sugar. They're safe sugar. It's fine. But also, shout out to any hipsters that still exist. My God, do you remember when every single party, everyone had on some fucking horrible sweater that like itched to high hell, and probably had syphilis from whoever donated it to that thrift store. But we were all there wearing sweaters, drinking like obscure wine. And by obscure, probably not even obscure, probably like $2 chuck or some shit. But you know, it's because we were conscious about our money and what classism meant. So we bought cheap wine. And there's always like some hipster dude at a party still, and we're also trying to fuck that guy, which to me is crazy, right? Because, like, what does that mean? Mediocre wine, fucking some dude who is like dated for even 2021 standards. And then what happens when you have sex? Okay, sex. The accomplishment of like hipster notch in your belt, and then like Bill Cosby rug burn on your vagina. And I apologize, maybe not Bill Cosby rug burn. Those sweaters are really inappropriate now. I would say like your grandfather's sweater or like Macklemore rug burn would be more appropriate, right? That's kind of what I'm looking at doing at this point. And there's other things that I want to do in life, you know, like working on segues because I have almost none in this entire set, in like most of my sets. Something that I've been thinking a lot about lately is driving, you know. Driving has been so weird lately, because there's almost no one on the road, which is incredible. Because for anyone tuning in locally to Minnesota, I just moved to Bloomington. They're known for horrendous stop and go traffic because of the Mall of America and every other terrible little shopping center here. But thank you to the pandemic for making it possible for me to want to live here for a couple of years, because there's almost no traffic and it's quite wonderful. Speaking of which, guys, I need to just lay down the law here and say we need to get rid of traffic laws. There's so many stupid things you need to follow so that you like don't murder someone on the road. But personally, I think we already have laws against murdering people, and it should be up to people who have common sense to drive to not murder anyone, you know? So what I think we should do is, you know, take like what's his name, like William P. or some shit, who like invented the laws of traffic, the father of the road or some shit. First of all, he's a racist, he's a pedophile. Why would you want to follow his rules from like 60 years ago? It sounds like the worst rules you could follow. And just like, you know, follow your instincts. Like I kind of feel like people who are shitty drivers will just like, you know, probably die real quick. And then the road will be free of them and we'll just have great drivers. That's really what I'm looking for here, guys. And it's it's all I want out of driving, you know, because right now I'm only driving to like see my parents or go hiking and camping, which as I say that actually makes it sound like I'm wearing a lot of old man hipster sweaters. And in fact, I am wearing like an Enjoy Coca-Cola sweater right now. So I have now realized nearing the end of this set is I am the hipster guy everyone's trying to fuck at the party. But you know who is the best partier that I know, guys? Your person that you've all been waiting for. Let's bring her on here. Her name is Kayla Soda Beer. Woo!
Hello! I don't know if you can hear me or see me yet, but I am here and I am talking, and holy fuck, is that gonna be really hard to follow. Someday when you're on Netflix, oh my God, I'll be in the audience saying, Morgan Pearson, open for me. Oh my God. That's fucking amazing. Thank you for doing that. You are so funny. I was dying the whole time. I had to make sure the microphone was off. But hello. I'm Kayla Soda Beer. This is my 4th Die Laughing. I can't tell if I'm consistent or just plateauing. The first Die Laughing I did was the first time I had ever tried stand-up. And in those 4 years that I've been performing stand-up, I've been accused of, 1, using these shows as a replacement for therapy, 2, using these shows as a means to publicly work out my sexuality, and 3, using these shows as Tinder. And I just want everyone to know that that bullshit remains true today. I wanted to get to the truth of the matter when it comes to my sexuality, so I went on a date with a guy from Tinder. His bio said his name was God, but I'm not one to take any cues or notice red flags, so I went on the date anyway. I went like this. Hi there, I've heard so much about you. It's so good to finally meet. My name is Kayla. I know. I knew about you before you were even born. Kind of robbing the cradle then, huh? Don't worry, been there, done that. Actually, my last boyfriend, I knew you before you were even in your mother's head. Wow. How does that work? Because I don't think my mom had like actually planned. I knew that too. I work in mysterious ways. Gotcha. Yeah, it said that in your Tinder bio. So tell me a little bit about you. Have you not read my book? Oh, you wrote a book? Well, no, I had a bunch of guys write it for me. Ghostwriters, got it. No, I spoke to them. I told them what to write. I see. Well, you know, I've had various stories from your book read to me as a child, but, you know, I could never really get through the thing as an adult. I'm not really into the horror genre. It's not my fault I was mistranslated. So, you know, I've actually called you before. Oh? Yeah, when I was really depressed, I reached out to you for help, you know, since so many people told me to talk to God when I told them I was having a hard time. They said you're always listening, but I didn't ever hear anything back from you. Well, I mean, I don't just speak out from the skies or talk to people straight up. Well, then how did those guys like write the Bible? How'd you talk to them? Well, how is it that preachers and popes and stuff talk to you? Well, look, you know what? I think I've had enough. I'm leaving. Fear me. Wait, what? Love me. What? No. If you don't love me and do what I say, I'll send you to hell. Look, bro, you can't win them all. Some people just aren't gonna love you. But I love you. I so love the world. I gave my only son. It doesn't say that you had kids in your Tinder bio. And that just sounds kind of like child abuse. You could have everlasting life. In eternity with you? No thanks. Love me or be tortured for eternity. Woo! Someone's compensating. And scene. Yes, that was my date with God. You know, I've actually had a lot of dates just with regular guys, kind of go like that too. So here's what it is. But the nice thing is I'm not a supremely horny person. I'm not. I get off on talking. Actually, the biggest compliment I ever got was someone told me that talking with me is like having sex. He said it was satisfying and fulfilling. I'll take it. But I do have my moments. They usually are not convenient, however. I work a lot. So as you can imagine, mostly happens at work. So I present to you ways I have learned I was horny at work, arranged into categories based on the job. So desk job. Have you ever answered the phone, you know, hello, you've reached business. How can I help you today? And then someone's talking voice is just like, oh, you know, like they're on the other side of the phone and they're going, yes, hello. I'm calling you about your tax deductible donations. And you're like, yeah. And then you're like, oh, I mean, they probably actually said it like, yes, hello, I'm calling about your tax donation, you know, but something about them just sounded sexy. Oof. Okay, next, barista. have you ever had a customer ask you how you prepared the lattes and you answered something like, well, first, I double fist steaming jugs. Then I stick the frothing wand into the cream. The hard metallic pulsating wands plunge into the milky depths. My coworker Evan actually came up with that last line. I gotta give him credit. Or even when you're unemployed, right? You're horny, you're unemployed, your brain still tries to remind you, hey, you're horny. And you start imagining what life would be like if you dated your Animal Crossing villagers, because they're the ones that actually treat you right. I know I'm not the only one who runs to Chevra when I'm feeling down. I am passionate about that game, Home Away from Home. I've loved it since it first came out, since the beginning. So I present to you, if the sound works, a masterful work about Animal Crossing. Okay. My life is a mess, but my island's 5-star, motherfucker. Do you even know where you are? You are on Big Isle, spelled B-E-E-G. No other fucking islands can top me. I will give you a tour. My house is fully upgraded, my museum is complete, and my shop's a bang, and I'm landscaping. A place to be cool as hell. I have built tiny little villagers, can't you tell? But on the outside, I'm feeling pretty shaken. Having OCD and a pandemic's got me quaking. In my boots, which are dirty, my skin, I'm feeling squirmy. Even in the areas out to hurt me, fuck, I need to escape to my 5-star island, Big Isle. Hell yes. I can say hello to Paula and start feeling no stress. I'm landscaping, building waterfalls and cliffs and lifts and bridges to get in between the villagers I've missed. 5-star, friend code, add me. We can all catch all the fishes and look out for bees, which shaking trees. Eventually you'll see that this is the place that my mind is meant to be. And Tom Nook is impressed, and you will be too if you find the cool island that I've built for you. It's a place we can be just to chill and let go. And in case you weren't sure, let me tell you so you know, 5 islands, 5 stars, B-E-E-G. I know everybody wants to play with me. 5-star island, B-E-E-G. I know everybody just wants to play with me. Thank you. I'm so glad that this disconnected from Bluetooth right when I needed it, but it's okay. So, in a pandemic, it's been rough to have OCD, you know, but Big Isle, my island, it's popping. Another thing, you know, about being randomly horny is that there's nothing to be done about it in a pandemic, right? And that leaves to other inconvenient thoughts in other inconvenient places. And it's like, oh man, what am I supposed to do with this? But this is about meeting somebody in a grocery store. It's called, well, you'll find out what it's called. After months of isolation from COVID-19, I had to run to Target for some groceries as I worked to stay 6 feet apart. Oh, the separation was breaking my heart as I shopped amongst all the latex hands, dodging each other in an awkward dance. I passed by and did a double take. Every detail about her made my heart race. Oh, here at the grocery store, just like every trip here, I found something I want. I didn't come here for. Oh, to my surprise, she had the most beautiful eyes, emerald green with golden hair, a long black jacket that she would wear. Oh, baby, how I wish that I could ask. I wonder if your heart behind your mask. Don't you? Don't you just like meet strangers and think, oh God, you look good, but I can't see your face even remotely. I hope you're hot behind your mask, you know, and then maybe in like a year or so we can link up. Ugh. But I'm not much of a hookup person. I'm all for it, but like I've found that when I give it a go, I'm just not comfortable. I need to know the person first. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm a total makeout queen. I love to kiss and touch, but sex doesn't interest me as much. I don't know, it just kind of seems like a hassle. But occasionally, when I do hook up, it's with an old flame. And here's a story about that. Oh, shit. It has been a while, hasn't it? I'm so glad we could catch up. Woo! Suddenly I've forgotten why we ever broke up. And oh man, look at you. You haven't changed one bit. Except you're not nearly as awkward. But that part I omit. Yeah, I'll have another drink. So tell me, how goes the job? You super busy and successful, great to know, girlfriend? Full stop. God, it really has been too long since you and I have gamed. Hey, my roommate's got an Xbox. If we missed out on that, it would be lame. Come on, get cozy. How did it get so late? Gosh, isn't it funny? This is just like our first date. And I can really see now that you ain't got a clue. I invited you back to my house for more than just Portal 2. But I'm glad you're doing well since music school. I'd invite you to be in my band, but you think you could do a little more than strum with the fingers at the end of your hand. Remember back, way back, when we were study buddies? But maybe you just have no interest now in bumping uglies. But yet you lean closer. You hold me close and you sigh. Maybe you're getting some elsewhere. Maybe you're coming up dry. So I'll hint a little harder. Make it obvious and known. Lean way into the fact that I would like to bone. Somehow you're still oblivious, but I don't think the door is shut. But short of spelling it out for you, dude, I have busted my nut. I'm over it. Yeah, I'm getting bored. It's too bad, old lover. You could have scored. I'd say it would have been fun, but go put your shoes on. You're nothing but an old flame that I dumped some booze on. Yeah. Thanks for listening. If you're listening, I appreciate it. So when I want someone to notice me, they fucking don't. But when I want them, when I don't want them to notice me, they do. It's the worst. And I have a song about that too. This is called Tits. It's 90 degrees. I'm trying to stay cool, but under my breasts is where the sweat pools. But if I adjust or wipe it away, I bet you will hear a gentleman say a clever retort, a neat joke or two, but I can report these balls will stay blue, cause believe it or not, my fixing my boobs isn't an ask for attention from you. Some days I just find them annoying. I never asked for this. I'd prefer it. You just ignore them with me, but you won't, cause they're tits. Tits. Oh, tits. Tits, tits. Now, don't get me wrong. I think boobs are neat. Have I mentioned I'm queer? Got that phrase on repeat, but I keep my mouth shut, my friends. Yes, unless it's the appropriate time. Have you heard of context if I'm explaining this to be annoying? Sometimes I feel out of my wits. But if you think that you understand what I'm saying, then sing with me. Because tits, yeah. Tits, oh, tits, 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 tits. Woo! We love the titties. So I played a song called Tits. I feel like now I have to play a song called Pussy. So here's that. Some days I get home, all I want to do is be alone. Life oftentimes gets me down, but I'm chewed up when someone's around. He shows up at my doorstep. He snuggles at my feet. And if I wasn't talking about an animal, this would be super creepy. But I like the local cat better than you. The sweet neighborhood kitty is always there for me when I am blue. He never judges my outfits. He never sends me nudes. And though he's a cat, you can bet he has never catcalled me once, unlike other dudes. I found out my feline friend is the neighborhood kitten, and they named their cat Dad. Now, how can I be sad? He asks nothing of me but to come and pet his belly, and he wouldn't think twice of offering unsolicited advice. I like the local cat better than you. That sweet neighborhood kitty, he's always there for me when I'm blue. This is not a metaphor for sex. I said I wanted to say, and this is what I meant. Yeah, I miss that cat named Dad. He was a good one. I'm not bitter about men at all. I like men. I just don't like certain men. People really, you know, that's who these are about, you know. Let's just say recent times have brought me some strife with some dudes and I've been inspired. I'm not a fan of generalizing, so I just want to make that clear. I'm specifically bitter at a particular man, well, a couple men, and I'm expressing myself. I'm expressing it here with you. So this is a song about spiting a man. I grew my armpit hair out of spite. When you first mentioned it, I thought I might. Who the fuck do you think you are? Letting people be is not that hard. I grew my armpit hair out of spite. I think I'm sexy and I know I'm right. Why does making comments on someone else's body get you off? If you think you're my type, well, honey, you thought wrong. I grew my armpit hair out of spite. Dyed it blue because it looks tight. I love myself and I am never bored. I don't bow down to any type of lord. I grow my armpit hair out of spite. I like that it makes me look more like a dyke. I know so many who are into that. And don't you worry, buddy, you'll never see my cat, which has hair too, bitch. I hear laughing from the other room. I'm hoping that means good things. So, can we talk about retail and how it sucks? Let's just say that the next bit is for retail workers. Supposing I can remember these chords. This is called Retail in Gay Major. I see you walking and looking smug in your suit and tie. You think you're hot cause you're a pasty-skinned straight white guy hitting up my register. You think you own the place. I'd love to smack you in your stupid corporate douchebag face. Ringing up your order, I ask how your day has been. I'm not asking for your dick. You're making this by girl a lesbian. Look, I'm being paid to take your order, bring you up. My smiling at you does not mean that I am trying to fuck. Oh, if I was not afraid of being fired, I'd tell you to eat a dick. I'm so fucking tired and hungover, so please don't come again. Hey motherfucker, did you know that I'm a human too? 2 tickets is not a response to my nice how are you? Did you suburb assholes ever work when you were young? Quit bitching at me just because you were not born well hung. eat a dick. I'm so fucking tired and hungover, so please don't come again. I have work-related nightmares at night, and I dream of castrating you when I fantasize. Oh, if I was not afraid of getting fired, I tell you to eat a dick, John. I'm so fucking tired and hungover, so please don't come again. Fuck you. Yeah. So, thank you, sir. May I have another? Have another. Have another retail song. That is provided that I can actually get this to hook up to my Bluetooth this time. We're going to give it a go. We're going to do our best. I know that it sucks when I rap, but you know, we're just here. We're here for it. We're here for it. We're in it. This is a song I wrote at another retail business about customers. It's called You're Not Special. I don't know if you can hear the beat, but I can. You'll be able to hear me rapping. So it's fine. It's all fine. I see you in your silly sash. You think that getting married is such a noble task. You're wooing, then you're crying in your skitty margarita. You're ruining your friendship with your perfect night idea. I got you a wedding gift, a piece of life advice. It may last you longer than your new role as a wife. You're not special. In fact, you are an ass. Why is getting hitched such an excuse to lose your class? You're not special. You don't get to be mean. I feel sorry for your bridesmaids and tomorrow's self-esteem. I see you clutching at your pearls, shoving your receipt in the face of some poor girl. You're angry and you're yelling because your server cut you off, but nobody's ever told you what you are doing is wrong. I'll give you an awakening your parents never did, because clearly you've been handed everything since you were kids. You're not special. In fact, you're shit. I'm saying the words right to your face since clearly no one ever did. You're not special. You can't fix this with cash. No amount of money is worth dealing with your ass. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, one more time with feeling, let's just keep talking about retail, you know, like let's just keep doing that. I have another rap too, one after the other. We're just doing it. We're here. We're having fun. And this one is about, you know, working and thus developing a smoking habit because of your working. I can hear you, Matt. Sorry. So enjoy this one. I don't know if you can hear this beat. I'm gonna actually see if I can turn it up. Actually, Matt, can you turn up the beat? There's a beat maker right there. Can you turn it up?
I can do that.
For Crosley. Thank you. See if it goes up. Is that it? That's rough. That's okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it right off the iPhone. We're classy.
That seems. Oh no, that's the pitch. Sorry.
Oh.
No, but it is already at max volume.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was as much as you're gonna get.
Thank you for your assistance. We're trying it right off the iPhone.
Sorry.
You did your best.
I'm trying to pee.
Go pee. Go now. Goodbye. All right. Here we go. I have been thinking about drugs and I've been reading about drugs. All I want to do is smoke and drink when I'm in the club. The folks around me do, so it makes me want to. It's a good time to take a smoke break when you're with your crew. It's a damn good time. breaks up the bad times. All you want to do are shitty customers and endless lines, but now I have doubts. It's all I think about. Like, when can I smoke or drink and my head just pounds? Smoking is an interesting cultural phenomenon. Chop it up with coworkers and talk shit while your boss is gone. Befriend the hot bartender who'll give you extra shots. Come on, basically just extra paid breaks to get your poison on. How am I supposed to connect with whoever's on next to take the stage, whether they kill it or their set is a wreck? It's a networking game. I can't miss out and be lame. You know how many opportunities I got because I came outside to chill with the folks who were on stage telling jokes. Next time you might just split the bill with whoever bumped your smokes. And I'm not saying I would. I'm just saying you should at least understand the social stuff you miss when you're good. Smoking is an interesting cultural phenomenon. Chop it up with coworkers and talk shit while your boss is gone. Befriend the hot bartender who'll give you extra shots. Come on. Basically just extra paid breaks. But I cannot breathe. My lung capacity is quickly dwindling. And I'm supposed to say, and now my spit is brown. And now I spit more now. A little puddle on the ground to remind me I am drowned in a habit that is nasty. You can smell it walking past me. I am stressed. I am not happy. If I'm smoking, you can catch me drinking way more too. More than I ever do. And if I drove, I'm screwed. How do I look to you? Smoking is an interesting cultural phenomenon. Chop it up with coworkers and talk shit while your boss is gone. Befriend the hot bartender who'll give you extra shots. Come on. Basically just extra paid breaks to get your poison on. Remember when I said that I was thinking about drugs? Experiment with other shit. To fill the void, I suck. So if you happen to sell weed, then fucking hit me up. Except I always get nauseous when I'm on that stuff. So I guess sell me coke. No, that is not a joke. Except I hate that aspirin feeling in the back of my throat. Man, don't they make a drug that doesn't fuck you up? Something that you can do while you and folks just chop it up? Oh, fuck. I think I just want friends. I guess drugs ain't even a necessary means to an end. Ha, I gotcha. I am just fucking with you. I only wish that were true. Nobody honestly is ever gonna be real with you without a pint or a puff. I mean, it's never enough. It's fucking calling your bluff. We're all just scared we ain't tough. And smoking, it's interesting. Cultural phenomenon. Chop it up with coworkers and talk shit while your boss is gone. Befriend the hot bartender who give you extra shots. Come on. Basically just extra paid breaks to get your poison on. That's my thoughts on that. I haven't a clue if you could hear the beat. But I also haven't a fuck. So, oh, I am sweating. It feels good though, it feels good. I have one more work-related song, but this time it is about comedy. This is a song called Clapter. Welcome to the land of activation. Let's give you a hand, you clapped your station. Are you telling jokes? Or just reading Twitter posts? Is this really what you believe? Or do you just like to repeat? Cause you use buzzwords, 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 buzzwords. Like clap for me, I had a baby, clap for me. I just got married, clap for me. I read the news once, clap for me. Haven't helped in months. You know the ones. I'll give you a laugh if you give me a joke, but only if it's good. I ain't blowing any smoke up your ass, cause the crowd already did that shit for you. You got all the stage time just so you could smoosh and use buzzwords, 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 buzzwords. Clap for me, need validation. Clap for me, humble in quotations. Clap for me, I reek of wokeness. Clap for me, I hope you notice. Clap for me, this is so simple. Clap for me, I virtue signal. Clap for me, live to be flattered. Clap for me, won't do things that matter. Sorry, not sorry. You know who you are. Alrighty, you might be thinking by now, is this bitch in therapy? Fuck, I hope so. And don't worry. Yes, despite what health insurance would prefer, I am indeed in therapy, and I have indeed lost my pick. Such such it is to be a musician. But this is one that's near and dear to me. I've played it before. I love it. It's kind of like, you know, it's old. It's when I started picking my therapist. I have a therapist now, but it takes a while to find one. You know, it's sort of like speed dating. You're trying to give all of your thoughts and all of your background and everything to it looks like speed dating, fast. Tell me that's how other people speed date. Do you not want to know the trauma on the first date? Because I do. Is this just a gay thing or just like a me thing? Either way, it's probably why I'm in therapy. But this is a song just called Song for My Therapist. This might be the last one, guys. I thought I'd make it easier on you. See, I've already been through quite a few therapists now. My intention here is not to scare you, rather just to prepare you for the big shit show you're in for. My empathy wants me to be wary of your time, but my patience to find someone decent is running on a finer line. So for time's sake, I've got what seems like a little bit of OCD mixed with depression and anxiety. Throw in a little bit of post-traumatic stress disorder, and hey, you got me. I struggle with depersonalization, chronic pain, abandonment issues, healthy dose of daddy issues. I don't need to get the tissues. I'm used to reliving my past. Done it 20 fucking times in the last few dimly lit therapy rooms. Other counselors don't quite know what to do. But I don't mean to put it all on you. You're just a person, and that's why I've written this song for you. I know it's your job to sit here and listen to me whine, but regardless, I know it's a lot in a small amount of time. So thank you. Thank you. And that's my time. Thank you so much for having me here on Die Laughing Halftime Show. It's an honor to be back. And please stick around for the rest of the wonderful, wonderful acts we have coming tonight. Right after this, from my house is going to be a dear, dear friend of mine. I mean, he's a little bit weird, but I think you'll like him. So, you know, definitely stick around for that. So thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for being here. You did an awesome job and your voice is beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm introducing this next commercial. It is called I Am Fearless and it's really awesome. So I want you to make sure you're staying on at least for the commercial, please. And then we have one more act to go right after. All right, so here's the commercial.
To share stories.
To bring a little bit of magic into people's lives.
I run tech because I love to paint the scenes in sound and light.
To entertain and connect.
Because when I don't, I start getting a little weird. Okay, weirder.
Because I have an addiction to entertaining others and fueling their emotions, especially joy. Laughter is a powerful drug and everyone needs it.
To push boundaries and to amuse myself.
I write because it's something that I have always found great comfort in, and I will never forget the first time someone laughed because of something that I wrote.
To escape daily life and maybe help other people find an escape too.
To move someone emotionally.
To be a part of something bigger than myself.
To bring joy to others.
To support all of my wonderful friends.
I perform because there is a voice inside me, and I have to let it out.
To herd cats. Or actors.
To provide opportunities for others.
I like to make people laugh, sometimes on purpose.
To help people forget about their worries.
To explore and share the millions of comedy ideas rattling around in my noggin.
So many opportunities, like getting to write my own show and produce it.
To give life to the pictures in my head.
To give people a chance to escape and make them laugh.
Because I believe that creativity can change someone's mood, someone's day, can even change the world. I am fearless.
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 Hi, everybody. I just want to say thank you again for watching. If you were on, thank you so much for performing. Everyone has been doing an amazing job. We only have one more performance tonight, and then tomorrow at 1 p.m. we're going to start again for the last day of Die Laughing Halftime. So, up next, without further ado, oh, before I forget, sorry, we have a silent auction going on as well, so make sure you're checking in on that as well. Okay, next up we have Fred Voorhees, and his act is Entertainment Display for Less Intelligent Beings.
Good evening, beings. I am Fred Voorhees, and I have just agreed to entertain all of you for the space of roughly half an hour. I initially was having a very great difficulty deciding whether to write tonight's entertainment primarily for children or for adults. However, considering how many of you so-called adults can't grasp simple concepts as empathy and consent, and considering so many children live in this wretched world needing to be more mature than their years should ever know, I have decided to do my best to just relate to your tiny minds and stoop to your level of intellect to entertain and educate you. Won't that be fun? Tonight, we will have stories and songs and puppets, but not puppets and songs, because I draw the line at puppets and songs! I put a non-zero amount of work into what I hope will be a mostly entertaining experience for many of you most of the time, and for me at least half of the time. I assume you are all bored with the exposition now, so since you're probably falling asleep, let's learn a song, shall we? I have an instrument here, and you only need 2 pitches. And then you can play a song from the Wu-Tang Clan called Shimmy Shimmy Ya. Its primary lyrics are as follows. Oh, baby, I like it raw. 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 This is a thing you can do at parties. You can just walk up to the piano that is at the party and plug those notes and start singing those lyrics, and everyone will love you. Oh, there's one more little bit of lyrics from Shimmy Shimmy Ya that I remember off the top of my head, and that's the phrase, Psycho Killer Norman Bates. Shall we try it? Let's. Oh, baby, I like it raw. 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 Psycho Killer Norman Bates. Let's have some more fun with our newly learned song, shall we? We can do parodies of songs that we know. A parody is when you write a funny version of a song and the lawyers can't touch you. Let's try this one. Oh, baby, let's break some laws. Oh, baby, let's break some laws. Oh, baby, let's break some laws. Psycho Killer Norman Bates! Or perhaps this one. Oh, baby, I am my mom. Oh, baby, I am my mom. Psycho Killer Norman Bates! Or perhaps, my kitty has pretty claws. My kitty has pretty claws. When my kitty uses claws, he's Psycho Killer Norman Bates! Enough! I'm sure you enjoyed all of that and will be telling all of your friends tomorrow. How great for you. Now, I'm certain some of you would like to know where I get all of my brilliant ideas. I can't believe you haven't figured it out yet, but well, obviously as a self-respecting artist, I have made a pact with demonic forces. I have returned to the realm of Mand. Oh, hello, Fred. Well, hello, Dr. Faust. What are you doing here today? Yours is not to question, mortal. But since you ask, I thought I'd just stop by and see how your performance was going. By interrupting it, you did reference me directly. Well, and until now, you didn't seem to be bothered by my random appearances. Well, that's simply because, did you even write this? Or is this improvisation? Improvisation, in and of itself, is a challenging and intriguing medium, if you're good at it. Do you have a purpose for being here? Oh, so you want me gone already? Don't put words in my mouth. Aren't you putting words in my mouth? Poorly, I might add, since you're not a ventriloquist. That is enough of you for a while. That's fine. Goodbye. Loser says what? What? Time for a story. Once there was a person, and their life was disrupted, and they were forced to go on a journey. On this journey, they faced trials and met new people and had all sorts of experiences that they probably never would have had if it wasn't for the stupid thing that disrupted their life in the first place. They probably nearly died. Then they overcame the adversity, growing as an individual, and they went home claiming to have been happy for the rest of their life. There. That's every story. Despite it being the internet, I can sense some of you didn't much enjoy my story. I suppose it's because you've heard a version of it before and it feels unoriginal. It is. Everything is. That might seem like a negative attitude, but I assure you, it is freeing when you finally accept it. Once you've truly made peace with the idea that nothing you create is original and everything is varying levels of plagiarism, there's a lot less pressure to make something new or never seen before. You just create. And hope you found a way to find something no one else has in thousands of years of human history across numerous cultures, languages, geographical locations, because that is so likely. And we wonder why so many artists are depressed. I'm sure some of you are depressed. I know I am. Perhaps we should do something to offer some slight respite for our minds. Time to dance! I enjoy dancing like that because it reminds me of using a paper towel roll for a telescope. You don't understand. Of course you don't. Well, do you remember how, at least once in your tiny existence, whether you arrived at the correlation yourself or by mimicking someone else, you placed a paper towel roll up to your eye, and behold, you can now see one thing with greater focus. If you close your other eye, your imagination will let you think you're holding a telescope. Lucky you. You probably took the leap to, I'm a pirate next. Probably because when you were a small child, you didn't know that pirates were murderers and thieves. You probably just thought they were neat. Maybe you weren't murderous and thought you were an explorer. That doesn't matter though. Dancing, like I just did, can be like that cardboard telescope, placing one particular point of focus in your infinitesimally small, insignificant life, and that becomes your entire world. Everything else, black, fading to the edges. So you need not pay attention to the rest of the world. It's a lovely escape. Try it. If you haven't, I command you. I suppose right now might not be the best time. You're busy watching me, aren't you? A poem. Let's hop, let's skip, let's blissfully trip, blissfully into the trap. Come one, come all is my clarion call. I'll even draw you a map. The trap is all oiled for your enjoyment. Its teeth have been sharpened, prepared for deployment, and all of the while you'll swear you enjoyed it. But when you think a minute is it not annoyed, I'm kidding, I'm toying, all fun and all joy, going blissfully into the trap. But what is it now? The trap is uncomfortable. You're still climbing in it. You're sure it's uncomfortable, but it's so convenient. It's practically portable. It's not in your nature not to be a sport, so it's blissfully into the trap. The trap is the place that we go when life's lacking and tensions and troubles are stacking and stacking. When we grow weary of clickings and clackings and making our habitat so spick and span, we go to the one place we know understands, and it's blissfully into the trap. What is the trap? Don't you know you are in it? And maybe you've been there from the beginning, or maybe the wheels of the fates have been spinning, or perhaps you angered a bit of divinity, or karma has returned to your vicinity to dish out punishments for all your sinning. Perhaps it's simply your way of winning. Now blissfully into the trap. Escape is an option at any time, and everyone knows that you're totally fine. There's no bit of time you would like to rewind. Not one single moment you could have been kinder. It says in the rules you can keep what you find, and you're very busy, so if you don't mind, now it's blissfully into the trap. Let's hop, let's skip, let's blissfully trip, blissfully into the trap. Come one, come all is my clarion call. I'll even draw you a map. The trap is all oiled for your enjoyment. Its teeth have been sharpened, prepared for employment. And all of the while, you'll swear you enjoyed going blissfully into the trap. What was that? A nursery rhyme for nihilists? It is a poem I wrote. I thought the audience might enjoy it. Is the audience in hell? I beg your pardon. Is the majority of your audience in hell? I don't believe so. To be clear, I mean literally. I assumed as much. Because figuratively, I assume they are. What are you saying? Well, just now I was implying your audience was in hell, so I suppose I am saying that your show is terrible. Terrible? Yes, nearly devoid of artistic merit. Nearly. The bit from the Wu-Tang Clan was okay. Barely. Probably because you stole from the Wu-Tang Clan. Thank you for your opinion. You may now stop sharing it. And really, if the Wu-Tang Clan had just heard that poem of yours, I get the point. Now stop. It's all right. I'm here to help. Now grab that instrument. What is going on? No, what is... I said no songs with puppets. And I am a demon who has possessed you. So technically you're not breaking your rules, but technically you are. A ready, a one, and a two, and a Dominus Fratata. What did you think, Fred? I think my poem was better. I think you're a moron! Consorting with demons is the best way to get free talent. It has its own flaws. We are nearing the end of our evening. As a performer, I am obliged to thank you for viewing me tonight. So, thank you. As much as I am inclined to detest people, I am cursed with an ever-present need to entertain. Lucky me. I suppose it is lucky that we are near the end of our time tonight, and lucky you, I've written a little song. Sometimes life is beautiful, sometimes life hurts. Sometimes what is beautiful is the thing that hurts. We can't escape pain, no matter what works. We can't avoid pain before we are dirt. We can't avoid pain before we are dirt. Sometimes there are friends and sometimes there's just jerks. Sometimes your friends will be the ones that say things that hurt. Sometimes we chase beauty, sometimes we're just dirt. We should take in beauty if we can't lose the hurt. So why do we chase greed? Why do we hate those just asking for what they need, what they need, what they need? Sometimes people only pushed by greed. Sometimes life is beautiful, sometimes it's just hard. Sometimes it's blah, sometimes it's like lard. If we can try to decrease the hurt, maybe we can drink from what that fountain squirts. Maybe we can drink from what that fountain squirts. Sometimes life's beautiful, sometimes life just hurts. Sometimes what hurts is beautiful, so enjoy it for your dirt. You can't hold what's beautiful, but you can let go of hurt. Don't be afraid to be yourself, 'cause someday you're dirt. R.E.M. taught us that everyone hurts. Yes, R.E.M. taught us that everyone hurts. Sometimes you sometimes are all of your parts, and sometimes your joy will just break your heart. And sometimes it's crap, and sometimes it is art. And sometimes you won't know the last time you'll part. And sometimes you won't know the last time you part. I am deeply thankful for all of your attention. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your evening. You are allowed to look me in the eye for as long as I am kept on this camera. This concludes tonight's entertainment.
Okay, thank you so much. Um, cool. Wow. I am very much speechless after that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Um okay. So, try to focus. Great. Thank you so much for that amazing performance. It was so funny and so wonderful to see and so awkward at the end. So thank you for putting me through that. Okay. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you Tech. Thank you everyone who has hosted today. Thank you for everyone who has participated in any sort of act today because you were all amazing. Yes. So I just want to remind you of a few things before you log off. Silent auction is happening. There is merch online, and the video gallery is all accessible at Die Laughing Marathon. And then so tomorrow, the first act of the day is at 1 p.m. Minnesota time, and it's called Be Fearless and Dance with the wonderful Angela Fox. So we really hope to see you there and keep supporting everyone. Thank you, everyone, again. Okay, thank you.